ABC News. Hello, I'm Ali Crew. Political leaders have condemned the behaviour of people who booed and jeered during the Welcome to Country at an Anzac Day dawn service in Melbourne. Some hecklers at the Shrine of Remembrance demanded the Welcome to Country be stopped, but were drowned out by applause from the rest of the gathered crowd. Police were later seen escorting prominent neo-Nazi Jacob Hersont away from the service. Defence Minister Richard Marles says the behaviour was disgraceful.
It's an outrage. It was a small number of people. The vast majority of the tens of thousands of people who were here at the Shrine of Remembrance this morning were here to commemorate the service that has been provided by all those who have worn our nation's uniform throughout our history.
New Zealand's Prime Minister has commended the sacrifices made by all the soldiers who lost their lives during the Anzac dawn service at Gallipoli. Thousands gathered on the Turkish coastline to mark 110 years since the first major military action fought by Australian and New Zealand forces during the First World War. The ill-fated campaign resulted in the loss of 11,500 members of both the Australian and New Zealand Army. Prime Minister Christopher Luxon says their efforts won't be forgotten.
The passage of 110 years has lifted the fog of war and given us a clearer view of the futility of the Gallipoli campaign and New Zealand's role in it. But that greater understanding does not dim our respect for those who fought. We remember the stories of selfless acts of courage, ordinary men committed to save their mates.
Elsewhere, Australians have marked Anzac Day with thousands attending dawn services and marches across the country. Sarah Army has more.
At the Australian War Memorial in Canberra, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese delivered a dedication paying his respects to all soldiers that have donned the Australian uniform.
We feel them still near us in spirit. We wish to be worthy of their great sacrifice.
The sentiment was similar in Sydney, where rain didn't deter thousands of people who turned up to commemorate Anzac Day in Martin Place. Hobart's cenotaph was lit up in red to mark Anzac Day in Tasmania, while in Brisbane thousands had to shelter under umbrellas in Anzac Square to pay their respects.
And a special Anzac Day event paying tribute to the contribution of First Nations people has been held in the inner Sydney suburb of Redfern. Many at the Coloured Diggers event were descendants of servicemen who served in World War I and II. Wearing a uniform that his grandfather would have worn, Pastor Ray Minnicon, who co-founded the event 18 years ago, says this is about truth-telling.
They weren't allowed in the pubs nor in the RSLs, and they marched in the back of the line if they ever did march. And a lot of our soldiers didn't march. And so we wanted to make sure that they get the honour of feeling that honour, as well as the respect from their community.
To other news, NATO's Secretary-General says it's unclear whether Russia will agree to a lasting ceasefire with Ukraine. Moscow's latest deadly strikes on Kyiv, which have killed at least 12 people, have been criticised by US President Donald Trump, calling them unnecessary and badly timed. Following talks with the US Secretary-General, Mark Rutte said Russia is a threat to not only NATO territory, but also the entire Euro-Atlantic region. Mr Rutte says the prospect of a peace deal is reliant on what Russia will do next.
I worked with him for 4 years between 2010 and 2014. I stopped trying to read his mind. We'll see, but there is something on the table now, I think, where the Ukrainians are really playing ball, and I think the ball is clearly in the Russian court now.
Northern Territory Police have charged an 18-year-old man with murder over the death of a Darwin grocer. Linford Fyke was trying to stop an alleged theft from his store when he was stabbed earlier this week, and he later died from his injuries. The courts yesterday released a statement outlining previous allegations against the alleged offender, who was on bail at the time. Among the charges were aggravated assault, 4 counts of sexual offending against his then 14-year-old girlfriend, as well as the possession of methamphetamine. He'd been bailed to a remote community under several conditions. And a man has died after being washed off rocks at Cape Schanck on Victoria's Mornington Peninsula. Emergency services were called to a beach in Bonio Road this morning following reports that a man was in the water. An air wing search located an unresponsive man in the water, and he was brought back to shore but couldn't be revived. And that's the latest from ABC News.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling.
Here it is!
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Anzac Day 2025.
Anzac Day as a former football coach and a player means so much to so many.
They shall grow not old as we that are left grow old.
Robert Lawrence Binion, he's the poet that gave us some words that resonate with me to the point where when I hear it, I get a tingle down the spine.
The going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
I look across at the opposition and I don't see them as opponents. I see them as just young Australian men. These boys are 18, 19 and 20. They're the same age to those players that have fallen. The parallels are clear. We play to win. We play to be fair. We play for our team. We care for your teammate and make him better. I have never been in a trench, but the more you read about those diggers and that trench warfare, it was looking at one another, it was helping each other, helping to survive. Every step they took, the Anzacs, was life and death, but it was for our country, it was for their mates. My last message to all my players was, this is not life or death. We know that. Football's football. The greatest thing that you'll ever do as a footballer, respect and honour them by our performance.
He kicks goalward. He's kicked it. What a magnificent goal on Anzac Day.
Anzac Day is not a game of football, but an occasion for people to go and pay their respects to the great Anzacs. Those that have served men and women in foreign countries and fight for or help Australia maintain who we are. Now we know we are part of it, and we should be not only proud of it, but very respectful of the people that it represents. Anzac Day is just such a special occasion, not a special game, a special occasion.
He snipes, he goes. The kid built for the big stage, kicks the first on Anzac Day.
You're listening to Anzac Day Football on ABC Sport, Collingwood and Essendon, live from the MCG.
Here's Kako! He sockers it off the ground! Isaac Kako!
Kicks inside the forward 50, Jamie Elliott! With the air raid! Wow. Leaps up on the shoulders and takes a hanger on Anzac Day.
This is Anzac Day Football.
And after 3 decades, we're back where we started. It's a draw on Anzac Day.
AFL on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It's the biggest game on the home and away calendar on the nation's most respected day, Anzac Day at the MCG for the 30th time. Kevin Sheedy's brainchild coming to life, and Mick Moldhouse, who has played such a role in this time with the perfect setting to introduce you into this day and into this game and what it all means for Collingwood and Essendon, and not just the broader footy public, but of course all Australians across our country and our friends across the ditch as well. Welcome to Anzac Day footy from the MCG. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It is a little damp. There has been a light shower sweep through the MCG. There is 25 millimetres of rain expected. It's currently overcast, but it's not cold. It's 21 degrees, so still a little warmer and muggy outside. And we are the first at the footy and the last to leave, as we love to say on ABC Sport. So we're too early for teams. Still another 70 minutes before the bounce of the ball, which means teams are another 10 minutes away. All the build-up for the biggest game on the home and away calendar to come. We know who won the first of these games and who won the last. It was no one. It was a draw. The big question mark is what happens next? Who's going to win that? And we'll find out this afternoon. Two teams on winning streaks. The Bombers have won their last 3. The Pies have won their last 5. It'll be interesting to see what we get this afternoon as to how it all comes together, with Collingwood still a heavy favourite against the Bombers. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Kelly Underwood's here to call the footy with me. Hello, Kel.
Hello, Corby. How good is this? Sitting up here, we've just opened the windows in the commentary box as the fans in the red and black and the black and white are slowly strolling into the magnificent MCG. You drive into the MCG and you really want to pinch yourself. You feel lucky to have this venue as your office on a day like today. And the first person I ran into when I got out the car downstairs was Peter Dacos. So I had a quick chat to him. Of course, he's the father of Collingwood's newest captain, the 22-year-old Nick. He's the youngest at the club in 57 years to skipper. Of course, no Darcy Moore out there today. Fourth youngest of all time. I can tell you that Nick had a good sleep. He woke up early. He had breakfast with Mum and Dad, Peter and Colleen, just the three of them. He said that his brother Josh cooks his own bacon and eggs at home with his partner. And his advice, I said, what advice do you give him? And he said, I simply say that just like a grand final, he never played, Peter Dacos never played in these. He retired in 93, the first one, as you said, 30 years ago today, in 1995. He said, my advice to him is like the first 5 minutes are helter-skelter, and then after that it just becomes like every other game. But he did admit to me it's harder to watch up in the stands, and he felt really nervous rather than being out there as a player. So one little a little factor that we'll be keeping our eye on today. It's such a momentous occasion, and it really is. I mean, last year was one of the best occasions I think I've had at the footy, sitting alongside you, calling that draw. Can't wait to see what today brings.
He's been amazing, Nick, on this day. So 23, 40 and 27, the three disposal tallies that he's had, and the one in between, that big 40 number, earned him the Anzac Day medal in just his second appearance on this day. He makes it number 4 today. So Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood, we're calling the footy. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. We'll hear from Mick Moldhouse, who just voiced the opener, in a few moments. Alongside him throughout the day, the Richmond champion, two-time All-Australian, twice a best and fairest winner, former GWS footballer, player manager to the Stars with Max Sports, one of the best analysts in the game with us on ABC Sport, in Brett Delidio. Hello, Lids.
It's getting longer and longer. G'day, Corb and Cal. Great to be here. What an honour. It's such a fantastic day. I was lucky enough to be here last night as well. It's always been one of my favourite games in the footy year, because it is where I heard Mick saying in the opener there that it's not life and death, but it's a game of footy. To pay our respects to those who have been there and served before us, and my pop was obviously over in World War II, so to be able to still pay those respects and be a part of today, I'm honoured more than anything else, but chuffed to be here.
Over 150 VFL footballers made the ultimate sacrifice in the Australian military across multiple conflicts, and 31% of all footballers up until 1972 served in the Defence Force. It's a staggering number to try and put it into context all these years on. And obviously we remember the fallen today, but also those that have served in the past and that continue to in conflicts abroad. So, of course, our thoughts with our servicemen and women. We'll touch base with one of them as well, who's going to join us in the box here in a few moments. Craig Vozzo is going to stop by for a chat, the Essendon Chief Executive, and inside the Collingwood camp with your former teammate Harry Perryman. So great access at Collingwood give us as he gets set to play his first Anzac Day blockbuster today. One of 6 Collingwood players who will experience the day for a first time in that capacity.
Brett, you've played in some big games here, all the way back to that you were just reminiscing off air, the Sheedy-Hurdy farewell game. Yes. I reckon that was a Sunday twilight match. I remember being here for that. You played in that epic Carlton-Richmond elimination final back in 2013. Yep. Your first game against your former team, the Tigers, was that prelim with the Giants
talk about that one.
And the Tigers, and that, I mean, the whole place was rocking. Take us into the mindset of a player down in the rooms underneath here at the moment, downstairs. It must feel different as a player. Why does it feel different, and what sort of emotions are you going through than any other average game of footy?
Well, I think it's exactly what Peter Dacos said to Nick, is that the first 5 or 6 minutes are just ballistic, and you're trying to get a feel for the crowd, the energy, hearing your teammates, the direction. You're hoping you're getting your hands on the footy, but I think when you run out in the first warm-up and you see the members has already got people right to the top tier, that's when you know it's going to be a big day. And those games that one against Carlton back in 2013, I remember rolling out to the punt road end as we were doing our warm-up, and when the cheer squad yelled out that yellow and black, it was an incredible feeling. The hairs on the back of your neck just stood up. We weren't good enough on that day, but geez, it's still one of my most fondest memories of running out there in my first final, after being there for 9 years and not having tasted anything.
It's an amazing ground, and what a backdrop. So for 30 years now, we've had it here on Anzac Day for the blockbuster between Collingwood and Essendon. We're still a few minutes away from the teams. We're about 65 minutes away from the bounce of the ball, and you'll hear it all here on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Brett Delidio, Tim Hodges will be on the boundary, and we'll hear from the coaching icon, Mick Moldhouse, who will join us for the game call in a few moments' time. But our first guest, On the program today, on Anzac Day, he is the Chief Executive of the Essendon Football Club in Craig Vozzo. Craig, appreciate your time.
Pleasure. Good to be here, guys.
What a day.
It is a great day, a great occasion, and it's a real privilege to be here. Our football club doesn't take that lightly. Great opportunity, and it means so much to so many.
Absolutely. It's you've had the chance to experience it now a couple of times, obviously since coming across from the West Coast Eagles. What separates it from any other day on the calendar, do you think?
The ability to recognise our past service, or current and past service people, over generations. So we had Benjamin Webb from the RSL, former serviceman, address our group at the commemorative 30th anniversary earlier in the week, and he talked about how different war is to sport and should never mix it up, and how war is about protecting and providing freedom, whereas sport is about bringing joy and opportunity. So it's for us, it's an ability to recognise the sacrifices of past servicemen and to put them in the spotlight by a special occasion that joins people.
Your name's mentioned on the right-hand side of the poster this year, obviously, is the away team. Are there more responsibilities when you're the home team for one of these games as there is as the visitor?
It's equal because it's all through the week. We had two services or commemorative services and an education piece for our staff and first-year players at the Shrine of Remembrance, and then that rolls into a routine of events that both teams need to honour.
So I've got one on next year. So Anzac Day will fall on a Saturday in 12 months' time. Have you spoken to the AFL about what that would look like from a fixturing point of view? We'll obviously have a Thursday night and a Friday night game, you'd assume. Then we ordinarily have the remaining games on a Saturday and then 3 on the Sunday. So given the fact that this is ordinarily played at 3:20, the same time as the grand final, there's not too many games in that time slot. What happens next year on the Saturday?
Geez, you've got me there. I don't know, and I haven't spoken to the AFL about it, but it's a great point, whether it be standalone or similar to what's happened in the past. I'm not sure, but I'm sure that it has happened in the past and it'll be replicated, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Do you have a preference?
Not really, no. As long as it gets its airtime to be commemorative as an occasion, as an event, in the same way it is now.
Craig, can I ask you about the atmosphere at the hangar this week? Given the fact that, it's so unlucky to lose two of your best big men within the space of a week, with Nick Bryan going down with his ACL and then Sam Draper to miss the rest of the season after snapping his Achilles. It's easy to say, you've got to be positive, you've got to move on, and it's the next player in and opportunities for Goldie and things like this, but it must have sucked the oxygen out at the headquarters this week.
It does, and then you throw Tommy Edwards, I think, 2 weeks before. So we've had 3 long-term injuries over the last 4 or 5 weeks, and Sammy in particular, he brings such an energy to the group, very popular player. So yeah, I'd be fibbing to say it isn't energy zapping, but by the same token, you have to deal with it. You have to move forward, and we do have an opportunity now to set up potentially differently, bring Todd into the team. I'm sure Brad's got a couple of other things up his sleeve. We've got a couple of young kids in the seconds who played quite well last week as well. So, yeah, that opportunity will follow.
You said he's a big personality. How is he holding up?
I've only dealt with him by text because he had surgery on Tuesday to repair the rupture. So he sent me a text back actually yesterday, and he, in good spirits. But I'll give him a call probably next week.
What about his contract situation? Up until this stage, obviously now he's done his Achilles. Have you had any commitment from him before that?
No, well, both boys were pretty keen to see how the 2 ruck situation was going to play out, and I think it was going quite well, actually. The combination was a strength for us and for them, and it was, I think in Sam's case, it was showing his ability to play forward. So we'll pick those discussions up with both management groups, Nick and Sam, over the coming weeks, and we've made it pretty clear we want to retain both players.
You didn't have a contract in front of him previously?
No, but we'd had some pretty serious discussions with his management crew.
Yep. And would the nature of, I guess, what that contract would look like, does that change on the back of his Achilles?
There'll probably be some machination of change, but it'll be a strong commitment to a player that we see as a long-term player for us, an important part of our future. So it'll be still very, very strong contract position that'll be proposed.
He's an Adelaide boy. He put off the discussions until the end of the year, which is never a good sign.
No, he didn't do that.
Okay.
No, he didn't put it off to the end of the year. His indication to us was that he wanted to get the first part of the year going, get into some good form, and see where things were heading with the 2 rucks in the team, and then pick up the discussions.
And so the confidence levels for you at this stage?
Yeah, I'm confident. Yeah, Sammy has always been very much an Essendon person, very grateful for the opportunity the club's provided, and I think he enjoys his footy and living in Melbourne.
Just on your list construction, so the way you got to put it together, Brad Scott's spoken a lot about, since he's taken over, we've been going to the draft, and I know you've got an extra first-round pick this year. Does the list build? Would it make sense if you were to trade those picks out if, say, a certain player was available?
It depends on the demographic and the quality of the player or players. So we've got the 2 firsts and 2 seconds this year. And, it's been talked about, we've made 20 list changes over the last 2 years. So if it's in the right age profile and the right area of quality in the positions that are of need to our football club, we'd look at all options.
Does Harley Reid fit that demographic?
Harley's a wonderful player. He's contracted, obviously, for another year at West Coast Eagles. I've said before, we're probably one of 16, 17 clubs who would love to have Harley Reid in their team.
Craig Volzo with us, the Essendon Chief Executive on ABC Sport.
Craig, you spoke of some of the young players coming through the VFL. I'm just interested in the development and the placement of young Nick Cox and Louis Hayes, Elijah Sardis. Whereabouts are they in their development? Are they close? Are they a chance to play some footy this year?
Yep. So Louis Hayes is really close. I know match committee he started in the early pre-season games, both games, and he made a really good impression. His form's been strong, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets an opportunity, particularly with where our ruck situation is, and perhaps certain machinations that may occur that create an opportunity there. Coxie's had concussion, which has been a long-term injury. He contracted that through the pre-season and had some ongoing symptoms. So we treated that really conservatively, got him back to a good spot, then he did his calf. So he should be back in a week or 2.
So he's over the concussion stuff?
He's over the concussion, yeah. So that he's been cleared, and I'd be confident in all going well to see him back in the next fortnight through the 2s. And Elijah had a hand injury, which he was in the team, and he's gone out, and Will Setterfield and Dylan Shield have taken that opportunity. But his form last week, he had 30 plus, was one of our better players in a good win against Port Melbourne, so he wouldn't be far away from selection either.
In Gather Round, you created a bit of history as a footy club. You became the first Essendon team ever to run onto the park not wearing the famous red sash. You had a members' vote last year to bring in a clash strip, and to their credit, the members voted for it. I'm an Essendon person, and yet I'm not a fan of this whatsoever. But you've got a new clash jumper that's got the black sash rather than the red sash. So it's the first time ever that, in some way, shape or form, the Bombers haven't worn a red sash onto the field. Did you get any feedback from your supporters about that?
Well, 2 things going into it. I was, like you, a bit wary of the decision. So, firstly, we checked our constitution to make sure we weren't breaching any bylaw or whatever it might be, and then we got input on 3 designs from our members. So I've got to be honest, we've had nothing but positive feedback.
Not you, Corb.
Not me. I'm not one of us. But that's all right.
Come on, mate.
Corb's not happy, but they've been selling well through the shop.
I can imagine they will. I get that it's a clean look. It's like the Richmond thing. You just invert it and flip it around. But I'd much rather the grey or some kind of
the grey
or whatever it is. Give me any other option. Keep the red sash.
Can I ask you, 8 years as the footy boss over in the West, the West Coast Eagles, you were there, oversaw the 2018 Premiership, such a powerhouse of a club, not just in Perth but in this national competition. Have you been shocked by what you've seen and the unravelling of this once great club?
I've been surprised, but we all have our turn in the sun, and then we have our turn in a hard time. I got there in 2010 when we finished bottom, so we bottomed out. We had a bad period of I think it was 3 years out of the finals, and finished with our first wooden spoon. So from there it was a build. So I've seen it before. Don's a very good man. Don Pike, John Worsfold's back. I'm confident the club will build over time. Was I surprised? I was very surprised when we were 5 goals down in the second quarter last week.
Yeah.
So anything can happen on any given day. Yeah. So it's never as bad and never as good. and I'm sure they'll build.
So you saw the club go from wooden spooners to premiers.
Yep.
What is the one thing that you need, the one ingredient, and you oversaw it all, that gets you there?
It's not one thing, but high-end talent helps. That's for sure.
High-end
good
talent.
Players make good coaches and administrators. So talent's obviously critical, but
so they have to do everything in their power to hold on to Harley Reid.
I would think so. He's a wonderful talent, but no, for me, it's a combination of things. You can't get the results on field till you've got it right off field, and that club's always been very strong with its off field.
Craig Vozzo, the Chief Executive of the Essendon Football Club. Appreciate you stopping by, and you know I mean this. Good luck today and for the rest of the year.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Craig Vozzo, the Chief Executive of the Bombers, with us on ABC Sport, and ahead of the biggest home and away game of the year, of course, with the Pies at the MCG. Coming up, the teams are in. There is no late change. The subs, Lockie Sullivan, who grew up an Essendon fan, comes from a Bombers family. He's playing against his old team for the first time today as the sub for Collingwood. And Jai Menzies, the Tasmanian, is going to be the
Kicked
sub.
4 a couple of weeks ago, and now he's a sub.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. What about, I reckon we did that game, Corby, when Lockie Sullivan made his debut last year. He started as a sub, but this is an awesome story. The number 33 for the Pies today, overlooked in 8 or 9 drafts. Spent 6 years trying to get a crack. He had a crack last year. He played 10 games for the 2 goals. His first ever kick in the AFL was a goal to the punt road end in a blockbuster. It was Carlton and Collingwood from memory last year. And then at the end of the year, they didn't know whether they'd recontract him. He was in limbo lids for a little bit and back in this side, and he's going to be the sub again today. So he'll relive the memories from that amazing debut. He's gone from on the tools to playing in Anzac Day today. It's an incredible story.
Awesome. He's one of 6 Collingwood players that gets to enjoy this occasion for the first time. There are 5 for the Bombers that will experience their first Anzac Day blockbuster. The rain is falling as the motorcade is starting, so unfortunately the ponchos are out. We haven't had a whole lot of rain, have we, Lids? It's been pretty dry.
Been dry as chips, mate.
Yep, and pretty warm, so good news for our farmers, but it is going to be a damp occasion here at the MCG today with 25 mils of rain forecast. I don't often get one past Craig Vozzo. He's a very sharp man. He certainly runs rings around me. But
I don't think he would have thought that far ahead, to be honest.
I did stump him on the fixture for next year, so I've got a little background on this. So the last time that April 25 fell on a Saturday was 2020.
Oh, yeah, COVID.
It's COVID.
Yeah.
So there was obviously no footy during that particular period. The time before that was 2015. Essendon and Collingwood was played at 2:40 in the afternoon, so it was played a little bit earlier. And they're trying to push some more games, obviously, in later in the day. The Saints played Carlton in Wellington at 11 a.m. So that basically, again, is for the time difference. Obviously, respectful of the Anzac observance is in the morning. There's usually no footy before 12 o'clock, but given the time zone in New Zealand, they had the game on that occasion at 11. And I've just lost the other half of the sheet here that had the rest of it on there. And then the Giants played the Suns at 5:40 Eastern time, so with 2 normal Saturday night matches thereafter. So the Giants played the Suns a little later in the day. So
has to be standalone. Has to be.
On the Saturday.
Needs its own clear space.
Yep.
You can have a game after, but
it's not standalone today. Oh, you'll meet the game after.
No, but the game after is fine.
Freo later
you
today.
couldn't possibly have an overlap.
No.
I think. That's disrespectful, to be honest.
Yeah, it is.
Yep, I think hopefully they'll work their way through it as to whether they bring it forward slightly like they did on that occasion.
Yeah, I don't think the time really matters that much, like whether it's 3:20 or 2:30 or whatever. I don't think that really matters, does it?
I think 2:30.
Go back to 2:10. That's when we used to start every other game.
Yep. I think the other thing, given the march in the city and everything else, you don't want to sort of creep too much into that. So 2:40 feels like a nice balance, and you can play a couple of games later in the day, including obviously what we'll get today, Fremantle's match against Adelaide. The Dockers have been had a close relationship with the Anzac Appeal in WA. They've played that fixture since 1996 in and around Anzac Day. It's been the Len Hall tribute game, so the Dockers always play at home and the Eagles always play away during that particular weekend. I think there's only been one derby for the Anzac, the Len Hall game over in Perth, so often they split their road schedules amongst one another. Collingwood and Essendon is coming up here at the MCG. Of course, you'll hear it all afternoon on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, who is very much a war historian himself, he takes a lot of pride in our military past, and he's obviously educated a lot of his players throughout his coaching career, particularly on this day, and we're so lucky to have him in the box with us. We'll hear from Mick coming up shortly. He'll be calling the game in the second row alongside Brett Delidio, Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood, and Tim Hodges on the boundary throughout the afternoon. Just repeating, there's no late change. Lockie Sullivan, the sub for the Pies, and Jai Menzies for the Bombers.
Hello, Patrick Stack here. Do you like sport and good conversation? Then we've got a great podcast for you. One cracking story, in depth, every day, in under 15 minutes. It's called ABC Sport Daily, and you can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
You're listening to Anzac Day Football on ABC Sport. Welcome to the MCG for Collingwood versus Essendon.
Right, let's Rick from right on 50. He's a big occasion player, and doesn't he love 100,000 at the MCG?
Anzac Day Footy.
Stolen by McStay, head pass to Bobby Hill. Bobby to put the finishing touches on it.
AFL.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And the ABC Listen app.
It's been 30 years of these games, Collingwood and Essendon on Anzac Day, since Kevin Sheedy's brainchild came to life. The first one and the last one was a draw. Who's going to win the next one? And he's on deck this afternoon. The Magpies and the Bombers on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Brett Delidio and Mick Malthouse, our analysts, and Tim Hodges on the boundary. There is no late change. Lockie Sullivan is the sub for the Pies, and for the Bombers it is Jai Menzies. There is light rain falling. The motorcade of our veterans making their way around the MCG ongoing at the moment. The ponchos are on. It's going to be a wet Anzac Day this year with 25 millimetres of rain expected. I'm very pleased to say we're joined by a man who spent 13 years in the military. He is now the RSL Active Program Officer. His name is Jacob Gossage, and he joins us in the box. Jacob, appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for your service as well, on behalf of all Australians, I'm sure, on a day like this. It feels like we ask everyone that comes through sort of what Anzac Day means to them, and everyone gives us a similar answer but also slightly different. Same question, what is Anzac Day to you when you think about this day on the calendar?
I think it's about reflection to me, with the mates you served, both men and women, going overseas, but also domestically, what we've been able to achieve within Australia, I guess, with natural disasters and things like that. But it's also a moment of pride. You stand there, especially at the Shrine this morning. I was down at Sorrento for the dawn service, and just those people wearing their medals with pride on their chest, both right and left chest. It was just fantastic to see everyone get out there, and I guess the young people coming through, the children, the daughters, the sons of those veterans as well.
13 years in the military, deployment in the Middle East on 3 different conflicts. Can you give our listeners an insight into your military history and what your involvement was in the Defence Force?
Yeah, so like you said, I served 13 years. Did 3 deployments overseas. I was in the intelligence service part, I guess you could call it. And that was basically concentrating on things like weaponeering, targeting, surveillance, those sorts of things. And so basically, yeah, I did that overseas as well as domestically. So doing anti-piracy as well, which was quite an enjoyable job actually overseas. And I guess throughout that time, I made my way up to sergeant, became an instructor, taught on the basic intelligence courses there, and then decided after 13 years I'd had enough and decided to go for the next step in my life.
So what does that look like for a lot of our Defence Force personnel? I imagine that could vary for a lot of people, the transition back into civilian life after spending more than a decade in the Defence Force.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. I went from one uniform from school straight into the next uniform pretty much, so I didn't know anything different. Adulthood, I didn't even have a Medicare card at the time when I got out, so it was a huge step and a huge difference. So it's one of those things that you don't realise when that door shuts. It's shut forever. So it was quite a daunting kind of process, and one I'm glad I did at the time. But again, it was something that you reflect on, and you're proud of everything that you've achieved, I guess. So yeah, it was just, I guess, one of those times when you get out and you try to find something different and something that you're interested in.
And I mentioned your title off the top, so what are you doing now as the official title there as the RSL Active Program Officer?
Yeah, so it's a free activity-based service for veterans, their families and first responders. And basically what we're trying to achieve is getting our veterans and their family members and first responders, as I said, out into the open. So it's through mental health, physical health and their social connections within their community. So what I was speaking about earlier, you get out and you kind of, that door is closed. We're trying to open up that next door for them. So having that social connections, they can go to events that are for like-minded, like-experienced people. They don't feel like they're going to get judged when they rock up to an event. And it can be anything from walking groups all the way through to archery, kayak paddling. So, coming to the footy, we've been very humbled by Collingwood and Essendon giving us tickets over the last couple of years to particular games. So it's trying to get them just out of the house. And it's not just for our veterans, but it's for their family members as well. Family members, I don't think they get enough of a rap about what Anzac Day is to them as well. So their wife, their husband, their mum, their dad, they've gone off for 6 to 8 months overseas, and they've got to keep the family together. So it's just as important that the family members are involved in RSL Active.
Jacob, we've just seen the end of the motorcade of veterans. There was standing applause, everyone in their ponchos. The light cloud and the lights are on here at the MCG, light rain falling, and Pete Murray's now just making his way up to the stage. And I had a look at the giant screen and we saw Craig McRae addressing the Collingwood players in that Collingwood AFL team. Little birdie told me you were involved in the Collingwood wheelchair team, is that right?
Not the Collingwood wheelchair team, but we have, I head coach the RSL Active team.
Ah, yes, right.
Yeah. So we have our own team in the AFL Open, which is a yearly event. So for the wheelchair AFL and for basically the states to get together, and we've got 2 or 3 players who play for the Collingwood VFL team as well. So they were very successful last season. One of them, Sam Moraldo, did a talk to the Collingwood players this afternoon, which was just fantastic to see him out and about. Yeah.
He's a former Navy member. He's presenting the match balls, I understand, as well, Sam, later today.
Is he?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Got a little bit of involvement. He's already spoken to our team on ABC Sports. There's a little socials video going up as well, so look forward to hearing more from him as the afternoon
got a haircut for the radio today, I noticed, as well. So.
You or him, or both of you? You're okay, here's what my little Betty tells me. You're a mad West Coast fan.
Yeah, I'll try to keep that pretty quiet.
Good luck with that.
I've been a mad supporter since basically since I was born. So I was lucky enough. My uncle was in the media, or is still in the media, and he used to be able to get me into the West Coast change rooms and carry Peter Matera's bag into the rooms, and that's always stuck with me as one of the highlights of my life. So it was just a fantastic experience, and hopefully the boys can kind of turn the season around a little bit. They had a great opportunity last week and they played well. So
tell us about these 7 medals that you've got draping. I mean, that must be so heavy on the suit jacket in the top pocket there. They're very shiny.
Yeah, they're well, obviously they have pride of place, obviously over the left side of my chest. So basically these are anything from the AASM, so your Australian Active Service Medal, the Afghan Campaign Medal. There's 2 operational service medals. That one is for border protection. That one's for Middle East operations. And then I've got some natural disaster medal there, the Australian Defence Medal, and the ISAF NATO medal. So basically your boots on the ground in Afghanistan.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
How did you go following the footy when you were abroad on deployment? I imagine there would be a lot of your colleagues over there that would be keeping up with the footy, even though they're away from home. And it's amazing. You speak to a lot of former Defence Force members, and it doesn't matter where they are in the world, they manage to keep across what's going on back at home.
Yeah, I mean, the Australian Defence Force do a fantastic job in making sure that we get our sport overseas. Unfortunately, 2016, I was overseas to watch the Dogs and the West Coast Eagles play, and that was an absolute disaster. But it's fantastic to kind of go into the tents that they set up. They're air-conditioned tents as well, which is fantastic. To just go in there, and it's honestly like you're back home. All these Aussies sitting around watching the game. You don't realise where you are until you step back outside that tent. So the sport overseas is just such a pleasure to have. It's one of those pleasures that you don't realise that you have until you don't have it. So
Jacob Gossage with us, who spent 13 years in the military and is now the RSL Active Program Officer on ABC Sport as we count down to the bounce of the ball today, the 30th blockbuster between Collingwood and Essendon on Anzac Day, a day which is clearly much bigger than football. What can we do better, do you think, as members of the media, and particularly like we work in footy, for example, and I feel like this game's done a great job for 30 years at being able to educate the footy fans out there about what the day means, and I feel like the game's never really lost its place on this day. But as someone who's been there and done it, like, what do you look at when you see us and the way that we cover the day and the whole event?
I think from a media perspective, I think you guys do an absolutely tremendous job. It's fantastic to see how many people get on board. I mean, the Anzac Day game is sold out consistently, the Anzac medal and everything like that. I think just it's one day of the year that our veterans are thanked for their service. I don't mean it needs to be a weekly thing or anything, but our veterans and their family members, they go home after this and they have to get back into their uniform or back into their work clothes the next day and try to support their families again. And I think it's something that RSL Victoria and RSL Active are trying to achieve, is knowing that we can help them out in any way, shape or form as possible. So I think that's one of the things that not media, but just us as Australians can probably do better, is that there's Anzac Day and Remembrance Day, and every other day we can care more about our veterans.
Absolutely. I've been lucky enough to attend a lot of sport in the USA, and it feels like sort of whatever game you go to, there's a former veteran that it has a light shone on them at every single game. It makes me emotional hearing you talk about the families in particular and everybody that's connected to the person that goes away and is part of the Defence Force. I imagine today must be just a range of emotions, from one that's incredibly uniting, and it feels like we've lost that a lot on the Australian calendar. There are very few days that bring us all together, and it feels like this is one of them, that it's nice to know what it feels like when we're all on the same team, rather than whatever politics or is sort of roiling the country at any one particular time. But I imagine the range of emotions that you go through as a returned serviceman on this day must be extreme, and the people that are so closely connected to it.
Yeah, it's more heartwarming than anything else. It's very moving. I mean, I got to spend my dawn service this morning with my little 5-month-old and my wife Natalie, and like to see the pride on their faces when you're at those. Well, obviously not my 5-month-old just yet, but to see that pride on my wife's face, and with things that I've been able to achieve and things like that. I think it's more like a sense of achievement, and having that pride, as I spoke about earlier, that kind of gives you those good feelings that you want to continue on, I guess, and help those others like the RSL Active that I was speaking about earlier.
Jacob, really appreciate you dropping by for a chat. Thank you again for your service today and every other day as well. We really appreciate you dropping by, and enjoy the footy this afternoon.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
Nick Moldhouse as well, as a West Coast Eagles man. He's about to come in and join us, so hopefully you get the chance to have a chat to Nick when he rolls up in a few moments' time. Jacob Gossage with us, a 13-year veteran in the military, and now, of course, the RSL Active Program Officer with us on ABC Sport. We're counting down to the bounce of the ball between Collingwood and Essendon. Just repeating, there are no late changes. The two subs, Lockie Sullivan for Collingwood and John Menzies for the Bombers. Let's go straight inside the Collingwood camp. Tim Hodges is downstairs. Hodgie.
Corbin, we love the access the Magpies give us. It's so good to have Harry Perryman so close to running out. I mean, this is a bucket list item for you, Harry, a lifelong Magpie supporter, your first year at the club, and now you're playing on the biggest home and away stage of the year.
Yeah, it's pretty special, to be honest. Growing up a Mag Collingwood supporter when I was younger, it's going to be pretty special today to pull on the black and white and run out in front of a big crowd on such a special day. So, I'm very much looking forward to it.
So a lifelong Magpies fan, but you never actually have come to an Anzac game. This is your first one live?
Yeah, first one, because we grew up back on the farm, which is a fair drive to the MCG, so we'd never really made the trip down, but always wanted to. Growing up as a kid, we'd always watch it on TV with the brothers and, try and imagine yourself out there one day. So it's pretty cool to be out here and hopefully get the 4 points.
So late last year when you were wrestling about leaving and where you might end up next year, were you thinking like Collingwood, I would love to play for the club, obviously, but I would love to play on a stage like Anzac Day at the MCG?
Yeah, it certainly does cross your mind. Obviously, me growing up a Collingwood supporter, when the Pies came chasing, it was one of those things, the more I thought about it, the more I'd be mad if I didn't take up that opportunity. And, certainly have no regrets, that's for sure.
It's not far from running out. Are you nervous? Like, is it an extra edge? Does it feel almost like a grand final day, which you've been a part of before?
Yeah, a little bit. There's definitely a bigger build-up. Very special occasion to play on this day. And you kind of you do get a little bit more nervous, but it's always good when the nerves come. It means such a special day, and I'm sure a few of the other boys are pretty nervous as well.
It's an amazing day, but it's also an amazing occasion. Like, how are you anticipating the Anzac service is going to be when you're out there? 100,000 people here, you won't be able to hear a thing. Like, it'll just be a pretty special thing in your footy career.
Yeah, definitely. It's all the boys talk about it being a very special occasion, and when that last post is paid and the silence that's through the MCG is something pretty special, they reckon. So I'll definitely be soaking it all in and definitely try and remember as much as I can.
I thought you'd be more nervous. Like, when does it build for you when you run out? And there's a joint banner today, but when does it sort of hit you?
Probably when I start walking out, I reckon. Through the banner, you get a little bit nervous, but you kind of get used to it a bit now. Once the ball's bounced, it sounds boring, but it is another game of footy. You've got goalposts at each end, and it's just another game, really.
I'll just ask one on footy. 5 straight wins. Like, it must be a pretty good vibe at the club right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Everyone's been pretty up and about. Even after that first loss to GWS, the boys were very composed. We knew where we went wrong, and just a couple of easy fixes, and we tidied that up. And but look, it's a long season, so we've got to just keep knuckling down and getting a few more wins.
Are you still pinching yourself when you get to come off the ground and sing the song you've been singing since you were a young fella?
Yeah, definitely. It probably still hasn't really sunk in yet, to be honest. But yeah, I'm just lapping it up and enjoying every moment, that's for sure.
Beauty, thanks so much. We appreciate it joining us so close to the bounce. All the best.
Too easy, cheers.
There you go, Corbin. The Magpies always so good with us. So good to speak to Harry Perryman moments before they head out onto the ground for the biggest game of the year.
Great chat, Hodgie. Tim Hodges downstairs with Harry Perryman. And like Hodgie said, we are so lucky to get the access we do to the players on game day. Moments before they run out onto the field. So it is raining here at the MCG. We will have the Anzac observance ceremony, of course, before the opening bounce. The teams are about 5 minutes away. One of your former teammates, Lids, Harry Perryman.
Yeah, one of the greats. Yeah, just one of the most country kids you'll ever come across. But old school, just footballer. Not an athlete, but just a footballer. Great on both sides of the body. Hard as woodpecker lips, or as tough as woodpecker lips, I should say. Just put his head where you don't want to put it. But, super reliable. Great kid too.
Mick Malthouse coming up shortly. Just repeating, there's no late change. Jai Menzies the sub for the Bombers, and Lockie Sullivan is the sub for the Magpies.
It's got a bit of Zaharakis weather about it today, hasn't it? Yeah. 2009, I reckon it was, that famous Zaharakis goal. But the rain is now tumbling down, and the lights are on. Temperature's still hovering around. I think the max was meant to be about 24, Corbin. So, yep. And it's currently 21. So it's kind of a little sticky out there. The ponchos, everywhere you look, there's plenty of the white ponchos, and the Collingwood cheer squad set up from one end at the city end, and at the Punt Road end is the red and black cheer squad. Just reflecting on today and I guess what it means, and Mick Malthouse has got a few lunches that he needs to attend. I think he's the most in-demand man alongside Kevin Sheedy this week when it comes to this Anzac Day game. But I actually, Corbin, checked in with my family this morning, and I was a little surprised, but my 7-year-old nephew and my 8-year-old niece both woke up really early and they went along to the dawn services. One is in Adelaide and one's in Port Lincoln, and I actually just jotted down some of their thoughts because I thought it's about passing on these stories, isn't it? And just some of their insights were really interesting. But Lenny, who's only 7, he said, "It's what do we have Anzac Day for?" And he replied, "It's to remember the people who died in the Army and the Navy because they were brave and they saved Australia, and we respect them by being kind and nice. Then we do a minute's silence and we try really hard not to talk. and try to remember them.
That's great.
And what is your favourite part about Anzac Day so far? My favourite part was watching the horses walking with the army people at the MCG last night. And then 8-year-old Auburn went along with her dad early this morning in Port Lincoln. And she said, what did you want to go? I wanted to go to remember Dad's dad, who used to be in the Navy a long time ago. What did you like most about it? Getting up before the sun, having a hot chocolate to stay warm, and listening to the stories. Want to go again next year? Yes, because I loved being there with my dad. So today is all about lest we forget, and we should never forget the fallen in conflict who have kept us free and safe. And keeping that going through the generations, I just think it is so important for our past and our future. So that's just a little moment and an insight on the future as we're about to welcome the past with Mick Malthouse just walking into the commentary box.
I was lucky enough to head to the Shrine with Mick on Tuesday and have a little look around. So that was a great thrill for me. And Mick's obviously been there plenty of times in the past and taken his players through on various occasions. So we'll have a chat to Mick in a few moments' time about that. The teams are only moments away from making their way out. So what will happen? The teams will run out. They'll do their preliminary warm-up. And then after that, there will be the Anzac observance ceremony. So we'll bring that all to you right here on ABC Sport. Of course, one game played last night, Lids. We're already into round 7 of the AFL Premiership season. The Anzac Day Eve clash, 71,000 in the house. And in the end, it was a third quarter that decided the game.
Yeah, well, we spoke about it, didn't we, about the after the service and everything, and then the prolonged warm-up. And we'll know as to whether that'll come around again with the flat start. Well, the flat first half, we'll say that one should never happen again. Let's just have the bugle and the anthems and let's get straight into it, because it was... Yeah, apart from that third quarter from Melbourne, it was a pretty dreary old affair, wasn't it? I mean, a young side in Richmond and a struggling side in Melbourne, but it didn't reach any great heights until that third quarter. And, the last quarter was a bit ho-hum. It was more of us just getting the job done and looking after your older, more experienced players, I suppose, from a Melbourne point of view. But, yeah, I mean, it's more about the day and remembering what it was all about than it is the scoreline or what took place. I think so. Footy aside, it was still a great event and great to have so many people involved here last night.
The SMS 0437 774 774. What a nice person this bloke is that you're currently talking to. So very humble. Speaking about Jacob Gossage, who joined us moments ago after 13 years of service in the military. He was deployed to the Middle East on 3 different occasions and now works with the RSL as an active program officer to be able to get returned servicemen and women out of their homes back into community programs that are dealing with all sorts of trauma, obviously, coming back from deployment overseas. So awesome to be able to have a chat with Jacob, as it was Craig Vozzo from the Bombers, their chief executive, and, of course, Harry Perryman, who wears the number 12 out there today for Collingwood. All right, the time's just about arrived as the Essendon Football Club, who are the first team to leave their locker room, and they're going to be let out for the second time on Anzac Day by their skipper, Zach Merritt. He missed in 2023, his first year as captain. He was suspended. He got the chance to do it last year, and what a show he put on. He ended up winning the Anzac Day medal as the player adjudged best of field. The Bombers, in their jumper that we're used to seeing on Anzac Day, all in black with that red sash, the famous red sash made up by all the poppies, which forms the Essendon sash on this day. With the white shorts on, they're the first team out on the ground. 2 teams that certainly weren't spared from the tragedy of war during that particular time. Essendon had 20 players pass away in active service, 1 at the Boer War, 13 in the First World War, and 6 in the Second World War. And that includes Archibald Roberts. So we've got young Archie Roberts obviously out here as a rising star winner just a couple of weeks ago. He's not the first Archie Roberts to play for Essendon. The first one was a lad who played 12 games for the Bombers way back in 1937 in jumper number 18. He died as a prisoner of war. He endured 3 years as a POW. His illness eventually claimed his life 2 months before American liberation. He was one of 378 prisoners of war to die at Ambon Island. Coincidentally, the colour patch that his battalion had, red and black. The former bomber in Archie Roberts, lest we forget. It is Anzac Day at the MCG. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood. Brett Delidio's here. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. And I'm very pleased to welcome the coaching icon, the man who's coached more games in VFL AFL footy than anyone else, in Mick Malthouse, to the broadcast. Mick, it's so good to see you every day, but particularly on this day, which I know means so much to you.
It does, Corby. Thank you so very much, Kel, Brett, and all our listeners. It is absolutely special day. I've just come from the MCC. I was delighted to be invited along with Nat and myself. In the room there were people from government, the forces, the sporting. David Parkin was there, Eddie Maguire was there. And we're all there for one reason. We want to see a good game of football, but reality is, I've been asked this question time and time again, which one sticks in your mind most of all? I've coached at least 13 of these. I say at least because I'm not sure. I may have done one for West Coast. I don't remember the results. I honestly don't know win-loss. I've got no idea, but I do remember the occasion. I know why we do it, and I know why we ask our players. And the fundamental thing is, I always say, please never embarrass yourself on a day like this. It's not so much that there's going to be 100,000 people watching you. It's Anzac Day, and remember why we have Anzac Day. And it was my great delight when I first arrived at Collingwood to... I thought the players weren't overly knowledgeable in regard to that, and that's no reflection on the club, let me tell you. But we did a mock Anzac Day, which I took you over to the Shrine on Friday. I think it was Corby was thereabouts, Friday or Thursday. And no, sorry, it was Tuesday. Yeah, I'm thinking today's Saturday, today's Friday. And what we did, we spoke to the players about go back and find out about your ancestors. And I there's a book called Fallen. I've got a feeling it might be by Jim Main. And I just randomly took a page out of each one of those and threw them into the player group and said, right, you've got to read this because none of these boys have come home. They're your age. And as we looked at on the walls down there was a 38-year-old banker. There was a 22-year-old plumber. There was a 14-year-old kid. 14. And so, as I said in my play group, never, ever show you're injured. Just get up and just show your bravery because this is a day when people are going to watch you because of your bravery more so than your football skills. And I've never, ever thought there's no greater moment to be on MCG when that bugle was played and you can hear a pin drop, and that is self-regulated by the crowd, which is outstanding. I would love to think every club has a chance to do it. Collingwood and Essendon have got a mortgage on it at the moment, but let me say it is brilliant.
The Collingwood Football Club are out on the ground. They've got their bespoke jumper on as well, featuring a horseshoe, which is the story of a good luck memento that has been sent back from Malcolm Doc Seddon, who was serving over in France. It was made from a German bomb, along with the remnants of a German aircraft that was shot down by Australian soldiers at the Battle of the Somme in World War I. So this is back in 1917. The club won the premiership in his absence that year. He returned and played in the 1919 premiership for Collingwood, and the horseshoe still resides at the Collingwood Football Club, and it is on the jumper today, so you'll see that in the centre of the Collingwood jumper for those of you that are following along. You mentioned that the book, The Fallen, the over 250 VFL footballers that were killed in active service. One of them, Alan Cordner, who I'm sure you'll know his story as a former Collingwood footballer. He was one of 6 VFL footballers killed on this day 110 years ago, and the original landing on April 1915 at Gallipoli from Warrnambool. He was the first Collingwood player to enlist. 22 August 1914, played his last game for the club on that day, landed on the Gallipoli Peninsula at 8 a.m. on April 25, 1915, and was last seen by a sergeant major about noon, who simply said, we last saw him charging over some hills, and that was the last they saw of him.
Yeah. Well, it just tells you a lot about the bravery. It tells you a lot about the fact that we those numbers that you said, Corby, were VFL. You can imagine it was South Australia, Tasmania, there was Western Australians, there was people right throughout the Commonwealth. Perhaps the game that I remember a heck of a lot about, not necessarily the result, was Carlton St Kilda at Wellington. And what it did, we went to the dawn service, they went to the game, and the New Zealand flag was there. And sometimes you forget that Anzac has got NZ on it. And it made me more appreciative of the fact of the union between our two great countries and the camaraderie. I know we have some bitter sporting events that go against one another and the big brother, little brother thing, but those boys fought together so very well, and I'll never forget reading about it.
And this is the spirit of the day as Zach Merritt and Nick Dacos, the two captains for the day, come together and shake hands. And they'll run through a joint banner that reads, always remembered, and has the 30 names of the players killed in active service to have represented both the Essendon and Collingwood football clubs. So the two teams break through the banner together. The Bombers head down towards the Punt Road end, and the Magpies towards the city end of the ground. There's no late change. Lockie Sullivan, the sub for Collingwood, and John Menzies for Essendon.
Just a nice little moment as they ran through together. It was Jade Gresham and Tim Membry coming together, the former St Kilda teammates, and a real big hug before they burst through. So, of course, Membry be playing his first Anzac Day clash, but the former Saints teammates coming together, and a sign of mateship on this day.
1 of 6 for Collingwood playing in his first Anzac Day game, 5 for the Bombers. The preliminary warm-ups, the preview of the game with Lids and Mick coming up, and then the Anzac observance ceremony next.
The Roar told the story.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Play ABC AFL.
ABC Sport, your home for footy.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to Anzac Day football. Collingwood versus Essendon, live from the MCG.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The 30th edition of the Anzac Day blockbuster between Collingwood and Essendon from a wet MCG, 25 mils of rain expected. It is a day that never disappoints. It is much bigger than football, but for 30 years these two clubs have helped footy fans and the broader population tell the stories of our Anzacs, our fallen soldiers, and of course the returned servicemen and women as well across multiple generations, and those that are still serving. It is as a respected day that we have on the Australian calendar, and one, to be honest, it's nice to feel what it's like when we're all pulling in the same direction despite what is going on elsewhere in the world and often dominating the conversation across the global landscape. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Kelly Underwood's here to call the footy with me. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. The coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, the man who's led Collingwood on this day on over 10 occasions. He thinks 13. 13 times you've coached on this day.
12 Collingwood, I'm sure.
12 Collingwood.
Certainly one Carlton, which was in But I just have a sneaking suspicion well before that at West Coast Anzac Day may have fallen when we honoured it, respected it, but we may have had a game. I can just remember being at Waverley against Hawthorn, and I said to my team manager, get every second light out, make this as dim as you can so it resembles a trench, and I'm just going to talk about the Anzacs. I can't remember the result of the game. In fact, I think we may have won the game, but nonetheless, it dawned on us then what. And it's nothing compared to what those guys went through in the Gallipoli or the Western Front. But nonetheless, it made our players aware that the components that impressed most were teamwork, loyalty, comradeship, looking after your mate, just not letting each other down, and sacrifice. Now, we can only do so much of that as footballers, but I just admire those. Anyone who served, I just admire them so much.
Mick Malthouse with us on ABC Sport, of course, the coaching icon and the Richmond champion. Brett Delidio for the full game call. There's no late change. Lockie Sullivan is the sub for Collingwood, and for Essendon, it is John Menzies. It's an interesting game where you've got one team coming on off a 5-game winning streak in Collingwood. They sit on the top of the table, and the Bombers have won 3 in a row. So you'd think, well, it's a promoter's dream, and yet it feels like a lot of the storyline leading in is, can Essendon keep up?
Yeah,
I agree. Well, I bet their injuries have probably hurt them a little bit, but
have hurt them a lot.
Bringing in a 37-year-old ruckman, he's going to toil, isn't he? He's going to give him.
Draper is so enthusiastic. He just brings people into the game. Goldstein is a player. If you haven't got respect for him, look out, because he'll work until he drops, and he won't drop until the end of the game. Let me tell you, because he's one of those blokes. But 2-metre Peter out there as well. I reckon that's the bonus. On a day like this, where you probably only need one big forward, if it rains, I mean, the Weather Bureau overpaid and underperformed, so we don't get what we normally get. What we want. I'm just savage that we've got a drought in the west of Victoria. So
that's not the Bureau's fault, though.
I know that, but they keep telling us it's going to rain there. It doesn't. So what, they connect to the ABC, Corby?
No, that's
another government department.
I'm not defending them on that.
No, I understand it. No, I suspect that Collingwood's class is going to be too much.
Too much.
And everyone says, oh, wet weather will bring it back. No, that's when good players stand out in the wet weather.
Yeah, good players are
They've
still
got good hands.
players in the wet. Yeah,
Good hands.
That was something that Dad always used to drill into me as well, because I've got a question for you on Nick Dacos, and everyone's talking about him, right? And I've heard a number of people say he's untaggable. Do you, one, agree with that? And two, who's the person to actually go to him and try and stop him today?
No one is untaggable for a start off.
I tend to agree.
And secondly, if you want to stand, I'm amazed at why people don't get that tagging can be done in different ways. One is, at every stoppage, now I know he goes left and right, so there's the bonus that he's got compared to a lot of really good players that are predominantly left or right. He goes left or right. However, you've got to get someone leaning in on him, but the tagger nets him. So in other words, the tagger actually faces him from 4 or 5 metres, not 1 metre, because let him do his pace. But then you're actually shuffling across to a position that he's going to take, because you know he's going to be a 1-2 player. He gets it, gives it, and gets it back. You knock over the second one, the play with the football. I'm not suggesting physically knock him over. What I'm saying is that you move with him, so therefore he's now no longer in that free air to take the second possession. I think it's quite. I'll say this. It's damning on. I'm not going to say the senior coach, but it's damning on coaches that haven't analysed it enough to work out that the second give, or first give, and the second
damage.
Is the damage kick.
Yeah.
It's not the first one.
Beck Madden is going to be the MC for the Anzac observance ceremony, which is about to commence. The Magpies lining up closest to us on the northern side, and the Bombers now arm in arm on the southern side.
On Anzac Day, and all those who followed them in service of Australia.
Cut a flight party! Line to the right! Slow! Fly party! Halt! Cutterfly party! Outwards! Turn! Cutterfly party! Rest on!
The Australian Football League, Essendon and Collingwood football clubs and the MCC invite you to join the coaches, players and umpires in honouring the memory of Australia's servicemen and women who gave their lives for the nation. Please now welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr. to welcome us to country.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered this afternoon. But I'd also like to acknowledge the women and men that have served this country and pay my deepest respects to them. Wominjeka welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yimakundi Big. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no Buddenball War, Kondi Ning Nuk Dubban and Big Bullock Bor Chilikan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Bor Bor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and all the Wonwong language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wominjeka, enjoy the game. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Colin. Our thoughts too are with those currently deployed. If you are able, please rise and remove your hats for the Anzac observance. We welcome today the President of the Victorian Returned and Services League, Dr. Robert Webster, OAM.
In memory of the fallen and those who have since passed on. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
Collingwood Party, attention! Collingwood Party, present! Up! Collingwood Party, attention!
Lest we forget.
Please remain standing for the New Zealand National Anthem to be performed today by Private Hetty Adams from the New Zealand Army Band.
Collingwood Party, General Salute, present! Up!
God
And please, ladies and gentlemen, please keep standing for the Australian National Anthem to be performed today by able seaman Laura Kendall from the Royal Australian Navy Band.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is the twice sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia
I say it every year on Anzac Day, this MCG, the ground is so grand and the scale of it is enormous. And to think that there's over 100,000 seats, and yet if you assigned a seat to every single Australian that was killed in active service, there would not be enough seats in the ground for them. Just to try and put that into some kind of context as to how big that attendance is and how big the number is as well, for that matter. The two teams have broken away here. I'm not sure the official ceremony has actually concluded, as the guys, firstly the Essendon team departed, and then Collingwood likewise, as the last of the Cataflark party make their way off the MCG to the beat of the drums and the national anthem. Obviously, the end of that, the two teams running to their respective ends of the ground as the Collingwood Magpies meet a few of the servicemen and women now at the goals at the Ponsford stand end of the ground. And the Bombers at the punt road end, of course, the pictures of Brad Scott during all that. His father, Colin, was a Vietnam veteran who passed away at just 41 years of age. And it's always an incredibly moving day at the MCG.
And then the opposing coach, Craig McRae, he was so fired up as he broke from his players. It was almost like he was celebrating a goal call, but I had my binoculars right on him and he was going with both fists to the crowd. He was cheering, and then he sort of did a Rafael Nadal-like burst, as if he's about to burst down into the forward pocket and take his place in this lineup. I've never seen a coach so absolutely energised and demonstrative before the start of a game.
The six guys experiencing this for the first time for Collingwood: Dan Houston, Dan McStay. So it's only his 26th game for Collingwood, his third year at the club. He's never played in one of these games. Harry Perryman, his first year there. Likewise, Tim Membry, Lockie Sullivan's the sub, and Ned Long. Meanwhile, for Essendon, Isaac Kako, Archie Roberts, Jackson Pryor, Nate Caddy, and Zach Reid, the five that are here for the first time today. Tim Hodges is in the front row of the grandstand for us as the captains meet in the middle of the MCG on the most respected day on the Australian calendar. Hodgie, good afternoon to you.
Hello, Corbin. Hello, team. What a privilege it is to be here today. And it looks like Nick Dacos. How is that roar? Nick Dacos on debut as Collingwood captain wins the toss. The Magpies will kick to the punt road end. That's the left of screen if you're at home watching on the telly, listening to us. There is no breeze to speak of. Just an amazing crowd, an amazing atmosphere, a phenomenal occasion. The MCC expecting 92,500 people today. Honestly, there are no gaps in the crowd anywhere. I think we might even get closer to 95,000. It is heaving, this place. Maybe the weather and the rain has caught a few out or decided against coming, but gee whiz, it is some sort of turnout. The weather is the big talking point. A whole heap of rain on its way. It was driving rain throughout that Anzac service. I'm told 5 p.m. this afternoon it will be at its heaviest, so that will be late in the third term. I have been told as well that there's a little bit of lightning in that weather band coming our way, so we could be in for a seriously wild old afternoon at the MCG. Just repeating, no late changes. The subs for Collingwood, Lockie Sullivan; for the Bombers, Jai Menzies. We shouldn't get lost on us what a treat it is to be here today at the MCG. Good calling up in the box, guys. I hope this is some sort of day at the footy.
Thanks, Hodgie. The teams take their positions. It is Collingwood and Essendon, all here on ABC Sport. It is a game that never disappoints on a day that is much bigger than football. For the 30th time, Collingwood versus Essendon. The Anzac Day blockbuster on ABC Sport. Here's Kelly Underwood.
And Goldstein in his first game since round 19 last year. It was a throw up in the middle and the umpires pinged a free kick already. And it's going the way of Collingwood, one of the Anzac medalists that is out there today. One of a handful, and it's still side bottom. He drives it inside 50. And right out in front, dropping a mark was Membry. There's some nerves there in his first. Quick little handball out to De Goey on the outside of his boot. And straight through the hands it was of McStay, and eventually dribbles over the boundary line. So a toss in, a throw in, punt road end to get us started.
Dacos starting at half forward. No real set match-up from here. What I'm seeing, Mick, Redmond started on him, but free early.
Yep, Redmond's gone to him now. So deep inside 50 here for the Pies. Goldstein gets it down, and then he gets over it on all fours, squeezes out the side. Here is Dacos. First touch, slides in. He slaps it along the ground. It's a wet footy already to win. Shield gets it out of the danger zone. Only is back as far as Frampton. Off to Maynard. High ball, 2-on-2. No one can take it. Slips through the hands of Pryor. Putting his body on the line there was Redmond. Umpires puts the whistle away, and he says, in fact, it'll be a ball up. So a ball up. 30 metres out from the Pies goal to start this Anzac Day match.
Yeah, Collingwood have got the play behind the ball, set up beautifully in case there's a long ball out of this congestion.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Pies. Cameron got it out to Pendlebury. Was he clipped high? Says no. Handball over the top to De Goey, trying to run onto it. He's got it, De Goey. Hooks a kick goalward. He's missed everything.
Push. Right in the middle of the back push. So that's why it went out of bounds on the full, but surely.
Could have been a couple there.
Yeah.
Pendlebury take it high. Free kick for the Bombers. Still no score in the game. A couple of minutes in as Merritt sends the kick to half back. It's a turnover, and Cameron, well set up, takes the intercept mark.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of long kicking, I reckon, today because of this weather. And the players in the best position are going to score on this.
Maynard short to Nick Dacos, the new Collingwood skipper. What a start that is! The new little master, Nick Dacos, with the first goal in the biggest game of the home and away season. There's only 3 men younger to have captained Collingwood, all of them team of the century members, Len Thompson, Dick Lee and Murray Wiedemann. And now Nick Dacos kicks the opener, 2.5 minutes in. The Pies won straight, Essendon yet to score.
Well, Brett, I'm simply amazed. The best player in the competition at the moment
has 30 metres of space.
Has got no one around him. Has got absolutely no one around him. It's quite diabolical. If he's a half forward, the half back should have been on him. If he's on ball and he's drifted half, then at least a mid has got to acknowledge that this player is the best player playing today.
Yeah.
And he's not going to muck around at something out 50. He's going to knock it over every day of the week.
Ball thrown up in the air again. This time Darcy Cameron beats Goldstein. Pendlebury tried the handball for De Goey. Goldstein gets involved. Off to Durham on the left boot. Just goes straight down, and the leap there was Maynard. Bounced off his chest. Ricochets off the shin of side bottom. Flicking it out was Josh Dacos. Crisp getting involved. All hands. Maynard caught. Gone, umpire. No, play on. Must have been disposal was correct. To De Goey, to the wing. Floating across in front. Unable to take it was Mackay. To Shield, all by hand. Langford, Durham slipped through his hands. Hobbs is there to retrieve it. Back to Langford. Into the centre of the ground they go. Goldstein. Shield dashes through a couple and then grubbers the kick only as far as Houston. And he can repel to the wing to McCreery for the Pies.
McCreery marks, plays on immediately, heads down to half forward. Short kick to De Goey. He's got it. 55 out, marks uncontested. De Goey uncertain. Chips it short, got it to Membry. Wasn't the intended target. Past Myercheck, and Membry marks inside 50 anyway.
Yeah, great. Dylan Shield, though. What?
Yeah, there's a mistake, wasn't it?
Well, it's a shocking kick in these conditions.
Got to get it long, don't you?
Everything, territory. All the ball's got to be in. Keep it in your front 50 in the wet, because there will be errors. It's going to come out a few times, but you've got to capitalise. And he just put that ball straight down Collingwood's throat. Shocker.
Tim Membry A deep breath in his first Anzac Day game, obviously his first year at Collingwood. Former Swan, former Saint. Drop punt is pretty good. And Collingwood with a dream start. 5 minutes in, they've kicked 2 goals. Essendon yet to score. In fact, they've entered inside 50 only once. 12-point lead for the Magpies. 2 straight to yet to score. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you're right, Mick. It really did need to be Dylan Shield. What I loved it, he tucked the ball under his arm. He broke that line and he got out. That's where you just got to be driving. I know there was no one there, but allow your small forwards, Cacos, to get onto those balls. But I like the patience of Geordie to go in there. He had Dacos out to his left. He's like, nah, that's not a great spot to kick that. I know you're a great player, but I'm going to wait. And then just was really patient, found Membry just doing his work, getting on the move. It was a great finish from Membry in your first Anzac Day.
Yeah, and his man was 5 yards off trailing him in too. That's a disappointing thing so far I've seen about Essendon. They are so reactionary at the moment. There's no proactive work at all.
Quick rapid-fire start here for the Pies. Thrown up again. Darcy Cameron at ground level. Off to Nick Dacos. Handballs to his brother Josh, who's charging through. Loops over the top to Long. Long by foot. Into the pocket he goes. Elliott got one hand to it but couldn't pull down the mark. Repelling it quickly there was McGrath. Just dumping kick. Does it sit here for Langford? No, it doesn't. And it trickles over the boundary line. Deliberate.
I just don't understand why that Essendon player didn't throw himself at that.
Absolutely. It was very, very casual from Langford, Mick.
Terrible play. They're not on at the moment, Essendon. They're going to have to start to really switch it up because the Pies have been all year virtually since round 1, and you can't give these teams a start like this.
So Pies in possession on the southern wing. It's Maynard. Short kick to Josh Dacos. He's racking up the possessions already. He goes for a dash very casually and then delivers the high ball. In front was Mackay. And Mackay, who's playing his 100th game today, Ben Mackay takes the defensive mark.
First 71, of course, with North. Gives a handball to Martin. Kicks wide over the head of Jones. Stays inside the field of play. Northern boundary line. Crisp knocks it in the wrong direction and out of play. And a boundary throw-in.
So that was a bad decision by the umpire for a start off on the far side. But so there's no difference there. This is where you've got to be so consistent with being an umpire. Is to hug the boundary is part of the game.
Yep.
And it's an oval-shaped ball. It's going to bounce either way.
If anyone was going to say that, Mick, it was going to be you. The boundary line, of course, your famous Collingwood team as Goldstein wins it down to Dersma, kicks down to half forward. Oh, no mark, but lands Essendon's way. Perkins, handball away to Jones, 55 out. His handball misses Peter Wright, and it's a long way down. It's 2 metres. Looking to try and get it to Kako, no mark, and slides through his hands and out of play. And a throw in half forward for Essendon.
Even that part there, the Essendon player, all he needed to do was turn and kick the ball to the goal line. That's a little bit of
the same thing.
Yeah. So what he's done, he's panicked and given the ball back to no one.
Inside 50 count. Collingwood 5, Essendon 1, and we're inside 50 here for the Bombers. But they've given away a free kick right in the ruck to Cameron, who kicks back to the defensive goal square. Howell's got it, and he goes round the southern side looking for Quainer in a one-on-one. Langford did well. Dabbed it down to Jones. Goes back to Langford in this side after missing the last 3 with a hamstring. Kicks towards Wright, who's marked at top of the goal square. He had Cameron in front of him, and he had Josh Dacos behind him. He was the meat in the sandwich. But once you extend those long arms of Peter Wright, it's almost impossible to get a spoil in. And he's going to line up top of the goal square at the city end after booting 6 goals last week.
Brett, who spoiled that ball on the far wing? The Essendon boy was fantastic.
Langford.
Was it Langford? Was it? Well, he's caused us if it's a goal.
For the first one of the afternoon for the Bombers. Wright squeezes it home. It's been a nervous start for Essendon after the Pies kicked the first 2 through their skipper Nick Dacos and then Membry. Wright continues his red-hot form with his first goal of the afternoon. 2 straight 12, Essendon 1 straight 6.
Well, it's interesting where Cameron was stationed then. Darcy Cameron, to me, is one of the best ruckmen in the competition because of his work ethic. He was spot on in the right spot.
Yep.
The difference was it was Josh Dacos behind Wright.
Yeah. No one coming over the top. No Darcy Moore.
Well, not only Darcy Moore. Wright's opponent was 10 metres in front. So, technically speaking, again, there was a mistake made by a backline player not acknowledging that the ball's going to come back.
2 straight to 1 straight. The Bombers on the board. Goldstein wins the hit out back in the middle. Picked up by Setterfield. Handball away to Goldstein. Now gives it to Durham. His handball swatted down by Sidebottom. Picked up by Dersma. Tackled. And Sidebottom with the follow-up. Lays the tackle ball up on the wing.
All of a sudden it's now 1-on-1 behind the ball, which I think is going to suit Essendon better than the way it was.
He's Nick Dacos, first possession at the stoppage. Handball away to Sidebottom. Slides out of the would-be tackle from Setterfield. Got it to Long, to Nick Dacos, to Josh. Handball over the top to Goey. Just threw it out to Long. He's tackled, dispossessed. Collingwood keep it going forward. Josh gives the handball to Houston. Away to Perryman. Perryman on his first Anzac Day. Threads it on the run. Hot pies early. And Collingwood 10 minutes in have kicked 3 of the first 4. And there's our man from the pre-game, Harry Perryman. Kicks a snag on Anzac Day, 3 straight to 1 straight. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, I know you said threw it out there from Geordie to Goey, but how strong was he in his ability to actually keep his hands free and get that ball on to be able to release that handball? There's some really sharp hands in there. I like the work along. He's been a great addition to this Collingwood midfield, a bigger body. And he just allows those other boys just to get to work because he's doing a lot of the bulking work inside. But that was just really sharp. It doesn't matter that it's wet. Great finish from Harry Perryman. Hasn't been getting a heap of the footy, but geez, he's been doing a lot of work defensively, trying to help out his midfielders.
We love a goal on the run too, don't we?
Love them. We don't see enough of them.
No.
Josh Dacos 8 disposals, Jordan De Goey with 5. They've had the most for the Pies, and there's some danger signs already as they win the centre clearance off the boot of Sidebottom. It was a high ball, backing back Mackay. He goes to ground, sliding over his direct opponent, Myercheck, who was tackled. Umpire says play on. Redmond just picks it up and then bangs it rocket-like. Slides through the hands there of Langford. It's a big ball and a tough ball to pick up here. Good response from Langford. He got up. Now the foot race is on. Inside 50 it crawls. Clever tap from the Pies to Josh Dacos to Quaynor. A lovely exit to Chris. Chris then kicks to a one-on-one contest, and floating off his opponent Elliott was Redmond, who reads it best. He's got it at half forward for the Bombers.
Goes short to Goldstein. Lifelong Essendon fan. Goes long across the centre square. Wanted Jones. Houston breaks it up. Jones soccers inside 50, but straight to Howe with the Magpies. Handball away towards Houston off the back flank. Kicks on the southern boundary line. Oh, Hoskin Elliott clever, just trying to knock it on. This could work. Lipinski trying to run onto it. In the end has to knock it further afield to Elliott. Back to Lipinski. Short kick through the hands of Membry, close to the boundary line. And Zach Reid collects as he's tackled out of play. And the boundary throw in here, half forward.
Well, that came about... Sorry there, Corby. That came about because Collingwood played in front on a wet day. Langford stood in behind 15 metres, couldn't impact the ball whatsoever. You've got to come to the ball on a wet day. You must come to it because the ball's going to be fall shorter. It's going to be probably on the ground more often.
Goldstein palms it down. Essendon had possession. Overcooked handball opens the door for Lipinski here for the Pies. His handball set in the air, allowed Hobbs to come in. Quick fire handball back to Settlesfield. He just kicks down the line. Backing back bravely there was the... player for the Pies in Perryman. He didn't take the mark, but the Pies have got the possession across half-back.
Quaynor with it, gives a handball to Josh Dacos, back edge of the centre square. He's the closest to the Essendon goal at the city end. Kick straight down the pipe. Martin spoils. Loose footy, side bottom, burrowing in. In the end, Hobbs threw his body at it. Socket forward cleverly by Long. Into the path of Nick Dacos. This could be 2 as he shoots goalward but misses. Out to the left, to behind. Clever from Ned Long, the 2 youngest Collingwood players combining there, Long and Nick Dacos at 22.
He's like Steph Curry, you just don't expect him to miss.
Yeah.
Well, that's a surprise that he's missed that one.
14 minutes into the game, Collingwood by 13 points, 3-1 to 1 straight.
Ridley on the kick-in duties at the punt road end. He's kicked to a 3-on-1 there, 3 Magpies, asking a lot of Reid, who was up to the challenge. Able to pick it up, give it to Hobbs, and then off to Settlesfield. Got the kick, but he was tackled. And as a result, it slews right in front of the interchange gates, but there's plenty of red and black numbers there. Caddy kicks it out of bounds on the full. And it lands in the 4th row as a result of the pressure that it was applied by Crisp. And it'll be a free kick now to Josh Dacos. This will be possession number 11 for Josh.
Good start, Cal.
Whew. And his brother, the acting captain, Nick, could have had 2 goals. So Josh from the defensive end to the attacking end of the broadcast wing. And it's spoiled over the boundary line and through for It'll be a boundary throw in here. 60 around from the Pies goal. They've done all the attacking. 3-1-19 lead the Bombers 1 straight 6.
What do you make of Nick as the captain? Second youngest member of the team?
Yeah, John Worsfold, I think, was 21, 22, and I pointed him at West Coast. It doesn't matter about age, it's what you can do.
Right, palms it down, but side bottom kicks inside 50, slides past Bobby Hill. His memory close to the boundary line, sees it out with Reid for company.
Yep, age is no barrier for captaincy or leadership.
How old was Selwood when he was appointed at Geelong?
Yeah, pretty similar.
21, around there, I reckon.
Yeah. And then there's others that are appointed very late.
Yeah.
And that's probably more through circumstance.
Right, wins the hit out for the boundary throw in. Essendon trying to get it out of defence. Setterfield surge kick straight to side bottom, who marks it left half forward.
Can I just say something about his side?
He's going to just duck it in short. Oh, trying to take the mark. Pendlebury steals it from the hit-up player there in Bobby Hill. And now Pendlebury, the fellow veteran, will have a look from left half forward.
Yeah, well, there's the two pensioners. And, interesting, I spoke to Scotty a couple of days ago, and the senior players of the league are benefiting by the current system of training, and this is evidence. They are fantastic, these two.
Scott Pendlebury in his 18th Anzac Day clash. The left-footed drop punt is left and stays there.
They've won 4 Anzac medals between them, Pendlebury and side bottom.
The side bottom's got better. 2 years ago, his sort of kicks were ordinary, just wasn't manning up properly and couldn't play one-on-one. He's now dominant.
Pies by 14, 16 minutes in.
Redmond shorts it on the kick in to Martin. Right in front of the Shane Warne sign. He goes down the line. And he was looking for Reid, but the spoil came up over the top from Dan Houston. And there's lots of high fives and low fives for the brand new recruit. Back in the side this week after that suspension. Missed the last 2 weeks suspended with that hit on the Blues, Lockie Fogarty. Boundary throw in on the other side, the southern side. Martin at ground level, quick hands to Redmond, to Merritt. And then out to Hobbs, who's got a bit of space. Goes down the line, he's kicked it straight to Frampton, who really, because of the pressure, fumbled it in the end, but he wins the free kick. It was a block, and the free kicker is against Langford.
2 possessions to Merritt.
Billy Frampton, who's going it alone down back, is one of the key backs in today. Obviously, no McInnes now, no more. He misses that inner ear issue. Kicks down to half forward, spills Essendon's way, picked up by Wright. Handball to Merritt, handball to Setterfield, kicks the wet footy out wide and eventually got it to his intended target. And Caddy.
Too slow moving the ball, the Bombers.
Caddy in the slow play here. Sends it down the wing. Langford leaps up. Can't mark, but roving beautifully front and centre. Gresham. Handball away to Merritt. Handball back to Langford, trying to pick it up around his bootlaces. Close to the boundary line. The handball ends up out of play. And the throw in 70 out from the Essendon goal.
It's just there you see Gresham handball to Merritt because it's Merritt, I feel. Get some territory.
Exactly. 24-28. So it's 24 kicks, 28 hand passes. Collingwood 36-30. You don't overuse the ball in wet weather.
Pies by 14 points. Cameron takes it out of the ruck. He's tackled immediately by Wright. Gets his hands free to Pendlebury. And then it's slapped down by Dylan Shield, that handball. He was able to whack it back over the boundary line. So they'll reset 10 metres closer to goal here, the Pies. That inside 50 count currently standing at 10-6. It was 6-1 at one point. Just inside 50 here for the Bombers, but Cameron gets it straight down. Hurried kick out of there. Ridley. Elliott at centre half back. He loops the handball over to Houston. They've got the numbers to Frampton. Now to Josh Dacos on his left at half back. And he's been able to pinpoint a red and black sash. And that is Andy McGrath. He's got it on the northern wing.
He was the captain in 2023 in Merritt's absence. Kicks to half forward here. Big leap from Wright. Hands to it. No mark. In fact, it was Caddy. My apologies. Comes down Essendon's way. Setterfield. Handball away to Hobbs. Got a handball out in the direction of Lipinski. Cleans it up for Collingwood. Got it to Frampton. To Josh Dacos. He's had it on a string. Out to side bottom. He's tackled. Ball spills out of play, but a free kick for a high tackle.
Well, the tackling effort by Essendon is pretty good. They're having a real crack at it, but that's reactionary. They're reacting to every Collingwood ball. Collingwood had 78 possessions to 55, so Essendon responding. Okay, there's no drums about their tackling, but they've got to win the football.
Side bottom, kicks it down the wing. No mark in all of that, as you'd expect in the wet weather. Spills down to Long. Hand pass inside, finds DeGoey. He knocks it back into the middle of the G. Oh, collected by Hobbs. Sliding through was Myercheck. Ump says keep rolling. Now Mackay collects. He's tackled by Long. Ned Long, great ferocious tackle. Ball comes out Essendon's way though. Roberts to McGrath. And now they handball to Martin on the wing.
And he can wedge the kick over the top to Perkins, who marks uncontested.
Oh, their ball movement is so slow.
Yeah, stop playing perfect. Just get it long, don't you reckon?
Oh,
Puts plenty of air in that kick. And Lux of fortune. Settlefield was just sitting there at the drop. He takes the mark. He goes long and strong to the top of the goal square, and it's going to go the way of Caddy rather. But his soccer was touched by Maynard right on the line. Caddy was right there. He just had to get a clean boot to ball, but he couldn't because of the pressure applied by Maynard. Goes through from behind.
Howe with the kick out, so 3-2 to 1-1. 13-point lead for the Pies. 20 minutes in. Last year it was Essendon, of course, with the hot start. They kicked 6 of the first 7. Pies work it up to the wing. McStay, knock on, surge on, Stuff taps it further afield, but Roberts picks it off for the Bombers. Handball to Redmond, back to Roberts. Handball away to McGrath.
Holding man.
There's a free kick. It's going Essendon's way, and there's the reaction. Yeah. Mason Redmond needs a blood jumper. He's got the side of his torn apart already.
Even if he goes up the line, Collingwood got 4v2 tools. This would have to be marked.
Jones, not enough to deliver. Takes the juggled mark in front of the Pies bench.
But again, now Collingwood are falling back. If I had any advice to Brad Scott, it's move the ball quicker.
Pies by 13, 21 minutes in. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Kick down to half forward. Durham went across the front of the pack. Distracted Caddy. Bounces off his chest and out of play. Half forward for the Dons.
He's on a post there, Durham, wasn't he? Probably, if he had a time his run a bit better, he would have marked that comfortably.
Yeah.
Because they had the outnumber. It was 1v1s with Durham coming across.
Pies by 13 points. Rain continues to fall at the MCG. The lights are on. Right. Takes it out of the ruck and goes with it with both hands, and it trickles back over the boundary line.
Anyone on Dick Cakos, you reckon they're...
I know Durham's trying to get to him, I think, around the stoppages.
He's trying to get to him, but, there's trying and doing it.
And executing.
Right now, I just don't see...
Shields on him.
Well, that's one of the worst matchups you'll have in history.
Flick back in. Darcy Cameron takes it out of the ruck, spins on a dime, kicks high towards the boundary line, whereas Zach Reid just happily sees it over. And the Bombers fans are asking, well, hang on, why wasn't that deliberate? It was a few minutes ago on the other side of the ground. It won't be. It'll be a boundary throw-in, only a few metres away from the Pies bench.
Zach Reid there is playing his 6th consecutive game. That's the equal longest streak of continuous footy he's had in his career. As Wright wins it down to Durham. Handball to Merritt, tackled, lost it. Collingwood win it again at the coalface. The two veterans, side bottom to Pendlebury, kicks down the wing. Up goes Pryor, spills the mark. Wet weather conditions, picked up by Myercheck. Collingwood back with it on the wing. Side bottom, handball inside to Quaynor. Lost it in the Perkins tackle. Ball still there. Picked up by Hobbs. Geez, mowed down by Quaynor. Collingwood win it back. Advantage applied. Lipinski to side bottom, kicks inside 50, and Elliott.
That's class.
Takes the mark, the sprawling mark across the wet surface at left half forward.
Now, if you think that was just a hat kick forward, you are kidding yourself. He changed his kick mid tackle there from steel side bottom just to put that to the favour of Jamie Elliott. Great tackle from Quaynor.
Great tackle.
He mowed down Ben Hobbs, who thought he had a bit more time inside the contest, but this kick from side bottom, oh goodness, you just got to marvel at the pensioner, as you called him. I would never do that to you, Steele.
Well, I could say that to him.
Jamie Elliott in the same spot that he took the mark of the day last year on Anzac Day.
Left half forward, kicking to the punt road end with a famous number 5 on his back. The drop punt from Elliott is left to behind. Ordinarily been a pretty straight shooter. He kicked 2-3 though last week, and he's got it behind to start his day here. So the Magpies 3-3, Essendon a 1-1.
Just squandering some early opportunities as Redmond guides it safely with the kick to Reid. Oh, it's a shank of a kick, wasn't it, Brett Deledio?
Well, wasn't it such a bad kick? The Essendon player fell over.
Yeah, it wasn't to his advantage.
No, it wasn't to his advantage, but nonetheless.
So Maynard with the intercepting mark on the southern wing. He keeps it low, right over the top of McStay it goes in the end, and fumbling it through is Dersma for a rush behind.
Smart.
Collingwood by 15, 4 minutes to play in this opening term.
This next kick is the crucial kick, and Collingwood's discipline is that they've got numbers right behind the ball, regardless of length of kick.
Barrett off the back flank, kicks long down the wing. Pendlebury in the box seat with the numbers. Couldn't complete the mark. Spills to Kako. Has it for the Bombers. Handball away to Caddy. Gives it to Shield under pressure. Hand pass back to Kako. Collingwood pressure enormous. About Perryman the tackle. Fortunate bounce for the Bombers. They go again. An extra handball. Caddy to Shield. Put his teammate Jones under pressure. He's tackled. Ball up on the wing. So 22-7, a 15-point buffer for the Pies. 25 gone opening term. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport as Goldstein wins it down. Here's Nick Dacos passing through. Back of the stoppage, kicks back, corridor, just misses Perryman. He'll be able to run onto it. Handball away to Houston. They're going forward again, the Pies. Elliott trying to take the one-hander, can't quite. Goes back in for a second go, bangs bodies with Redmond. Picked up by McGrath. Handball to Redmond, has to kick hurriedly down the wing.
There's no one to go to, though, and sliding and losing his footing there was Caddy. Opens the door here for the Pies. Crisp gets it quickly to McCreery. He gives it to Houston. Off to Elliott. He kicks it right to the square. It's off hands. McStay tries a soccer. It slews off the side of the boot to Goldstein, and then suddenly a couple of passages of messy play. And the clearing kick goes long from the Bombers out of defence. Houston's right over it. Question's been asked. Umpire says it'll be a ball up.
I reckon he marked that in the end. It stayed between his legs. He's putting his hand up and saying, yeah, I did.
There's no review on those. Umpire going to toss it up. A wet day at the G on Anzac Day as Cameron grabs it out of the ruck, kicks Collingwood inside 50, off the pack, spills down to McCreery. Handball away to Pendlebury. His hand pass picked off. Here's Jones for the Bombers, off his knees, knocks it away to Roberts. Handball to Merritt, kicks out of defence. Big leap from Howe, trying to spoil the would-be mark and does a good job. He picks it from Caddy, who hits the deck. Howe keeps his feet, wins the footy. Sends it back inside 50. McStay, the flyer. No mark, knocked away. The Bombers win it. Goldstein to Dersma. Away to Merritt, off the back flank, short kicks, a turnover again. It's coming back inside 50. Houston kicks it deep. Bobby Hill got rid of Pryor, takes the mark. It's a push. It's a free kick for Jackson Pryor, who marks in front of the behind. Well, gets the free in front of the behind post. 26 minutes gone opening term. Collingwood by 15.
Yeah, the free kick was there. I'll give you the tip now, what you said before. You woke up to me a bit, Brett, when you said they keep looking for Merritt. They are getting into trouble because they give the ball to Merritt. It is just bizarre that they have to involve him in every play.
So prior to Kako, who's got it at half back, he kicks to the wing, the northern wing. Durham, he goes to ground because of a tackle of Quainer. There's a turnover now. Howell's got it. He kicks wide. Great vision. He's given it to Hoskin Elliott round the southern side. They've got the numbers. Elliott marks now. Too far out to score. He's going to stab it when Nick Dacos, would you believe, marks uncontested inside 50 and not an Essendon player within 5 metres of him.
Well, that's because his work ethic is fantastic to start off. And the Essendon, well, look, it was substandard in regard to moving that ball away from defence. They gave the ball back to Collingwood. Collingwood don't rush it. The thing about Collingwood while they're having shots on goal is that they do not rush the ball. They pick the right target, and they've done it again.
In the last minute before quarter time, with a 15-point lead, the Sherrin is in the hands of the little master, the acting captain, Nick Dacos. He kicked the first from right on 50 for the afternoon. This is a set shot from 48, tight angle and across the face. A minor score.
Whose quarter, if you like, better, Nick or Josh? Josh has had 13. Nick's had 3 looks at the sticks.
Yeah.
7 disposals.
13, no, for Josh. He's given him a fair bit off half back.
Yeah, but Nick is the one he'll finish.
Yeah,
he really is finishing.
Collingwood by 15. Jones kicks down the wing and off the hands of Wright, punched away by Frampton. So boundary throw in on the wing. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse alongside Kelly Underwood, Brett Delidio and Tim Hodges, your call team. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport, a 15-point buffer for the Pies. 3 goals to 1. From the throw-in, Cameron down to Crisp, equals the record today. Most consecutive games in VFL AFL history, 244 unbroken. Equals Jim Stein's ongoing run. He'll break it next week, God willing, as Nick Dacos gets a couple of touches in the chain. There's a free here, though.
What's that for?
Oh, that's a terrible free kick.
I'm not even sure what it's for.
What?
It's going all the way back.
I was going to say. I thought it was going to Dacos. I was like, no.
Well, they've lost ground as a result, as Pendlebury gets down to half forward and Goldstein whacks it away. Ordinarily, if it's a free kick, it then becomes downfield if it happens behind where the ball was positioned.
Pendlebury must have been held on to in the contest. Had to.
15-point lead, so it's Collingwood who get the fast start. They concede only 7 points in the opening quarter. This is a team that's conceding 66 points per game this year, Collingwood. They give up only 7 in the wet weather conditions. Kelly mentioned it earlier. It's got that Zaharakis Day type feel to it at the G if you're trying to paint the picture in your mind. Collingwood 3-4-22, Essendon 1-1-7. It is quarter time. The goal kickers, 1 each for Nick Dacos, who kicked the first of the day, 1 to Membry, 1 to Perryman, while for Essendon, Peter Wright has the only goal so far for the Bombers. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Anne says, thank you very much for the tribute to Archibald Roberts of Essendon. Much appreciated from an Essendon supporter, lest we forget. Thanks, Anne. Appreciate that. Ed from Wagga off the SMS. I remember listening to the first instalment of this Anzac Day fixture back in 95. It's hard to believe it's been 30 years. AFL don't change this tradition just for change's sake. Both these foundation clubs have an infinite connection to the Anzac spirit, so this fixture, created 30 years ago, should remain a tradition between Essendon and Collingwood. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Well, Corbin, with the Anzac service, players have been out for an hour on the ground now, so you can see the Collingwood players all being offered a new jumper because they are just dripping with, it's not sweat, it's rain. It's been driving rain since they've been out on the ground. All players are being offered new boots as well. Kyle Langford was one of the only ones I saw who actually took new boots, just as Todd Goldstein goes off for a toilet break. So, yeah, we haven't seen rain like this for so long in Melbourne, and it has been driving rain for the past hour while the players have been out on the ground, firstly for the service and then for a chaotic first term with the weather conditions so difficult.
Thanks, Hodgie. And Graham from Wildcatcham, by the way, in WA. G'day, team. Love how Mick explains what's happening for us farmers out on the tractors. Cheers, mate. One for you, Mick. 0437 774 774. It is a good day for the farmers. There's rain falling here at the MCG. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio coming up next. It is Collingwood by 15. Hi, I'm Corbin Middlemass.
And I'm Ed Cowan.
He played Test cricket for Australia.
And Ed Cowan gets his first Test match century. And he commentates the cricket.
Stark tries again. He rocks in straight through it. Together, we're giving you your weekly cricket conversation.
We're pulling apart the biggest stories in the sport and delivering them to you each and every week.
It's called the Grandstand Cricket Podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Maynard short to Nick Dacos, the new Collingwood skipper. What a start that is! The new little master, Nick Dacos, with the first goal in the biggest game of the home and away season. Tim Membry, former Swan, former Saint, drop punt is pretty good. And Collingwood with a dream start. 5 minutes in, they've kicked 2 goals. Essendon yet to score.
Dabbed it down to Jones. Goes back to Langford in this side after missing the last 3 with a hamstring. Kicks towards Wright, who's marked at top of the goal square for the first one of the afternoon for the Bombers. Wright squeezes it home. It's been a nervous start for Essendon.
To Long. He's tackled, dispossessed. Collingwood keep it going forward. Josh gives the handball to Houston. Away to Perryman. Perryman on his first Anzac Day. Threads it on the run. Hot pies early.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It was 3 straight to 1 straight. We had 4 goals in the first 11 minutes. We didn't have one thereafter. Collingwood kicked 4 behinds and Essendon kicked a behind of their own. So at quarter time, you throw it all together. It is Collingwood by 15. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Mick Malthouse, Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Well, a few concerns, Mick, for if you're an Essendon supporter. That I just don't think they're playing smart footy. They're playing into the hands of Collingwood, but they're not playing the conditions either. They're trying to handball and utilise their teammates around them, but they're missing handballs. They're handballing the teammates under pressure. I've always been told from a very young age, if it's wet, get it long and charge in on the back of it and try and keep it in your front half.
Well, funny enough, Brett, I don't think you're the same age as me, and I was told that when I was around about 5 or 6, is playing for Wendouree. I was 8 playing for Wendouree West, and they said, and it was pretty wet in Ballarat, and they said, get the ball forward
And even then they said, make sure, one is that you have your forwards in front because the ball's going to fall short, which we've now seen Langford 15 metres behind, wonder why the ball's run away from him. Secondly is, you hand pass, you put yourself under pressure. You bang it forward. Yes, this is a clear... Collingwood's used the ball 52 times through hand passes. I would say 40 of those would have found targets because they were clean targets. The other 12 might have been, mucked around, whatever. Essendon have had 48 hand passes, and I would almost say 40 of those have been under pressure to the point where maybe they've got them back again, maybe they haven't. When you've got Peter Wright up there and no Darcy Moore, then you just go 2 metre Peter, be in a position, 35 metres out, we're going to bang it into you, and then Smalls, go to work. Not sit back in the goal square because it's not going to get back there. And around the ball, instead of trying to find... I've been staggered how many times Merritt has been given an easy football in a worse position than the giver.
Yep.
Now...
Referring
let the captain work it out himself. Let the captain work hard to find the ball. If he's clear, give it to him. If he's not clear, kick the football into your forward line and then press up to put pressure on the back line. At the moment...
So is that them looking for him, or is that an instruction to say, hey...
I don't think it would be... Brad, if I know Brad, that wouldn't be, listen, let's find him at all costs. Why find him at all costs? Because he's not Dacos. He doesn't carry the football. So I would be saying that maybe he's demanding the ball too often. Maybe they've becoming...
It's a comfort thing too for players because they think, well, I'll give it to the captain. I'm okay. I've done my job.
Look, I think we're all probably right. All of us are right. The simple fact is that if you're in a better position, take charge of the circumstance.
Pies by 15 points, 3-1. And the umpire chucking it up in the wet weather here at the MCG on Anzac Day. Goldstein, good service down to Durham. Here's a centre break for the Bombers and a long driving kick forward. Lands on the turf though, knocked away by Maynard for the Pies off the back flank. Kicks down the wing, southern side. Looking in the direction of Hoskin Elliott. Hits the deck, slides through Essendon's way though. Redmond, handball to Merritt. Handball goes back to Reid. Against the boundary line, spears the kick straight through the hands of Maynard. Tough one to mark today. Falls further through towards Cameron. He gives a handball to Lipinski. Off to Howe, and as he tries to jam it on the boot, kicks a high up and under over the fence and out on the full.
Up the mine shaft and down the mine shaft and in the first level. Even the young man in the poncho down there couldn't take the mark. It's so slippery. So free kick for the Bombers. It's been taken by Hobbs. He goes high, long and strong. Off hands. Trying to grubber it through there, the soccer goalkeeper. Right on the last line of defence is Chris, but he picks it up and bangs it long, and Andy McGrath outmarks Bobby Hill. He just skirts the perimeter of the 50 to Merritt, who dabs it over the top to Nick Martin. Did it go 15? It did.
As long as the umpire blows a whistle, Kel, I guess it's from 6 to 16, you get a mark.
Oh, dear. So Nick Martin's taken the mark, uncontested. We're sitting right behind him in the commentary box on level 3 at the MCG. He's kicking to the punt road end to give the Bombers the very first major of this second term and eat into the margin, which currently stands at 15 points.
It's a long way out for a wet ball.
45-degree angle. He steps off his line late, sends it on its way, and it just... You can hear the Bombers fans' reaction, the collective sigh. It just faded late to miss to the right.
Hit the post, I think.
Yeah. Halfway up too, so
yeah, so
made the journey, no worries.
Yeah.
Houston, the kick-out duties.
Oh, how far?
Runs a very long way, low trajectory kick, and that's marked by Ned Long. Not a heap of those taken today. Gives a handball to his mate Nick Dacos, handball to brother Josh. Sweeping hand pass to Crisp down the wing, back to Josh Dacos. Pushes his way around Hobbs, kicks to centre half forward. Elliott goes aerial, hand on it, no mark. Spills down towards Membry. Collingwood keep it at half forward. Handball to McStay. His handball swatted down by Dersma. Collingwood reload though. Maynard kicks wide to Lipinski. Short kick inside 50. There's Elliott again. Hump says that's not 15. Elliott plays on, snaps, goals. And big game, Jamie turning it on at the G. Collingwood 4-4-28, Essendon 1-2-8. 3 minutes in the second term. The Magpies out by 20 points early in the second. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Brett Delidio.
Just got bigger bodies and are cleaner and better around the contest at the moment, Mick. But I thought that the option here to not go back to Nick Dacos was exactly what we're talking about with Zach Merritt and Essendon. No, you're running boundary. No, we're going to step back inside and go back to his brother and allow him to get to work, and that's what got the ball going forward. They didn't keep running and handballing, kick it long, get a contest, and they're set up so well behind the footy.
Well, that's right. And Essendon dominated the first minute and a half, maybe even, what have we done so far? We've gone 2:10, 2 minutes and 10 seconds, but Collingwood now dominated possession rate already.
And that margin has blown out to 20 points. They win it out of the centre again. Jamie Elliott picks it up, gives it off to Dacos, arches the back from 48 out. It's double delight for Dacos. No. It just misses. So he's had 3 shots, 2 on the run, and a set shot for 1 goal, 2.
Is that another one, I think, didn't make the distance. So nearly 4 looks at them already for 1 goal. As Roberts marks the kick out for the Bombers, goes long down the line, just marked by Caddy inside the southern boundary line.
Out in the full court.
No, he didn't. Boundary up right on the spot and says that carried. So Collingwood free. Pies by 21, 4 gone second term.
Ball movements so much quicker, Collingwood. So much quicker. Doesn't allow the back line to set up.
Feels like a big stage in the game already. And we're only early in the second term as Howe kicks it deep inside 50, gets at the back. McGrath's there trying to clean it up for the Bombers. Hand pass picked off. Elliott got a kick away straight to centre field. He's tackled. Embry takes him to ground. When you think they only give up 66 points per game, Collingwood, and it's 29-8 at the moment, Collingwood's way.
They're not getting to 60, are they?
It's late early, as
Ball
they say
out.
in the classics.
Ball up 20 metres out from the Pies goal. Redmond read it best. Off the ruck hands, and then he just kicks it into space. The foot race is on the southern wing. Caddy gets a handy little hand in there, although it's picked up by Perryman, gives the handball to Josh Dacos, who's always got so much time and composure, and kicks backwards to Frampton, who marks uncontested at half-back.
Well, that went out into space, and it was 3v2. There was only going to be one winner in that. Collingwood had the extra number, and that extra number then was able to transfer the ball to another extra number. So
Frampton gave it back to Josh Dacos. He's got it on the wing. He runs his full measure. He drives long. Reid gets it down to Durham. Off to Setterfield. Kicks back out towards the wing where Langford was the target. Couldn't take the mark. Handball in there, sprays backwards to Howe. Takes an eternity to pick it up and then shanks the kick. But again, right place, right time is Ned Long. It's all falling the Pies' way at the moment. They're dictating terms. The former skipper, Pendlebury's got it right in the bullseye. He kicks short to Houston, who says settle down. But he's got it inside the goal square. And is this telling us, Lids, that he's going to have a shot?
Well, no, I don't think so.
Okay. Instead, he flares it wide to a one-on-one. Spoil from Langford was good on Lipinski. But the Pies have got the numbers. Perryman comes in, handball, tried to get back to Lipinski. Gresham's got it. In a 1-2. He gets it back. Hurried kick given the pressure. Kako's there on the wing. They're finding it hard to move forward. Kako's caught and brought down by Billy Frampton. Still they go here, the Bombers.
Hooks the kick inboard. Gresham trying to link up with Setterfield. Clever. Pendlebury, bit of tunnel ball. Whacks it through his legs. Picked up by Elliott. His handball too low for Cameron. Soccering it inside 50. Hoskin Elliott. That'll work. It's a goal assist. Membry's got a couple. And Hoskin Elliott with a 40-metre soccer inside 50. Knock on Sir John wet weather stuff.
Yep.
And the Magpies have 5 of the first 6. Alarm bells for Brad Scott and the Bombers. 5-5 to 1-2. 7 minutes into the second. The Magpies by 27 on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Brett Delidio.
Well, it's a public holiday all over Australia. You would like to think every kid's either listening to us or watching TV. If you want to know how to play team game in wet weather, kick it off the ground, punch it on. Nothing backwards, just get it forward. At some stage, the opposition will give the ball back to you, or you outnumber them. Hence, good clean hands, bang, goal. This is like a story that you could probably read it now and go, well, I know exactly what's going to happen next. Because they are so elite at what to do under pressure.
It's messy. It's scrappy.
I tell you what, Jamie Elliott's not messy or scrappy. He's
I was going to say there's not too many that are clean out there, but Brett Delidio, you're right on that. unrelenting pressure from the Pies, and the first handball out of the centre to Cameron. Cameron goes high. Crisp is there. He's got Jones for company. Crisp paddles it to his own advantage. Wants to break back. Comes back inboard. Absolutely brilliant off to side bottom, who stabs the pass. Working his way in front of Membry. There was Reid. He did well. And now the players go to ground. There's a scrap at ground level. Ball's not coming out under there, and the umpire says he'll toss it in the air. Inside 50 here for the Pies that are just pushing and pressuring here, and they've got their foot down against the Bombers.
All the talk about the age of the Magpies, and what about experience, hey Mick? 8 30-year-olds in this team?
Yeah, well...
And you can see it out there.
Well, you can listen to what Scotty Penry, talking about this, about pre-seasons. Kids don't get a pre-season because of the constraints. As he said, we old players have had 10-odd seasons under your old system, which is multiple months at getting right, and that's why you're seeing what they're doing today.
From the ball up to a boundary throw-in, we're going to have another one here as Perkins with Quaynor, and Quaynor tackles him out of play, so 70 metres out from the Collingwood goal.
Pendlebury on the bench. He's on the phone talking to Scott Selwood, and I noticed Craig McRae said during the week that Scott Selwood's been working with a lot of the players on their goal-kicking techniques.
Boundary throwing. Goldstein, the veteran himself, palms it down to Shield, the two oldest Bombers, but the ball spills to side bottom. Handball to Nick Dacos. Dangerous kick, hooking it back inboard. No mark, and then just whacked forward by Shield. He got the memo, trying to get it going forward. Oh, left behind by Howe. Essendon win it. Perkins kicks inside 50. Race on downhill. Langford needs a kind bounce. Got it, and goals. One Essendon desperately needed. And Cole Langford on his return hits the scoreboard. The Bombers with their second of the day. 2-2-14, Collingwood 5-5-35, 10 minutes into the second term. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, if not for a little fumble there from Jeremy Howe, that ball was coming back, wasn't it? But for all the superlatives and describing words I had for Harry Perryman before, speed was not one of them. He got found out there with a foot race with Kyle Langford going back inside forward 50. He started to take off the other way, though, because he thought Jeremy Howe had that ball in his hands. So he was going for the exit out on the other wing. Unfortunately, the fumble from Howe just allowed the Essendon player, who was it that grabbed that and kicked it forward? Perkins, I think it was.
Yep. So Will Settlefield's had it the most for the Bombers, 10. For the Pies, Nick Dacos 11, Jamie Elliott 11, still side bottom 13, and Josh Dacos 17. But the Bombers are going to break clear out of this centre bounce. Settlefield's got it again. So for possession number 11 for him, he goes inside 50. It's held. Quaynor's tackling Perkins, standing up in the tackle.
I know that as far as Dylan Shield went with that big punchback, at least it created something.
Cameron down to Perkins, gets his kick away, lands to Caddy. Caddy kicked it 1 or 2 metres. Sliding over was Howe as he picked it up to Dacos. Dacos always clean in the wet, goes down the line. Lipinski should have fumbled it over, but he didn't. Jones comes in, plucks it off the deck, and then bombs it long, and outmarking is Crisp. Clearly outmarking Xavier Dersma, and now the Pies away.
Yeah, terrible one-on-one there. That was Chris, very, very strong. But a day like this, it's just a matter of getting your fist on the ball, bring it to ground. But Collingwood's strength is outstanding.
Chris McCreery in the slow play goes long down the wing. Ridley flies for the intercept mark, spills it. They got numbers at the drop. Essendon, handball to Shield, handball to Reid. Kicks down the wing to Pryor, who takes the mark. His old man played in 2 of these games, Michael Pryor, on Anzac Day, and now Jackson playing here for the Bombers. The lefty kicks inside 50 to Kako.
That's a good mark. Good play, actually. Good play by Essendon to hold that ball at the right time. And he's going to be... See, that mark was taken before that, but down fire. It's up against the fence. But at least they're using the ball longer. I reckon Essendon are using it longer, Brett.
Yeah. Oh, they've made a conscious effort, haven't they, to try and...
It looks different.
At least get it going forward.
Yeah.
Kako has gone scoreless the last 3 weeks in the Essendon wins, and that won't help his cause here. Miskicks it, but Durham marks. Just moves aside oncoming traffic, and Durham marks back in the corridor. That was not by design, but it turns out to be a better outcome for Essendon.
Was that against the Goey?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that's good body strength. Really good body strength. There was a miskick, no question about that. But
he waited till he was in the air, though, to just shift him. It's really good patience from Durham.
Yep.
And use it really smartly. Just push to the side, get him, wait until he's in the air and get him off the line of the footy.
Fourth Anzac Day game for this young man. Sam Durham on the drop punt. That is good. And Essendon are right back in this game. Back-to-back goals for the Bombers, and the Magpies' lead has been trimmed to 15. So Collingwood 5-5, Essendon 3-2. 13 gone in the second. Anzac Day football on ABC Sport.
Well, he'd have to be in your top 5, surely, that kid, I reckon, Corby. You've named a couple of others that I'm not sure on, but this kid, love watching him play. He's as honest as the day is long. You know he'll run straight lines for you. He tries to do a job most weeks where he stands next to the opposition's best player, but gets off him, gives you a bit. I'm not sure on that kick from Pryor whether he was actually going, it was a bit of a slew off the side of the boot, and lucky for Caco's speed that he did get there. I definitely know that Caco wasn't going for Sammy Durham, that's for sure.
He ran to the bench, Caco, after that, and he had a wry smile on his face as he sat down.
But one thing is certain, 22-11 is 22 kicks, 11 hand passes. There is a real shift in the game.
And now Pendlebury makes sure that the Pies win it out of the centre. Oh, Nick Dacos took on 2, and he's brought down holding the ball. It'll come back. Merritt will be rewarded. And there's a scuffle on behind play between Pendlebury and Hobbs. So Merritt, the two captains, a win over Dacos inside 50. Jumping high there was Durham. It's going to come back to Shield. Tries to break through a couple. It spills the way of Durham, and he spirals it through for a goal. 2 in a minute for Durham. 3 in a row for the Bombers, and they're back in the contest. The margin is 9.
Well, they're back in because of the way they're playing.
Yeah.
Their contested football at the moment is 15-16, so it's almost identical. The clearance rate early was Essendon were getting smashed. That's 4-4. Inside 50s, they were getting smashed. It's 8-8. Everything is flipped on its head because of a game style.
And with a minute to go last week, Corbin, the game in the balance, Durham won the all-important stoppage out of the centre, and here he is, back-to-back goals. And it's back within 9 points. Essendon 4-2-26, Collingwood 5-5-35. 15 minutes gone in this second term.
That had more wobbles than Glenn Thompson's finger.
Game back on. All of a sudden, the margin to single digits. A 9-point lead for Collingwood. Back in the middle, centre field, tackled by Sidebottom, holding the ball. Took on the tackler.
Wow.
Umpire gets involved, pays the free for Collingwood. Sidebottom hands it away to Josh Dacos. Kicks inside 50, and reading it best, Ridley. He was able to shake the Collingwood play, misread the kick. Ridley for the Bombers, short to Shield. They're having their best 5 minutes of the day. Essendon kicks down the wing. Here's Merritt. Takes the mark, opposed to Pendlebury. Merritt turns, swings it inside 50. There's 2-metre Peter. Goes up for it, no mark. Spills down to Sidebottom. He's tackled. The umpire says ball up, inside 50 for the Bombers. 9-point lead for the Pies. 15 gone, second term.
McStay palms it down. There's a heap of players that jump on it, and Gresham's on the bottom of that pile. Quaynor for company. Tossed in the air again. This time Langford goes at it. He didn't even go for it in the ruck. It was McStay. Handball out of there. Elliott's quick to pounce. He's pushed off the ball by Redmond. They pounce again. Martin. He gets it out to Shield. It's Perkins. Perkins it is from the pocket. A significant surge from the Bombers. 4 straight goals, and from 27-point lead only 4 minutes ago, it's back to 3 points. What a purple patch. 5-2-32 Essendon, Collingwood 5-5-35.
Tell you what, we shouldn't be surprised, really, given the last 4 games overall. What's the points difference been? 0. Yeah. So we shouldn't be surprised that it is the game has got tighter, but off the back of Essendon just being a little bit harder in the contest. They're spreading a lot better. Their handballs aren't going to teammates that are under pressure.
Oh, exactly.
And they're getting the ball on the outside, which is allowing their runners to get involved. So
there's one little thing they can do is get one of their forwards to go to Josh Dacos and say, no, I'm going to tag you, and let them free up someone else.
4 goals in 7 minutes of real time for the Bombers, from being down by 27 to now within 3. Collingwood lead it as they have done all day. Off the wing comes McCreary, tries to knock it back to play for the Pies. Josh Dacos got it away to Sidebottom, hooks a kick forward. Hoskin Elliott trying to whack it on. Loose footy southern wing. Myerchak left it behind. Essendon win it. Desmond Jones, handball away towards Shield. He gives it by hand to Martin. Kicks down the wing, awkward half volley for Perkins. Spills its way through to Quaynor. Has it for Collingwood at half back. Handball to DeGoey. He tries the torp, miskicks it. Essendon win it back, and Redmond takes the sprawling mark. He looks across the ground. That kick favours Pendlebury more than anyone, and Pendlebury, like the veteran he is, takes the mark.
Looks ahead, goes back into the corridor, short to long. Pendlebury peels off round behind him, accepts the handball and then kicks inside 50, and Redmond's the only one there. He's taken a fair few defensive marks this afternoon. Mason Redmond wants to move it quickly. This is what Mick Malthouse was telling us at quarter time. To Perkins, he goes to Caddy. Down the southern wing, Hobbs drops an easy mark, but he's got the time to regather. And he retreats backwards to Jones, slides in and takes the mark. True centre wing. Now they're going backwards.
I think they've lost their way.
To Shield, short to Gresham. Still on the outer wing. No one manning the mark. Gresham's going to go sideways. Doesn't even look for it. Oh, this is risky. This opens the door for McStay, but up to the challenge was Ridley. He got it twice. He picks off Martin all by himself at half forward. Martin's going to go for right. Right's there. Oh, he was collided into. Kako comes in. Kako fires up with a tackle on Houston. And Houston is going nowhere. Ball up. Side of the goal square. They kick the last four, Essendon, and they are pressing and surging.
Ball up, top of the goal square for the Bombers. Ruck Sherritt comes down to Houston. Handball away towards DeGoey for Collingwood. Kicks out of defence. Up towards half-back, bouncing footy. Whacked forward by Goldstein, but straight to McCreary. Keeps Collingwood attacking. Up the wing. Ridley, though, for Essendon. Intercepts. Handball away towards Roberts. Goes backwards to Ridley. All the way back to Reid, and Reid's going to retreat to Pryor. And marks at half-back. By my count, becomes the fourth father-son pairing to play on Anzac Day. A little trivia question for you.
Yeah, the Cloaks. Oh, no, sorry. Not the Cloaks. They are father-sons, but they're not...
Here's Pryor, who kicks to Goldstein, who marks on the wing. So, got to have both played, father and son,
let me think.
30 years of Anzac Day. As Martin goes across the ground, finds Setterfield. He looks inside the forward 50. He kicks it deep. He looks for Peter Wright, who's forced to crash the pack. Swats it down. Josh Dacos hunting after it. The sockers it down the wing, southern side. Dacos with great speed. Keeps going, Josh. Sockers it another 30 metres up into the front half for Collingwood. There's Pryor, though. He'll intercept for the Bombers. Give a handball away to Setterfield.
Setterfield's able to pick out Perkins. Again, there's no man on the mark, so he's able to go for a little trot down the wing and then kick up towards Wright. Had to come from behind, and then Wright crashes the tackle into DeGoey, who's going nowhere. Well, it wasn't the Dacos boys, because Peter Dacos told me earlier, retired in 93, missed the 95 first game. Had a coffee with Josh this morning as Merritt takes it from right on 50 and an open goal square, no one home. Zach Merritt, quiet in that opening term, starting to have an influence and an impact as they rattle off the last four goals, Essendon, to trail by 2 points.
Kel, what you just said then is spot on. He had a quiet first half, and yet they were looking for him all the time. Now he's finding his own football, and he's a better player.
But they've done everything you asked of them, Essendon. They're kicking the ball longer.
Except for one thing. They just need to take Josh Dacos and put a tag on him.
That is an issue.
A hard tag. Josh Dacos on the half-back flank. And you could do that with the young forward pocket. What's his name?
Kako.
Just do that. Just say, run with him. It might free up someone else who's not as diligent with the football.
Pies up to halfway, side bottom, kicks it long in the Ruckman's direction. Cameron flies for it, no mark, spills down towards Reid of the Bombers. Handball to Redmond, handball to Merritt. Hurried kick forward for the Dons. Hobbs a critical one-on-one with Quaynor. Quaynor tries to smother the footy, spills down to Roberts. Roberts gives it to Hobbs, who slips over. Now he's under pressure. Maynard trying to knock it out. And now Pendlebury had it, lost it. Side bottom picks it up. His handball a turnover to Merritt, who kicks across the centre square, and Lipinski will be able to collect there for Collingwood.
Bearing down is Jones. Lipinski does pick it up, and he flicks that kick wide to Hoskin Elliott. Marks uncontested. In front of that great southern stand, brings it back inboard to Long, who marks uncontested. Could go the corridor. Quaynor's right in the bullseye. Instead, he kicks backwards a little to Frampton. Can loop the handball over the top to Maynard. completely in control in this passage of play to Howe. Howe now from one side to the other. He strolls, he delivers long and strong. McStay flew, McCreery stayed down, got an unkind bounce, and then the kick from Roberts went nearly out of bounds. They keep it in play. Here's Nick Dacos. Oh, the presence of mind.
Yep.
The presence of mind to wedge the kick over the top, pinpoint pass, long, marks, gives it off to Maynard from 50. This will bring the house down. The Pies' favourite puts a stop to 4 goals in a row. And a little bit of breathing space just before half-time. 6-5-41 Collingwood, Essendon 5-3-33 with 4.5 to play before the main break.
Well, that touch from Nick Dacos there, that's just time and space, just knowing that no matter who's coming at you, I can get around you, but just a pinpoint. Like, there's good players and there's great players who can sum it all up in the blink of an eye, and that's what Nick Dacos did there. And then Ned Lyon, I don't mind it, because you're going to struggle with a set shot probably from 50 to give someone who's on the run just a little handball receive.
Well, they're the things you've got to be awake up to, though.
As a defensive half,
you've got a left footer who's coming inside.
But no one else was around him. He had all the time in the world.
It was like
Redmond was looking at his feet.
Yep.
He's now kicked 4 goals straight for the year. Braden Maynard, not a big goal kicker in his career overall, as Perkins trying to give a hand pass to a runner, handballed to nobody, and in the end,
he was on the ground. He was on the ground already.
And took the legs of Perkins, and the umpire said that's contact below the knees. Perkins gets the free, goes wide with the kick to Gresham.
Well, that's not a free kick by any stretch of the imagination.
He looks back corridor, Gresham with the kick through the hands of Pendlebury, spills to Durham. Great win. Handball away towards Kako, snaps goal, but it won't get there. Picked up by Frampton. Top of the defensive goal square. Handball to Maynard. Handball to side bottom. Collingwood work it out. Handball over the top of the run of Perryman. On the back flank, the first-year Magpie. Kicked the goal already today. Goes long down the wing, and Reid, a big win one-on-one with McStay.
Oh, that's very good. Very good for a young player. That is, I don't know about going backwards, but as far as that was a beautiful mark.
Right on halfway. Collingwood by 8 points, but Essendon have kicked 4 of the last 5.
Yuck.
That yuck was off Ridley. The boot out of bounds on the full.
Just my point about the young Kako. He's not what I'd say a great player, so therefore put him in a position where and Quaynard then has to work out who am I going to play on. So it really is a waste to have that player just sitting there.
Kako playing just his 6th game of AFL footy. He hasn't kicked a goal for the last 3 weeks, Mick.
No, and not only that, he's I don't know whether he's right at the level at this stage. I'm not saying he won't get there, but so therefore you utilise those players.
A boundary throw-in becomes now a ball up. Ridley, Setterfield rather it was. It could have been kicking in danger. Umpire doesn't blow his whistle. Hobbs had to get rid of it, surrounded by Pies. Side bottom gets it, just skids it along the turf. Gee, that was clever, wasn't it? It'll be a boundary throw-in. He kept it low. He made sure he was looking for McStay, and then it just dribbles over the boundary line. Right in front of the Pies bench where side bottom comes off for a rest, and Jamie Elliott ready to come back on. Collingwood by 15 at quarter time. They lead by 8, 3 minutes to play before half time.
Cameron wins it down, but Roberts there for the Bombers. The 1-2 with Wright. Archie Roberts keeps on running, gets his way around Frampton with a ball, kicks to full forward, and Jeremy Howe rock solid. Holds out Perkins, takes the intercept mark at full back. Trying to switch, dangerous kick, but got it to its intended target in Crisp. Handball away to Maynard. Back flank for Collingwood. Kicks down the wing. McGrath got rid of his direct opponent. Takes the intercept mark.
He's been too good for Bobby Hill so far in this game.
They're winning a lot of one-on-ones, Essendon. And they didn't do that in the first quarter at all.
McGrath short to Langford. Long into the pocket. Jones all alone. And Harry Jones marks uncontested. Dom Sheed pocket, 30 out.
Yeah, so getting back to that, first quarter there was a lot of one-on-ones and Collingwood just absolutely terrorised Essendon, quite frankly. Now we're seeing it's not only evened up. I reckon Essendon are probably in front on the one-on-ones, particularly on their back line. Their back line has really held out a lot of Collingwood players.
It has rained pretty much from about an hour before the start of play. There's still light rain falling. The ponchos are on. And Essendon working their way back into this contest. 4 of the last 5. Jones to continue to pile on as the kick goes across the goal face and doesn't score. And Cameron marks it in the opposite pocket. Collingwood by 8 points. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
One of the most informed rucks in the competition, Darcy Cameron.
Oh, yeah, fantastic. It's been really good since he's gone to Collingwood, Cal.
Went from one side of that back pocket to the other using Maynard, and then the wedge kick over the top to Dacos, and now to Howe. All short kicks to uncontested marks. Howe's going to bring it to the wing, where the Darcy Cameron is there again. McStay goes to ground. Lipinski picks it up, gets a little handball away before he was tackled to Elliott. Elliott goes down the line, looking for Hoskin Elliott, leaping up over the top. Well done by Ridley.
Yeah, great hands.
In a one-on-one, Ridley takes the mark as we've got a minute to play before half-time.
There's back the young Roberts, rising star from a week ago. Ring gather round, he gives it to Ridley. Ridley goes back to Roberts, his kick broken up. Nice work, McStay coming flying through, knocks it out of bounds.
3 possessions for nothing, and the worst thing about that, the first kick to go back could have gone forward, and the bench has got to be realistic. We've got a minute left. Don't go back, go forward, see if we can sneak a goal.
Late in the second quarter, Collingwood by 8 from the boundary throw-in. Bursting his way through Durham. Handball though a turnover. Here's Nick Dacos on the jinking run. Gives it to Pendlebury. Good handball to DeGoey. Handball to Quaynor. He loads up from outside 50, but he's offline. He's missed the whole set. Out of bounds on the full.
Yeah, he got squeezed, didn't he? Good pressure. Come at him. The eyes lit up though, didn't they?
So Zach Reid looking for Merritt. Got a hand to it and then over the boundary.
That's my trivia question going, Lids.
Yeah, about as well as my was that skinny dog thing that we play in our podcast.
So Michael Pryor and Jackson Pryor, the 4th set of father-sons to have both played in this game. This is the 30th edition. We need another 3.
Brown?
Yes, very good.
We've got 2 more. Let's get it by half-time as Dersma this time sees it over. Stoppage to stoppage.
So Gavin Brown and his 2 sons, Callum and Tyler, both played in the game, but that counts as 1.
Oh, okay.
1 set.
We'll get there.
We need 2 more.
Sure, there's plenty of people right across Australia, right across the world.
Screaming at the radio.
Text in. Tell us what you think. As we count down to half-time here, the boundary throw-in becomes a ball-in, so no surprise. Wet, slippery conditions.
So there's only 10 seconds left. Essendon can't score here. Why they haven't got everyone lined up next to the stoppage and in front of it is beyond me.
Goldstein and Cameron. Cameron gets it down to Pendlebury. Now a loose ball. Wright goes in, a hip and shoulder on Lipinski and allows Settlefield to kick it out of bounds on the full, only a few metres out. And the margin at half-time in the Anzac Day match. 30th anniversary is Collingwood by 8 points. 6-5-41. Essendon 5-3-33. And the 90-odd thousand in the house take the ponchos off and pause and go and get a cup of coffee or a beer or whatever might be your drink of choice. Because the first half was expect the unexpected. Collingwood by 15 at quarter time. At the 6-minute mark of the second term, they led by 27 before Essendon flicked the switch and started to dictate play. They were bullied for much of that opening quarter. They kicked 4 of the last 5 goals, the Bombers, and it is an 8-point lead to the Pies. The goal kickers, Dacos kicked the very first one of the day from 50. It lit up the MCG. 2 for memory singles to Perryman, Elliott and Maynard. And for the Bombers, Durham, 2 in a minute, got them back in it. Singles to Wright, Langford and Archie Perkins.
Just before we hear from Mick and Lids, Tim Hodges is on the boundary for us this afternoon. Hodgie, we haven't heard from you a whole lot. It's been sort of raining throughout. In fact, it's probably just about as dry now as it has been the entire first half, but not a whole lot of activity down there on the bench?
No, Corbin, not many pauses in play, so I sort of kept my mouth shut. But it was just this is the first time since the Anzac service when it's actually stopped raining, so perfect time for the Auskick kids. Just unbelievably wet and slippery conditions, and even Craig McRae late. I know Mick would have loved this. He was offered a new polo because he's so saturated down here coaching on the bench. Mick would have got the gear off, no doubt, but I'm sure Craig will probably swap the polos down in the rooms in the halftime break.
Did you have a costume change at halftime, Nick?
Jimmy, I would have had a double umbrella.
Well, the amount of push-ups I've seen you been doing of late, Nick, I reckon you would have had it straight off. He would have walked out there with it off.
Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio with their thoughts to half-time. It is Collingwood by 8 points in the 30th edition of the Anzac Day blockbuster.
Yeah, it was terrific by Essendon to come back into that game. We were talking at quarter time, Mick, and their ability to... Wasn't really sure where they were going to be at. You know, I was fearing for the Essendon supporters and whether they were going to be able to hang on in this game. But credit to them, they must have listened. They tuned into 774 and they were like, well, right, we're going to start to kick it long. We're going to be cleaner. We're going to be better in around the contest. And they've been able to do that. I think their ability to, one, not make decisions, just give it to their captain at all costs. You know, but otherwise they've been competing really well right across the board, and they've got some good contributors. I thought their back line was a lot better that quarter. And the only one thing they've left out there that you want to see them do is get on to Dacos at 21, but side bottom on the wing as well, or midfield wing, has also been pretty prolific for the Pies.
Yeah, well, they certainly flipped the game, and you wouldn't expect any different. Brad Scott's been around the world a few times as far as a football coach goes and a footballer, so it only become common sense. And he probably said it before the game started, but you know, sometimes you don't absorb things until you're actually out there. The thing about Cyberham, yeah, I can understand that, but the drive coming off that half-back line, Josh Dacos now has had 21, effective kicking rate is 62%. It's inside 440 metres, 2 inside 50s from a half-back. Look, I just say sacrifice to the young fella, Keiko. He's had 4 and 2, but probably one of those I can remember. Really, it was a missed kick that was marked by Durham and a goal. The others were sort of haphazard. Sacrifice your lowest possession getting player, or sacrifice the player that you think is going to have the least impact by himself. So he goes on to Dacos. His job is like the drover's dog. You just hang on to the sheep as much as you can, or in around him, and just stay with him. Now, he may well have the same number of possessions, but if you're putting pressure on him, you may not get the same effect. So that then frees up who? Okay, Quaynard. He's not a Josh Dacos.
Quaynard.
It may well be one of those, but the fact is that Collingwood feel very comfortable in having Josh Dacos as their running player. So if we're going to take something away from the opposition, what they want, if it was Maynard and Maynard becomes that player, then you sit on him. But it's Dacos at the moment. Essendon are back in the game because of their ball use, and they're going into the forward line quicker. And you don't have to be a road scholar to work out. If Darcy Moore's not down there, then they're one very, very good player short.
Yep.
So get it in there on the one-on-one. And also, wet ball, put it in a position. I don't care if you do torpedoes, back to front, kicks over your shoulders, all the clever dick ones. Get them in there. And if the ball's on the deck, you know what happens? Players are hesitant to go flat at it because they know if they overrun it, good luck.
Yeah. You look at a couple of the bottom of the Collingwood, their stat sheet. Bobby Hill hasn't touched the footy yet.
That's unbelievable.
And I said that during that second quarter. Andy McGrath's, he's done a number on him so far. You know, it's only a half, I get it, but he hasn't looked like it in a couple of those one-on-one contests. He's, McStay's only had the one, competed a lot, but hasn't been able to.
No, he's been knocked over.
Yeah, Myercheck
Two
again.
air passes.
Yeah, that's all they've offered so far. So the fact that they're in front at the moment, given that 3 of their forwards have hardly sniffed it, says, well, obviously Dacos, we know, or Nick Dacos has had 4 shots on goal. And they're getting some great drive. Remember, he's kicked the 2 only from his 3 touches.
Two kicks.
Yeah, so like they've got some players that can lift as well. A lot of time spent in their back half, and they're getting their drive from there versus keeping it in their front half. And I reckon that's most of the reason why the Bombers got back into that game in that second quarter.
Oh, no doubt.
The game looked over, didn't it? It looked like Collingwood had them by the throat, 5 goals to 1, and yet Essendon in a 7-minute burst they kicked 4 goals.
Yeah.
Back to back, and all of a sudden the game looks completely different. Collingwood by 8 points at halftime in the wet on Anzac Day. More from Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio coming up. More from you on the SMS as well, 0437 774 774. We got our third nomination on the father-son combinations. It is another father double son, Craig Kelly, of course, former Collingwood footballer, now Chief Executive, and his 2 sons, Will and Jake. So Will obviously played for Collingwood, Jake played for Essendon. That's from Brendan in Hobart. Thanks, Brendan, for that. So we got the Priors, we got the Kellys,
Browns,
we got the Browns, and we need one more. So combinations of a father and son who have both played in the 30 editions of this Collingwood Essendon blockbuster on Anzac Day. We'll leave that with you. The SMS number 0437 774 774. We'll take a pause from the MCG. Second half action not far away. But first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. Anzac Day services have wrapped up around the nation as Australians around the world have paid respects to military personnel. Tilda Colling reports.
Wreaths have been laid, a moment of silence shared, and city streets across the nation marched 110 years on from the first Anzac's arrival on Gallipoli shores. On a day of remembrance for lives lost in war, leaders around Australia have issued a call for peace. In Darwin this morning, Anti-Ukrainian Association President Tatiana Hoffman called for the fighting to stop in their home country.
Nobody wants this war. We are bigger than this, smarter than this.
At Hobart's dawn service this morning, Reverend Dean Richard Humphrey also called for an end to all war, quoting the late Pope Francis.
The boss of the Australian War Memorial has highlighted the contribution of Indigenous Australians to the nation's military history in response to booing during a welcome to country at the Anzac Day dawn service in Melbourne. Bunurong elder Uncle Mark Brown was booed and yelled at throughout his address at the cenotaph. Victoria Police have confirmed a 26-year-old man from Kensington is being investigated over the heckling. The National Director of the Australian War Memorial, Matt Anderson, says today is also about recognising the contributions of Indigenous Australians across society, including in wartime.
Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders have been in every deployment we have sent from the Boer War through to the current day. In the First World War, they were not allowed to enlist if they weren't substantially of European origin, and they often denied their Aboriginality to serve. And this is a chance for us to be reminded of that, to give thanks to that, and of course give thanks to all who serve.
In the wake of the heckling incident, the Defence Minister has said the focus of Anzac Day is on the soldiers who have served and continue to serve the nation. Richard Miles says Anzac Day is at the heart of what Australia stands for.
Our modern nation is built upon the sacrifice that those who have served have made. And today you see Australians in increasing number acknowledging that and commemorating that, and that's as it should be and that's as it should continue to be.
And as dawn services wrapped up across the country, those marking Anzac Day have taken to pubs and clubs to play a game of two-up. In most parts of Australia, two-up is illegal on every day of the year except the anniversary of the Gallipoli campaign. The law is lifted on Anzac Day as a nod to returned servicemen who played the game decades earlier, recognising the Australian diggers' spirit. These people in Sydney say it's a positive way to mark the day.
I think the day speaks for itself. It's acknowledging those who served past and present for our country, and it's honestly just down here recognising those who've done a lot for the country.
I play every year. I've been playing since I was a teenager. Fingers crossed it's heads all day. I don't bat tails, just heads all day.
In other news, the Vatican has released the first image of the Pope's tomb ahead of his funeral tomorrow. Europe correspondent Mazoe Ford reports.
In accordance with his will, Pope Francis will be buried in a simple, undecorated tomb. The Vatican's released a photograph of the tomb, which is made with marble from the Liguria region of Italy and marked with the inscription Franciscus. Almost 100,000 people have now viewed the late pontiff's body lying in state inside St Peter's Basilica. When the public viewings end later today, the senior Cardinal Camerlengo will preside over the sealing of the coffin ahead of the funeral mass tomorrow morning local time. After the service, the coffin will be driven slowly along a 4-kilometre route to Rome's Santa Maria Maggiore Basilica for burial.
And election analysts say the prospect of a hung parliament is likely. During the 2022 federal election, almost 1 in 3 voters cast their ballot for a minor party or independent. This year, multiple opinion polls suggest support for the major parties is falling. Analyst John Black says the trend has been years in the making.
We're seeing Labor's vote consolidated in those better educated seats, and its traditional strongholds are gradually declining, and that's what's causing the instability in outcomes. But overall, voters are becoming disenchanted.
The daughter of a shopkeeper killed in Darwin this week has thanked the community for their support. 71-year-old Linford Fike was stabbed when he tried to stop an 18-year-old who was on bail at the time from shoplifting on Wednesday afternoon. The 18-year-old has been charged with murder and will face court on Monday. A community vigil outside Mr Fike's supermarket last night drew hundreds of people who expressed grief and outrage at the incident. On social media, Joanne Fike says her family are devastated and their hearts are broken. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos, alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Maynard kicks wide to Lipinski. Short kick inside 50. There's Elliott again. Hump says that's not 15. Elliott plays on. Snaps. Goals. And big game, Jamie. Turning it on at the G. Picked up by Elliott. His handball too low for Cameron. Soccering it inside 50. Hoskin Elliott. That'll work. It's a goal assist. Membry's got a couple. And the Magpies have 5 of the first 6. Oh, left behind by Howe. Essendon win it. Perkins kicks inside 50. Race on downhill. Langford needs a kind bounce. Got it. And goals. One Essendon desperately needed. 4th Anzac Day game for this young man. Sam Durham on the drop punt. That is good. And Essendon are right back in this game.
It's going to come back to Shield. Tries to break through a couple. It spills the way of Durham. And he spirals it through for a goal. 2 in a minute for Durham. 3 in a row for the Bombers. And they're back in the contest. The margin is 9. Elliott's quick to pounce. He's pushed off the ball by Redmond. They pounce again. Martin. He gets it out to Shield. It's Perkins from the pocket. Here's Nick Dacos over the top. Pinpoint pass. Long. Marks. Gives it off to Maynard from 50. This will bring the house down.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from an entertaining second term. It looked as if Collingwood had busted the game open. They kicked 5 of the first 6 to lead by 27 points. And then the Bombers, with a 7-goal rush, they kicked 7-minute rush where they kicked 4 goals in that particular period. And as a result, they got themselves back in the game. It's a single-digit margin at half-time. Collingwood by 8 points. And Magpies 6-5-41. They lead Essendon, who are 5-3-33. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood calling the footy. Brett Delidio and Mick Moldhouse, our analysts. Tim Hodges on the boundary, the 30th edition of the Anzac Day Clash. Collingwood's record in this game, by the way, 17 wins, 10 losses, 2 draws. But in the last 18, Essendon have won only 4. So it's been pretty slim picking in recent times. But if you're an Essendon person and you're looking for a little bit of optimism, which I know someone who's like that. The Bombers won this game in 05, in 09, in 13, in 17, and in 21. So their last 5 wins have all been spaced 4 years apart. Look out. And Mick, what year are we in?
I understand where you're coming from.
Is this like the Olympics or something?
But if you're going to latch onto that, Corby,
I know.
If that's the only thing you can latch onto, I feel really desperately sorry for you.
Yeah, it does sound a little desperate.
But you know what, though? You've got to grab hold of something.
You've got to get something. And it's been a long 20-odd years.
Yeah, it is.
So
sounds like it. So all those wins must have come against me then.
No.
You would have, most of them.
You would have won more than you lost in your time, yeah?
Oh, do I? Anyway. This game of football, if I can just jump in, Collingwood don't have to do much different because their game style is right, except get 3 of their 4 forwards, Myercheck, McStay, Hill, and perhaps even Membry again.
Yep.
I'll take Myercheck. I'll take Membry out. He's kicked 2 goals. I'll throw in there Elliott. Get them engaged in scoring.
Jamie Elliott.
Yep.
Or Hoskin Elliott.
No, Jamie Elliott. I know. Has he kicked that 1 goal?
He's got 1 goal, 1. He's been super clean. But
yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying is, if they get those active.
Yep.
But Essendon now have learnt the difference between first quarter and second quarter. So if they say, well, we know it, but their next stage is going to be clearances.
Yep.
Because we're getting smashed at clearances. If we can improve our clearance rate by having a good defence there, so in other words, have a 3-1 centre square. Now, what that means is having someone around about 8 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 4 o'clock, then one will go forward, whichever way that ball falls goes forward, and the other 2 hold their ground. In any other stoppages, make sure that you've got it all covered around you, and Essendon have got a chance then to stop the rot as far as stoppages go. But Collingwood, all they need to do is maintain their the way they play.
Little taste off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Beck, who's on the south coast of New South Wales, listening from the beach. and thinking of all our service personnel and the sacrifices and the reason why we are sitting here enjoying our freedoms. Go the Bombers. Thanks, Beck. Nice to hear from you. From Matt, who's listening on the bullet train from Kyoto to Tokyo. Loving lids and mix expert comments. No sugarcoating. So big fan of yours from Matt, listening all the way from over in Japan.
Yeah,
from John in the Latrobe Valley, Nick Dacos is driven only by his ego for possessions.
What?
That's blasphemy. Looking for free kicks and never gives a hand pass near goals. He's a very greedy player, says John from the Latrobe Valley.
Not sure on that take, John.
From Rob in Greensborough, these two teams have each other's shorts on. 100% agree.
You don't like it?
No. Collingwood's mainly the white jumper and they're wearing the black shorts, and Essendon's mainly the black jumper and they're in the white shorts.
You know what colour I think Essendon should have?
Red. I wouldn't mind. A bit of a throwback to the 70s and the 80s. And we were talking earlier about father-sons that have played in this game.
Oh, so give it to me. Break it.
Michael Pryor played in 2. Jackson Pryor's playing today. We learnt that there are the Browns. Obviously, Gavin Brown and his 2 sons, Callum and Tyler, both played in this fixture. The Kellys.
Yep.
Craig Kelly, his son Jake played for Essendon. His son Will played for Collingwood. And the last of them, nominated by Mark off the SMS. I think we actually had a couple of nominations for this. Elwyn Davey and his son Elwyn Jr. So they played, I think Elwyn played last year, so they became the third pairing. So Elwyn Davey Jr. and Senior. Elwyn Davey is still at the club, not playing today, but they were the third pairing. So there's
you would never have got that, would you, really?
Would never have got it.
Only because of the number of games they played.
Yeah.
Yep. The other nominations we had were Heath and Tony Shaw. Tony wouldn't have got to play in this game. It started after he finished. Jackson Barham and his son of Ricky Barham wouldn't have played together in this game. I think Jackson did play at least one. So thank you for your contributions, and for those of you playing along at home, 0437 774 774, the SMS number.
What's going to happen in this second half, gentlemen?
Well, I think if Collingwood can get back to what Mick was saying, get their forwards involved, then they should go back to where they were in that first quarter. But it's up to Essendon if they're willing to continue to compete like they did and play smart. The rain's back falling down, so get that ball going forward, come in behind it, and just make it a contest. I think that's the key in wet weather footy. It's not trying to overplay the situation. Just keep it simple, get it forward, try and get a contest forward to the ball, and not allow those Collingwood backs to mop up and spread the ground, which they did a really good job in that second quarter. But it's a new half. Let's see how they can go.
Nice of it to stop raining at half-time, and as soon as the quarter begins, rain falls again.
Perfect.
So starting in the midfield, Goldstein in the ruck against Cameron, and then it's Durham, Merritt and Shield. Merritt and Nick Dacos alongside each other, the two captains. Long and side bottom in there as well. All set for this second half. It's thrown up in the air. Cameron slaps it down to the advantage of Nick Dacos. He had Merritt with a tackle, gets a little toe poke away, goes the way of Shield. Ricochets back then to Nick Dacos, picks it up, bombs it long, and a nice mark taken by Reid.
He's been impressive.
Yeah, he
Very
continues to blossom on a big stage today. He moves it quickly, kicks it sideways to Nick Martin, who goes down the line to right, marking in front of Frampton. After his 6-goal haul in the West last week to single-handedly get the Bombers over the line against the Eagles, he's kicked one in the opening half. He goes to half forward, and the punch from Maynard over the boundary line.
Good play by Wright coming up the ground. But he didn't do that in the first quarter, and they were left high and dry repeatedly across the middle. So there's a lot of lessons that Essendon have learnt, and I know we're only into the game by a couple of seconds in the second half, but good signs by both, really.
Yeah. Pies by 8 points. On the boundary throw-in, Goldstein palms it down. Little soccer forward from the Bombers through Merritt, but picked up by Nick Dacos. Runs a 360, and then a handball as a turnover. Picked up by Shield. Got a handball through for the Bombers to right. Back to Shield, running out of room and shoved out of bounds.
No right side there, Brett.
Yeah.
All he had to do was kick the ball right-footed.
Well, I will question you on that, because I've seen him kick more on his right foot than any other left footer.
He must be saving it for you to watch, because...
that one he didn't. Yeah. Oh, that's granted.
It's not a common trait, though, is it? Particularly for the lefties, as skillful as they often are. Not overly adept on the right side. From the restart, Gresham soccers a dangerous ball inside 50. Hitting up comes Caddy, tackled, dispossessed, holding the ball. Free kick for Collingwood.
Yeah, he's had a bad day, Caddy. He just hasn't. He's put himself around the ball, but just hasn't been able to take marks. Or when he's got the ball, he's just been a little bit slow with it.
So Perryman won the free kick, kicked it into the back pocket to Frampton, who gets it out of the dangerous territory. A ball still to be won. Maynard gets there. Gives it to side bottom. Tried the soccer off the turf. It bumbles around. Zigzagging Dersma. Keeps it low. Spears it. And Frampton's there to pick it off.
Yeah, he just looked at two Collingwood players back and tried to be a little bit too cute with it, really, and intercepted.
Rain continues to tumble, so Frampton says, I'm going to go long down the line around the southern wing. Strong mark by Mackay. Well played. Grew up an Essendon fan, Ben Mackay. His first Anzac Day last year, playing his 100th game. They share it around down back, and now Pryor's got it. Jackson Pryor goes back to the wing. And in a one-on-one, Mackay this time is outmarked by Myercheck.
Yeah, well played by Myercheck. But their first instinct is to go backwards, one kick. It just seems to be so predictable now.
Myercheck kicks down the wing, finds Lipinski, hand pass to the smooth-moving Nick Dacos, kicks inside 50, turnover. And Reid takes the intercept mark. Short kick to Martin. Here go the Bombers, back through the corridor, short to Durham. Calling for it long on the wing. There's Merritt, who takes the mark just in front of Myercheck. Wants to keep it moving. Zach Merritt kicks inside the forward 50. Caddy, the target, he's got it. Caddy, his hands around it. And Nate Caddy, his first major involvement here.
Well, it's not that he hasn't been involved, like as in, but when he's had it, he hasn't done anything with it. And when he's near it, he's competitive, but he just hasn't been able to generate anything.
This is his 11th touch. And his first involvement on the scoreboard as Caddy hooks it through for a goal. And all of a sudden, there's just a straight kick in it. Collingwood by 2 points. 4 minutes gone in the third term. And Nate Caddy with a tone setter early in the second half. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you're right, Mickey. Look, I think what I love about this kid is he'll keep working for you and he wants to compete. And that's all you can ask. He's a young pup who's just learning his craft, so he's not going to be the guy who's going to be the one who's going to crash packs and take mark after mark after mark, is he? But his ability to continue to try for you, I think, is what... I mean, you couldn't take him out of the side. I reckon it's important to keep pumping games.
Oh, absolutely. I know. There's no doubt he's all class.
Yeah.
And the harder he works in these games, the better he's going to get. Just on Essendon, 17-3. I guess if you listen to us in the first quarter, we're saying, why are they hand passing so much? It's 17 kicks, 3 hand passes, and they've just scored the first goal of the quarter.
Umpire's blown his whistle in the centre and says it's a free kick for the Bombers. They trail by 2 points, yet to hit the front. The free kick goes to Shield, running by is Ridley. He accepts the handball, he delivers to Caddy, bounced off his chest. Gresham sees a man out wide, it's Dersma who wedges the kick and Kako's by himself. And Kako will have a set shot, only 30 metres out on a 45-degree angle. He's going to the city ends.
Well, I think you'll find, Mick, that he's playing on Dacos, but not as a defensive player. Dacos has just shown him little to no respect there. He's gone up the pressure of the footy and just allowed Kako to run into that open space. Great decision there from the Dersma, I think it was, just to pop that onto Kako's chest. Didn't blaze away, found him in that little bit of space.
Isaac Kako taking a big deep breath. First year, first Anzac Day, and he puts the Bombers in front for the first time. Opening minutes of the third term. Caddy and Kako, the two schoolboy friends. Got the red and black army erupt. 7-3-45, Collingwood 6-5-41.
How good's that their two youngest players, the reason why they're in front of this game. I mean, there's times there where you want your big key forwards, the guys with the experience, to be standing up, but these are the two that are going to give them, a huge level of excitement, and they're getting the crowd involved. Both of them turned straight to the crowd after kicking that goal, but you can see there, Kako just dropping in a little hole. Great little kick from Dersma.
Really good kick by Dersma.
A nice finish.
The Caddy-Cack, the combination 3 minutes apart. And Essendon in front for the first time. Back in the middle, Goldstein pumps it down for the Bombers. Picked up here by Durham. Handball away to Merritt. Kicks inside the forward 50 for the Bombers. Langford out after it. Spoiled away though by Frampton. Collingwood win it as Perryman gives a handball out to Josh Dacos. Handball to Lipinski. Short kick finds Nick Dacos. Marks against the boundary line. 6.5 minutes gone, third term. Essendon by 4 points.
That booing wouldn't be coming from Collingwood, would it?
Surely not.
No, of course not.
Dacos, I'm not sure why the Essendon fans will be booing him. As the kick goes down the wing, spelt by Reid. Ridley, handball away to Dersma. He gives it to Perkins. Handball picked off. Here go the Pies. Quaynor sweeping. Polyfarmer hand pass away to Bobby Hill. Kicks inside 50 and Elliott hitting up, marks right on the 50. Pokes the kick over the top and Hill's got it again. Second touch in the chain as he marks against the boundary line right forward pocket.
Good work ethic by Hill.
Yeah.
Well, give the ball, get the ball and go. Don't hang it. You don't have to hang around. Go to space.
Collingwood led this game by 27 points before Essendon have now kicked 6 of the last 7. And the Bombers in front. The first lead change coming early in this third term. Here's Hill. Across the body. Too much on it. This is far side of behind. Essendon's lead trimmed to 3. 8 minutes gone, third quarter. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
He was distracted then, wasn't he, Bobby Hill? He was asking the umpire how long. His eyes were looking all over the shop, up at the giant screen. He really didn't know how to attack that one. So Roberts goes along. Again, the southern wing. DeGoey. He tried the fend off and he was caught. Umpire says play on. It was Pryor that got in. This kick, a high ball. Into the centre it goes. Goldstein sets after Josh Dacos. Gets the handball away. Quick fire. Frampton involved. Spots a loose player further of the field, and that is Lipinski. Oh, and he shanks it. We've seen plenty of that with the wet ball today. It spirals the way of Pryor. He picks it up and just dumps it long, and Darcy Cameron's there. Takes the mark. Now asking the question, Isaac Kako a little bit too close in.
Yeah, I thought he was very lucky, Cameron.
Yeah.
That free kick, because the Essendon player couldn't get near that. That was easy 10 to 15 metres away from the play. You'd be careful, especially with that umpire down that end.
Short kick to Houston. He goes long and strong. McKay's there. Waiting at the back is Bobby Hill from the impossible angle. Bobby Hill with another MCG thrill. No way!
In the bow.
An Anzac Day special. And now the Pies are back in front. 7-6-48. Essendon 7-3-45. Bobby Hill take a bow.
That was impressive, wasn't it, Cal? It was Rowan. He's had a quiet first half. The quietest of first half.
Still trying to work out how that ball could go through. It almost defies any sort of logic whatsoever. It's just a brilliant goal. Like, it's just a drop punt that somehow has threaded the needle.
Kick it nice and high, Mick, and it'll go back the other way, which is something Dustin Martin was incredible at. Zach Merritt would like his time again. He just sagged off at the wrong time, and it's just fallen straight to Bobby Hill.
And I did say take a bow, and that's exactly what he actually did.
He heard you, Cal.
He turned to the crowd and he took the bow.
League swings on the last couple of goals in the game, so side bottom tackled by a Shield and we'll have a ball up in the middle. Do you like the bow leads?
Love it.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
First Anzac Day goal for him. 0 goals, 3 coming into the day in his 2 previous meetings. Free kick in the middle is going Collingwood's way.
Well, he's getting a free kick out of that. Side bottom, mate. That's
over.
Yeah, okay.
3-point lead for the Magpies. They've led most of the day, led by as many as 27. Essendon took over midway stage of that second quarter and actually hit the front early in the third. Gives it to Pendlebury. Kicks deep to full forward. Little shove from Ridley. Professional one. Takes the mark at full back.
He's been very good. Really good. The back line of Essendon actually haven't been too bad at all. I know they've had 7 goals kicked against them, but they've been very, very good.
Ridley in his 99th game. Despite being 26 years of age, injury interrupted in his younger days, shares it with Pryor, who kicks along to a contest and slides out the back and out of bounds. Of course, this is the first of 2 games today. Still to come, Fremantle and Adelaide. We'll bring you coverage of that game here on ABC Sport following this one. Corp and Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Malthouse, Brett Delidio, Tim Hodges. Your call team on ABC Sport. Wright wins it down, but straight to Crisp. Collingwood with it. Handball to Pendlebury. Handball to Nick Dacos. He's tackled, lost it. Long sockers it forward. Roberts for Essendon. Picks it off. Gives it to Setterfield. Kicks very wide. One bounce out of play. Ump says, spin it in.
And that's no different than one in the first quarter, but A common sense one.
Yeah. So he's got time there. He kicks a drop punt, but someone who hacks it out of a stoppage and it can bounce anyway, that's deliberate. Give me a spell.
Yeah, that's why you know what I'm playing, mate.
Bound and throw in right in front of the two benches. At ground level, it's Pendlebury in a real scrap.
Ball up here on the wing. Tim Hodges on the boundary. How are the subs down there? Have we had any movement?
No movement at all, and just the rain has stopped for the moment. It's supposed to get as heavy as it has all day in the next half an hour, so expect for some more rain.
Cameron's given it straight to Nick Dacos, who gave it to Houston. There was a big hip and shoulder involved in this passage of play, and they've turned it over. Hobbs right on the 50. Quaynor with a fumble. It opens the door there for Caddy. Caddy goes to ground. He appealed for the free. He's going to get it.
Yeah,
there was a shove in the back from Quaynor.
Yeah, very ordinary by Quaynor. He had him covered. He just... For some reason, I'm just leading to his back.
They trail by 3 points, Essendon.
Oh, dear.
And Caddy. Oh, Hill had to really get on his bike, and he's chopped it off at centre half back. Was the target Dersma there? I think he tried to get it over Bobby Hill's head. Hill got on his bike. He's kicked straight down the corridor to Elliott. Elliott with the handball to Josh Dacos. Brilliant in that opening half. Wider still, he with the offload to Lipinski, and then goes short and honours the lead of Membry. Tough angle, right on 50. He'll have to boot this, the former Saints forward.
Yeah, that's a very ordinary kick here by
Caddy, young Caddy.
Caddy.
Yeah. Yep. Miss kick, but not great direction regardless of the miss kick.
Oh, if you're going to miss kick, you miss kick to the fence. You don't miss kick to the middle of the ground. Collingwood cover it beautifully, and as a consequence, because of their numbers in good position, that's why they're having a shot on goal.
So Membry's kicked a goal in each of the quarters so far. He's got 2. They lead it by 3 points. Halfway through the third. From outside 50, only a step or 2 in from the boundary and missing to the near side. A miss kick off the boot of Tim Membry, although it was a pretty fair effort. So Collingwood now by 4. They led by as much as 27. Kako, a goal a few moments ago, made the Bombers hit the front for the very first time, and now Collingwood by 4.
So this is where Essendon, their first kick out should be play on and get the ball to the wing. And then you start over again.
Redmond to Mackay in the back pocket. Long kick down the wing. There's a shove for free kick. It's going Essendon's way. Hodgie on the boundary.
Mick, did you ever have this, the Essendon bench? I think there's just been so much rain that one of the phones aren't working. So both clubs have actually been granted, it looks like a mobile phone to be able to use to communicate with the coach's box. So it's definitely you can see the amount of technicians around the back of the bench that are trying to work to fix it, but it's clearly just the amount of rain has knocked it out.
No, I've had a few break on the time to time, but not through the water. I guess I was crying after a loss.
Boundary throwing right, wins the hit out for Essendon. Collingwood win the footy. De Goey, handball away to Long, kicks inside 50, bouncing ball unkind for Membry, still might work out for the Pies. McStade collects, centre half forward, handball to Long, runs back onto his right side, gives a handball away to Pendlebury. Pendlebury off a step, perfect vision, hits up Crisp, great execution. And Jack Crisp has got it right on 50. And I think he might take advantage of the stand rule here as he's just bringing the umpire into play and saying, look, make sure Zach Merritt doesn't move. He's on the mark. In the end, Crisp decides to lay it up. Kicks to full forward. Right, getting back. Swats it through. Elliott on the goal line. Elliott goal. Wright tried to punch it through for a rush behind, and Elliott came charging out after it. Great game awareness. And Soccer through his second. And that hurts from an Essendon perspective. The Pies by 10. 16 gone in the third term. 8-7-55 Collingwood. Essendon 7-3-45. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
And they just didn't see it out, did they, Mick? There was 80% of the job done. Good spoil from Wright to get through, but McGrath just sort of fell asleep on Elliott, or didn't turn his head. Was it McGrath? No, might not have been.
Pryor on the line.
Pryor on the line. Geez, it was good awareness, though, from Elliott just to play it right out to get there to, bottom of his boots, just to push it across the line.
Yeah, no, it's a smart goal, really smart goal. Yeah. You've got to cover the back. That wet ball, if it's going to go anywhere, it's going to fall at the back.
So Essendon kicked the first 2 of this third term to take the lead. Collingwood responded with the next 2, and now they've got the lead. Goldstein takes it out of the ruck, rewinds the clock. The 36-year-old bangs it long. Spoil from Frampton spills the way of Kako. Handballs outside of the 50 to Martin. Needs to sidestep an opponent and does. Gives it back to Kako. Keeps it low. Frampton with the spoil. Overrunning it was Houston. It was stolen by Hobbs. He goes for home and he's kicked a goal.
Out of nowhere.
Ben Hobbs jags a major out of nowhere and they're back within 4 points. Goal for goal on Anzac Day at the MCG. Where else would you rather be? 8-7-55 Collingwood, Essendon 8-3-51, and the margin is 4 with 9 minutes to go in the third.
Well, it was a chaos ball going in, so the Collingwood defender had to lunge at it, and when it hit the deck again, that's the pressure of a wet ball, slippery conditions. Players make mistakes, can't stand up. Frampton went to ground. That was the end of it. Once he went to ground, it was just...
Houston had lucky Simon again, I think. He just sort of half went at it, didn't fully commit with the body behind it, and left it behind. His man followed him in. Hobbs kicks a goal.
Yeah, exactly.
Great pick up from Ben Hobbs. Kicks his first goal of the day, his third of the year. So Shield back at the centre bounce, soccers it forward for Essendon. Picked up though by Lipinski. Handball along. Handball made it tough for Houston. Invites the Bombers in on the wing. Merritt sweating on it. They all overrun it. Ned Long cleans it up. Handball away to Perryman. Shanks that kick out on the full. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, just an update from the coaches, from the interchange benches. There's now no power at all. So the doctors are actually concerned now if there's a head knock. They quite often go to the monitors to look at the vision to judge whether they think the player should be coming off. They can't do that at the moment with no power at all.
Thanks, Hodgie. Rain causing havoc down there. It has rained pretty much from about an hour before the start of play the whole way through. As Essendon send it down the wing through Roberts and a pack forms. Ball up between wing and half forward here for the Dons.
Hope the lights don't get wobbly. Then we'd have a problem. As Goldstein dabs it down. Durham. And wonderful smother. It was Roberts that went the kick. And
just interesting, the stoppage work now is really acute. It's fascinating to watch. Got DeGoey, first of all, works to Merritt. Yeah, he's gone back to Merritt. His bigger body trying to keep him away from the football. Goldstein is winning the ruck duels now.
Wins it again. It was Hoskin Elliott that was the good smother, and as a result, the boundary throw in. He won at Goldstein, but it's Collingwood that goes forward, trying to keep it in play. Happy, in fact, to just professionally step over there was Reid. Zach Reid has had a good afternoon.
The boundary line was about 3 steps away, and he took about 4.5.
Yeah. Well, he had to. Yeah, he would have been very, very stiff.
Collingwood by 4 points. Boundary throw in. Half forward for Collingwood. Crisp, nice pick up in the wet. Pendlebury, Dacos working hand in against the boundary line before the Pendle's handball goes out of bounds. So Dacos picks it up and gives it back to the boundary umpire to be tossed in yet again.
Goldstein's giving Cameron a little bit of a touch up here, and that's putting Collingwood now. They have to react to the stoppages.
Man, Ian Burrows, the boundary umpire, spins it in. Collingwood win it. McStay. Won it down. Pendlebury, such class. Sells the dummy. Kicks into the pocket. Ball hits the deck. Skids past McCreary. Out of bounds and a throw in forward pocket for the Pies. Shout out to Tim and Jared, who are driving from Busselton to Perth to see Freo take on the Crows tonight. Loving the call from the MCG and dreaming of Freo one day becoming a perennial threat like the evergreen Magpies. Thanks, guys. Nice to hear from you. We'll have that call available later tonight. As Goldstein grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it in the wing. Langford slips over and Howe takes the intercept mark.
Shoelace is undone. I think he tripped over his shoelace, Courtney.
Howe, short kick down to Long.
Might have broken it, I reckon, Cal. Or caught in the studs of Jeremy Howe.
I'll tuck it in the side of his boots now.
I've had that happen before. Shock it.
Here's Long, who kicks inside the forward 50. They come from all directions. Slides out the back. Picked up here by Hoskin Elliott. Handball away towards Membry at half forward. He gives it back by hand to Perryman. 40 metres out. Hooks a kick to the goal line and punched through by Ben Mackay. Gets back to force the rush behind. So it is Collingwood by 5 points. 21 gone third term. 8-8 to 8-3.
Hasn't been too bad, Mackay. I know he's coming under a lot of pressure throughout the first part of the year, but I thought he's been pretty good tonight. But today.
Ridley to Shield. It's almost night, isn't it? Looks dark because of the weather. Great smother by Chris. Oh, this could be an inspirational moment from Jack Chris. Yeah, the smother, the gather, and then the put it on the chest of Jamie Elliott in the left forward pocket at the punt road end. What's he going to do, Jamie? He's creative.
He'll kick a goal.
He's going to kick a goal.
Yeah. He's highly skillful. Our experts say he'll kick a goal. He's outside the boundary, 10 metres out. Just a case of he curls it around, and they're right. Elliott, who took arguably the best mark of the season last year on this day, has banged through his third. And they stretch the lead to 11, Collingwood 9-8-62. Essendon 8-3-51. Could have been the worst question I've asked for a while. Mick and Lids, what will he do here?
Nice half volley, Cal. We appreciate those.
just going back this quarter compared to last quarter. Right now we're looking at inside 50, 6-11. This is where Collingwood now is starting to dominate the inside possessions. The ruck work, I still think that Goldstein's done a terrific job, but the clearance rate is 7-6, so that's squeezed up. The contested football is squeezed up.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie?
I'm not sure, guys. Did you see anything with Daniel McStay? He came to the bench, spoke to the doctors, and the doctors have taken him straight down to the room. So Lachie Sullivan is starting the process to get into this game if required, which certainly seems like it, the way McStay, his body language walking down the stairs to the Collingwood rooms.
Pies by 11. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Collingwood win it as Pendlebury gets a handball away to Hill. Clever. Touches it away towards Nick Dacos. Runs onto it. Kicks to the goal square mark. De Goey wins a one-on-one cold with Pryor.
Yeah, just brilliant.
And then hooks it through for another. Collingwood with a bit of pep in their step now. The Magpies have kicked 4 of the last 5. And all of a sudden, it's good old Collingwood who leads it by 17 points. 24 gone in the third. The Pies 10-8-68. Essendon 8-3-51. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that was clever. You go back to the centre square. Bobby Hill just knocking it forward to keep the ball moving. Nick Dacos on the end of it. I think it's the third or fourth time I've seen him break the back of the square and almost have that running shot. Didn't quite have enough on it, but geez, those great hands from De Goey. I'm not sure he could have taken it any easier. It reminded me of one of your old boys, Mick, in Dane Swan. He used to take them very easy from close in.
Yep.
To answer your question, Hodgie, I didn't see what happened to McStay. I saw him compete in the ruck and get that clearance, and then, I don't know. We'll have to find out. Wait and see.
Rain is tumbling. De Goey just snapped that out of the air. So crisp. And it's Collingwood by 17 points. Side bottom with the kick. It comes the way of the northern wing. McCreery overruns it. Going to ground down there was Roberts. Lipinski fires in a hard tackle on Jones.
Well, a 50-metre break through the 50-metre line, that's Essendon's next task is you've got to break that, otherwise this game is dead and buried.
Ball up, half forward for the Pies. Shield keeps it in play before Jones happily sees it over, and we'll have another stoppage. It was light, tumbling rain, and now it's heavy, falling from the grey skies above. The lights on at the MCG. Collingwood by 17 points in this third term, led by as much as 27 in the second, and Essendon hit the front at the 5-minute mark of this third term before Collingwood hit back.
Goldstein wins it down. Merritt, hand pass to Jones, kicks up over halfway for the Bombers, and then a loose tackle from Langford over the shoulder of Quaynor, not called. And Langford goes and tackles Frampton. Ball up between wing and half forward for the Dons. Tim Hodges.
Corbin, so this is not good news for Daniel McStay, who went to the Collingwood rooms. The doctors have emerged and said he's not right to go. He's been subbed out already. And Lachie Sullivan is just doing the handball drills, and he's about to be injected into this game.
Thanks, Hodgie. And that band of rain that you spoke about around 5 p.m. is here. So rain falling, 17-point lead for the Pies. Scrappy footy from the stoppage. In the end, a Bomber drilled with it as Myercheck lays a heavy tackle. Quick hot hand pass to Merritt, and he was met by Myercheck. Ball up on the wing.
I know this sounds bad for McStay, but for Collingwood's point of view, and the way the weather is, it's going to suit them. An extra running player.
From the ball up, side bottom, hand pass away towards Lipinski. Takes a bit of ground, kicks down to half forward. Bombers in the box seat. Mackay spills the mark. Reid mops it up though. Handball away to Roberts. Hooks a kick down the wing for Essendon. Hands on it, Cameron. And so many have dropped those overhead today. Just the sticky mitts as he marks on the wing. 4 to go before three-quarter time. Collingwood by 17. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
He could go short to Josh Dacos. In the end, he does do that. What an afternoon Josh Dacos has had.
12.5 metres.
24 disposals.
Same.
For Josh Dacos. Lipinski. Nick wanted it. Lipinski ignores him. Nick's not happy. Now he goes there. He says, I've got to give it to the captain. So What does the little
That's
master
why.
do? Yeah, he creates, doesn't he? Skillful, saw long, all by himself inside 50 and hit him up on the chest.
He's a great link player, Pat Lipinski, isn't he? I love what he adds to this Collingwood side. He does a lot of the grunt work up and back from the half-forward flank, but he just connects.
Yeah,
I think he's an important cog in this machine.
So Ned Long, 45-degree angle. He'll step just inside 50 to the punt road end with the set shot.
Got it.
It's coming back. That could just about be the knee buckler at the MCG. Ned Long straight and accurate, and Collingwood back out by 23. 11-8-74, Essendon 8-3-51.
Yeah, it was a great play from Dull. He was left out there by himself, Dacos, wasn't he? He didn't have to do too much. He just stood there and waited for Lipinski to feed it to him, and sure enough, and then he finds a free target, and everyone sort of sagged off Long and just, well, what's he doing there?
Yeah. Brett, through history, good sides sides can come at them, but they come back. Essendon, second quarter was outstanding, no question, and early this quarter they weren't bad. But all the little things that make a good side can fall away very quickly. That no one stands on Dacos. No one stands on Long. Easy contest in the wing here.
Playing the full 120, isn't it?
Well, it is. And you know that in that 120, the opposition will get hold of you at some stage.
Pies by 23 points. Cameron palms it down. There's Nick Dacos running out of the middle. Hits up to goalie. Just lands short of him, trying to take the sprawling mark. Sits up here for McGrath off the back flank. Kicks Essendon down the southern wing. They're queuing up, and Cameron marks. Gee, the Pies are running on top of the ground at the moment. Gives it to Josh Dacos. Short kick to Crisp. Jack Crisp has it at right half forward.
Essendon should be flooding back now. This is where they're getting a bit lazy and allowing easy marking.
Gives it back to Josh Dacos. Lipinski goes for a climb. No mark. Ball slides out the back. An unrealistic attempt. Free kick for Essendon at fullback. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, the update from the Collingwood media team, and we thank them. Daniel McStay, it's a knee, so they're really nervous, and they'll have scans tomorrow. He has had an ACL before, so I think everyone was just so surprised when he came to the bench, and that's why when they took him down to the rooms, there was shell shock on his face, which I tried to translate to you. So, yeah, that's a really nervous time for Daniel McStay at the Pies.
Yeah, the ACL last year. Spent a lot of time out. Just the 5 games last year for the former Brisbane Lion player.
Oh, touch.
By side bottom. Weaving, dodging, delivering long to the top of the goal square. Ridley does well. Took it with one arm, couldn't take the mark, but was able to mop up and deliver to Dersma. And that is going to land touched right in front of Tim Hodges. Thought it was out of bounds, but it's off the big hand of Peter Wright.
6-16 inside 50s. Needless to say which way that's going.
All those 6 were in the start, weren't they?
They were.
Collingwood by 23. Boundary throw in right in front of these interchange gates, right in front of us. Loose ball, side bottom went for it. Pendlebury took it. Lipinski, a fumble in the wet, and then off hands from
stiff.
Caddy.
That is so stiff. Out the full.
Yeah, off his boot as he tried to quickly soccer it forward.
So free kick to side bottom.
So beating that news from the boundary, Tim Hodges telling us a knee concern for Dan McStay. Of course, tragically did his knee in the preliminary final. It's in a footy context, of course, very much so. In that 2023 year, back out of bounds on the full the other ways. Side bottom never brings it in, kicks it back out. 23-point lead for the Pies. They led by 27 in the second quarter, and then Essendon went on a run. They kicked 6 of the next 8 and hit the front themselves earlier in the quarter. The Pies have steadied up. Kaki put his...
And both of them together were up in the contest. That's where you got that.
Caddy is what I was looking for. He went to put his hands on the shoulders of Frampton and didn't touch the footy. And the ump says, you can't do that.
No common sense in that, though. You're desperate to keep the ball near the forward line.
It's like a schoolyard hanger trying to...
Well, it is. Yeah, you're not going to gain anything from it.
Frampton down to half forward for the Pies. Cameron competes, no mark. Spills front and centre to side bottom. He's got it 70 metres out. Floats a handball. Broken up by Dersma. Knocked out of play. And a throw-in about 60 metres out from the Collingwood goal at the punt road end. The Pies by 23. 31 and a half travelled in the third. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
They kicked the last 3. Josh Dacos, 27 disposals, still side bottom 26. Nick Dacos, 24, leading the way for the Pies. He's still side bottom again. What about the ruck? Darcy Cameron straight down side bottom's throat, and the intercepting mark. Backing back bravely, courageously, it's got to be said, to Harry Jones.
Yeah, certainly. It's a very good call, Kel. That was really brave.
Plugged the hole and now kicks along towards Kako. Oh, was picking his pocket. It was stolen by Josh Dacos. Both of them tried to snaffle it in their midriff, and in the end Josh was able to get it. Goes long. Spoil from the Bombers defenders. It trickles over the boundary line.
I think that ball marked him more so than he marked it.
Yeah.
All of a sudden appeared on him.
Last minute of quarter number 3. Collingwood by 15 at quarter time, by 8 at half time. First 2 in this quarter went to the Bombers. When Kako snapped his first, Bombers were in front by 3. Since then, it's been all Collingwood. Boundary throw in inside 50. Pendlebury gives it straight to McGrath. He's dispossessed, but Settlefield's able to pick it up. Long bomb outside the 50, and again Josh Dacos. The ball marks him.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. Simply brilliant. And I don't think they've done enough work on him, really, because he's just controlled the area. If you're going to allow a half-back to control the area, good luck.
Long ball, top of the goal square. Spoil from the knuckles of Goldstein. Oh, Pendlebury just shrugs one, throws it on the boot, and missing across the face. Scott Pendlebury, 3-time Anzac Day medalist. Won his first one in 2010, 2011 and 2019.
Is Josh leading today in the Anzac Day medal?
You'd like to think
second,
so.
third, I would have thought.
Yeah, whole side is going all right.
Yeah, it's true too.
29 just touches so far for Josh Dacos. We're not yet at three-quarter time as Essendon bring it out to half-back. Redmond's got it. Looks inboard to Goldstein. Hand pass to the flying run of Archie Roberts. He kicks out wide under pressure. Finds Perkins. Perkins runs out of time. And the Collingwood takeover on the back end of that third term. They kicked 5 of the last 6 goals, having fallen behind. And that just pricked the Magpies into action. What a response. They flex their muscle, and as a result, it's the Pies by 4 goals as we turn for home. So Collingwood 11-9-75. They lead Essendon 8-3-51. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. It was the Pies by 15 at quarter time, 8 at the half, and now they lead by 24 through 3 quarters. The goal kickers, Jamie Elliott's got 3, 2 for Tim Membry, and then singles for De Goey, Maynard, Perryman, Hill, Nick Dacos and Long. Meanwhile for Essendon, 2 for Sam Durham, and then singles for Langford, Hobbs, Kako, Perkins, Wright and Caddy. Now Tim Hodges is on the boundary, and some concern for a key forward for the Pies, Hodgie.
There is, Corbin, and it's Daniel McStay, who has been through so much in his short time at Collingwood. Of course, missed that 2023 premiership with the knee injury suffered in the prelim final, then had the ACL injury in the pre-season, and the fear is that it might be the same left knee that was reconstructed is the issue for him, is why he's been subbed out of this game. So it will be a real watch tomorrow for scans on that left knee for Dan McStay. So I think everyone at Collingwood really nervous at the moment because an unbelievably popular member of the team, but gee, it doesn't look good. And the way he went down the race, I actually said to you guys, I didn't see what was wrong, but just the look on his face was not a healthy one. Complete confusion down here. I've never seen that. Just goes to show how much rain we have had in the last couple of hours, how much standing water there is. It's taken out all the power in the interchanges. It's taken out the phone lines as well. So it's both clubs were granted 1 mobile phone each that they could communicate with the coach's box. So yeah, there's technicians running around all over the place at the moment trying to solve it and get the power back for the doctors as well as the communication. So yeah, issues are plenty here. Now the Bombers still haven't put their sub into the game. It's Jai Menzies. I think we might be seeing at some stage pretty soon. Who is this? This is, I think it's Harry Jones down here getting some treatment on his ankle. I think they're trying to get him back out in the final term, so I don't think they want to sub him out, but Joe Menzies is the fresh man who is available to come in for this final term.
Thanks, Hodgie. It's been a good day for the Bureau. They've had a win, Mick.
Yeah,
you put it on them earlier.
Well,
they said 25 mils. They're delivering.
Yeah, 365 days of the year. They've got one going very well in their favour. I'm hard.
More from Mick and Lids coming up in just a moment. It is three-quarter time at the G. Collingwood by 25 points. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
The Roar told the story.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Play ABC AFL.
ABC Sport, your home for footy. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Merritt takes the mark just in front of Mychek, wants to keep it moving. Zach Merritt kicks inside the forward 50. Caddy, the target, he's got it. This is his 11th touch and his first involvement on the scoreboard. As Caddy hooks it through for a goal.
Isaac Kako taking a big deep breath. First year, first Anzac Day, and he puts the Bombers in front for the first time. He goes long and strong. McKay's there. Waiting at the back is Bobby Hill from the impossible angle. Bobby Hill with another MCG thrill. No way.
He's on the mark in the end. Chris decides to lay it up. Kicks to full forward. Bright getting back. Swats it through. Goal. Elliott on the goal line. Elliott goal.
Frampton with the spoil. Overrunning it was Houston. It was stolen by Hobbs. He goes for home and he's kicked a goal.
Out of nowhere.
Pendlebury gets a handball away to Hill. Clever. Touches it away towards Nick Dacos. Runs onto it. Kicks to the goal square mark. To Goey. Wins a one-on-one cold with Pryor.
Yeah, just brilliant.
And then hooks it through for another.
So Ned Long, 45-degree angle. He'll step just inside 50 to the punt road end.
Got it.
It's coming back. That could just about be the knee buckler at the MCG.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Pies by 4 goals at three-quarter time. The Anzac Day clash on ABC Sport. Still to come, Fremantle and Adelaide. That game doesn't actually bounce down until after 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, so we'll take you there next for the Dockers and the Crows. Brett Delidio, Mick Moldhouse with their take through 3. The Pies by 24.
Well, I don't know about you, Brett, but a couple of key indicators here to me is again, the clearance rate went straight to Collingwood.
Yep.
More important on a wet day, the contested football. Collingwood smashed Essendon in that quarter. And yet the second quarter was relatively even. So that tough, hard ball you've got to get on the deck and you've got to be able to control the football and get the football out. The bigger bodies, the smarter players, the Pendlebury side bottom to Goey's, Dacos clearly. And still side bottom at this stage is he's only had 13 clearances. So
that's it for the whole game.
Just the 13. What's he been doing?
Yeah, I know.
2016 Anzac Day medalist. Could he do it again?
Well, absolutely. If you've had a contested football of 16, you've had 13 clearances, inside 50s, 7, and gone 510 metres.
Yeah.
I said before about Dacos. Well, I take that back. He's clearly in the top 3 or 4. No, Josh.
Yeah.
But side bottom's ability in traffic to make the right decisions is outstanding.
Who have you got on top? Side bottom or?
I got Sidey, but Dacos close.
Just quickly, Tim Hodges on the boundary, an update?
Kel, Harrison Jones is out of this game. They started restrapping that right ankle during the three-quarter time break. Now they're icing it. He is subbed out. Jai Menzies comes in.
Thanks, Hodgie. Rain about as heavy as it has been all day. It has rained pretty much from start to finish and an hour before the jump as well, as Essendon eventually get the centre clearance out wide to Menzies. 24-point lead for Collingwood. Final term underway. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Another bumper crowd, all in their ponchos out in the rain. As Menzies sends his kick down towards half forward and Quaynor takes the intercept mark. Quaynor, how's this for a stat I read during the week? So when he takes 3 intercept marks or more, the Magpies have won their last 14 games.
Wow, that is quirky as talk.
14 in a row when they're 3 and zipped. I didn't find that one.
He's got to get out more lids, doesn't he?
That's come straight from champion data. I'm blaming him for that.
Okay.
As Essendon win at defensive side of the wing as Redmond goes across the ground to Gresham.
See, I don't know where this ball here goes to because Collingwood absolutely slaughter it up the line.
Comes wide to my man Archie Roberts as he kicks long down to half forward. A hand on it from Langford and trickles out of play. So a throw in 70 out from the Bombers' goal at the punt road end. Pies by 24 in the driving rain. Start of the last.
I'll clarify that for people who clearly aren't here. Essendon have the ball in the corridor. They kick the ball immediately straight away laterally, and then they've got to create the play. Collingwood know it. They automatically sag to that fence. When Essendon been going okay, they go straight up the corridor.
Boundary throw in front of the Bombers bench, and Durham gets it out of there, wrenches it clear, goes along, almost a juggling mark to Peter Wright. He's had Frampton for company all afternoon. He's kicked the one major, and it slides over, so...
Unlucky.
Toss back in, 25 metres around from the Bombers kicking to the punt road end of the MCG.
You happy with Archie Roberts in my 5 lids?
So, yeah, I like Archie Roberts. He carries himself pretty well.
Back into the ruck at ground level. Lipinski's tackled. He's gone.
Yeah.
Free kick to the tackler. And the tackler was Peter Wright.
Well done by Peter Wright. He did the ruck work. He followed up, chased the ball down, chased the player. Player tried to do too much with it. Probably looked at who was near him, really. I mean, players, you might say loud, but but players, split second, they know what's around them, generally. And, yeah, he did. He looked at him and thought, I'll get around Peter Wright.
And got done.
Over.
A couple of years ago, remember, he kicked those 53 goals in the season.
He's a good player, Pete.
Won the best and fairest. Back in for his first game last week in the West. Booted 6, lining up for his second. And he's a lovely set shot. And they've got the first of the last term, and they're back within 18 points, and there's still a long way to go.
There is, Cal, you're right. I'm happy for Peter Wright. Beautiful set shot, as you mentioned. Always has been. He's probably out of their best 22, I reckon, early on in this season.
I reckon he went downhill when he got 3 weeks or whatever he got for that report.
Last year.
Yep. When he got that, he never played another good game after that. I reckon it really knocked him about mentally.
Yeah.
He's a better player than not being in the side, let me tell you. He's 100%. A very good player.
100%.
Collingwood 11-9-75, Essendon 9-3-57, opening minutes of the final term.
I think Merritt's forward pocket too at the moment.
This game's still on. 3 straight kicks in it. Cameron wins the hit out in the middle. There's a free for a hold. Umpire points. Collingwood's way. Pies coming home to the city end or the Ponsford stand end. And the young phenom, Nick Dacos, is going to take it. Short kick finds Pendlebury. Nick's going to get it back. Handball from the veteran Pendlebury.
I wonder how many times that's happened.
Puts a handball away to Josh. They're under pressure, though, as Menzies chases him out on that wing. Kick from Josh Dacos comes wide, finds Elliott. That's 55 out against the boundary line. He's got 3 today, Jamie Elliott.
So good having dual-sided players, isn't it? When they get into trouble, they can just wheel onto their left.
Yeah. Elliott kicks to full forward. Carries everyone onto the chest of Cameron. And all the Bombers ran underneath it. And Darcy Cameron marks 15 out just left of centre.
Yeah, no one's... big Goldstein, not his fault. Just Essendon players just got sucked into the ball, all of them. And as a consequence... I mean, that's what you expect anyway, get up there and see them punch the ball clear, particularly the way Essendon backline played. I think they've played pretty good football, generally. Just made a horrible mistake.
Yeah.
3 of them.
Darcy Cameron, the boy from Albany, in a contract year. Played his first game with the Swans. Of course, he's played the next 101 in black and white. Darcy Cameron skips in, goals. And so much for Essendon's little momentum shifter. Collingwood snuffed that out straight away. And the Magpies back out by 4 goals. 5 minutes travelled in the final term. Collingwood 12-9-81. Essendon 9-3-57. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. The Magpies by 24.
Well, we were critical of Essendon giving it to Merritt too many times early in the game. I thought Pendlebury, albeit, Dacos is good enough to get away and get a handball off it. I reckon if you had your time again, the old fella, he'd kick it long and direct. But what I love is that ability of Josh Dacos just to be the dual-sidedness that I was talking about, that ability to go, I'm under pressure on my right, I can just wheel out, find Jamie Elliott out there on that lead. And that was a nothing kick, really, inside, wasn't it? But
yeah, that's all it was.
It was just well-read. Misread by Essendon, but well-read by Darcy Cameron.
Yeah.
Incredible story. 1 game in 3 seasons at Sydney. Premiership player, All-Australian last year in that squad. And he'd be tracking there a quarter of the way through the season again. Loose ball at half forward here. Merritt, tackled by Maynard, flicked up to Josh Dacos, gets that all-important possession away as far as that Sullivan, but he's tackled. So it'll be a ball up inside that centre square. Lockie Sullivan, the sub, coming on after a suspected serious knee injury to McStay. Ball up in that centre square, and it's Merritt with the kick away, bouncing inside 50. Umpire's seen a free, and it's going the way of Essendon.
Yeah, easy one to pick.
Caddy's got it against Frampton.
Caddy, he just got pushed under the ball. You can't put two hands in the back, particularly when it's two players going for the football and it's a slow play.
Was it a real push, or did he have his hands there and Caddy played for it?
Oh, no, he's once you extend your arm.
Feel free to disagree, Mick.
Well,
there's not a lot in it, Cal. I agree with you that, but it is a push.
Okay. Caddy, directly in front to give them a pulse and keep them alive on Anzac Day. He's got his second, and they are hanging around. Back to 18 points. 10-3-63 Essendon, 12-9, 81 Collingwood.
Nothing against Frampton. He's a premiership player, but I reckon Collingwood would be really looking forward to more.
Coming back.
Yeah. He just steadies it a bit. He murders that football in the air. I know he can be done on the lead, Darcy Moore, because he tends to play a little bit behind, but when that ball sits there and it's a slow play coming in like that, he just slaughters it.
And so he came in from the Kinnis a couple of weeks ago, Billy Frampton, but he's better off with Moore in the team, isn't he? Because he's the key here, and you've got to act the key. But he needs support around him. Jeremy Howe's a very good support. Yeah. Howe plays a little bigger. They didn't really bring in a proper like-for-like replacement for Moore. And there's a free kick back in the middle. It's going Essendon's way. So Hobbs is going to get it. Here we go. Centre square infringement. Handball away to Durham. Kicks inside 50. There's Jeremy Howe. Right on cue. Takes the intercept mark at centre half back. Collingwood by 3 goals. So the Bombers got another run in them. 8 minutes gone. Final term. In the rain here at the G. Gives it off to Perryman. Kicks down the wing and knocked out of bounds by Dersma. Another boundary throwing. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
How have you seen Perryman, Brett?
How do I see him?
How have you seen him today?
Serviceable.
Yeah.
Former teammate, Brett?
Former teammate. Yeah, spoke very highly of him pre-game. I love it. He's honest. Honest as a day's long.
Goldstein palms it straight down the throat of Hobbs, but he's tackled by Lipinski, so another stoppage.
Would you reckon, Nick? A bit better than that?
I'm thinking he should be better than what he plays.
Okay.
Ball up right in front of the benches. Umpires see something. Free kick going to Essendon. So it was against Lipinski. Hobbs a little confused as to whether he's got it or not.
The famous number 12, Luke Ball's old jumper as well.
Yeah, I'm sure Ball'd have an opinion.
Hobbs kicks to a pack. Right was the target. Spinning out of trouble was Kako. Outside of his boot. Oh, Caddy got in the way. And he's saying it hit underneath my knee, so it's not about out of bounds on the full.
What's he had today? Let's have a look.
So boundary throw in after it went off
11.
the shin.
Yep.
A knee, rather, of Caddy.
11 for Perryman, 15 for Caddy. It's kicked a couple of goals. Boundary throw in. Cameron knocks it down. Collingwood keep it in front of them, but going in reverse as Frampton away to Perryman, and in the end he paddles that through for a rush behind, and says that's all okay. Under enough pressure being pursued by Martin. So it is Collingwood by 17, 10-goal final term. The Bombers chasing the game, one that they led in the third quarter, but only briefly. Collingwood have led most of the day and by as many as 27.
Every time there's been an Essendon charge, the Pies have responded. So Houston with the kick to Howe, up the line. Myercheck getting involved and spinning crocodile roll style. Steve Irwin's style was McCreery over the boundary line, right in front of the two benches, northern wing.
Ed Mackay's done a good job on Brody Myercheck.
Oh, he has. Too right. He's come out of, from what he was doing early in the season, it's been a credit to him.
Pies by 17. Myercheck in the ruck now against Wright. Durham at ground level, where he does his best work, squeezes a kick out. Kako was there, brilliant spoil by Quaynor. Spills the way of Sullivan, the sub. Now they can run the Pies. This is crisp, accepts a handball. Kicks long to a one-on-one. Bobby Hill just tossed.
Yes.
Andy McKay, Aside like a ragdoll, Andy McGrath dropped the mark anyway, but it was a free kick.
McGrath gives it straight back to Crisp, who kicks inside 50 and DeGoey marks.
That's that hand pass forward with no one. The player doesn't know what's happening. It's one of the most ridiculous hand passes you'll see given a senior player at this stage of the game.
Crisp read it like a book, didn't he?
We might as well hand pass. He must have called for it.
Unbelievable. Cold turnover, the handball clanger from Andy McGrath. Crisp to DeGoey, and now hooks it across the body from 45 out, but misses near side. DeGoey. It's Collingwood by 3 goals straight, so 18 points their lead. 12 minutes gone, final term. The Bombers with it all to do. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sports still to come. Fremantle and Adelaide will take you there later tonight. The bounce down of that game just after 8 o'clock Eastern.
So Andy McGrath, after that error, is going to take the kick-in duties. Goes along looking for Wright, couldn't take it. Little handball goes to Maynard. He goes the kick into the pocket, but it's beats DeGoey and his opponent. Collingwood by 18 points. 12 gone in the last term. They led by 15 at quarter time, 8 at half time, and 24 at three-quarter time. They're edging closer to goal here. Oh, Hill again tried something special. Why not? He tried it up the other end the last quarter and it paid off with a spectacular goal in the right forward pocket. This time he went the volley from the boundary throw in. It was flicked over his way and he misses. So it'll be flicked in again right in front of the goals.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Magpies, comes down in front of Elliott, picked up by Ridley. He's tackled. Here's Bobby Hill, hooks it over his shoulder. Bobby Hill, too much curve, through for a behind. Geez, fun to call Bobby Hill, isn't he? There's something, a thrill a minute. Always something happening with Bobby Hill around the footy.
Not even his proper name.
Collingwood by 19 points, 13 gone, final term.
He was born Ian Hill, but he loved Bob the Builder so much that his grandfather just started calling him Bobby, or Bob after Bob the Builder. And now he wants to be known as Bobby. Bit of frustrations with the umpiring here. A free kick going the way of the Bombers, and Dersma will take it, standing to mark his side bottom. The free was against Hoskin Elliott. Dersma goes towards right. All the big boys, key players were there. Perryman with a crucial little handball, but it spills the way of Dersma. He gets the handball to Pryor, assesses the options, looking for Langford. Strong mark in front of Houston. Now he's a long way out. He's the attacking side of the northern wing. Dersma rushes past, accepts the handball, drives it long. Wasn't a great kick, and Howe says, that's easy pickings.
That is horrible play by Essendon. Langford's a senior player. He turns, he has players streaming inside the front 50, all clear, and he elects to hold it and give it to a player who has it on the wrong side of his body to kick it.
Josh Dacos brings it out of defence. Contest kick to the wing, and Dersma gets himself up, takes the intercept mark. Lays a handball back to Archie Roberts, ordinarily a good user, has to handball off his non-preferred side, puts Martin under a little bit of pressure, picked up by DeGoey. He lost it as he goes to ground. Now Roberts has got it a second time, got to cough it up or he's caught holding the ball. Sidebottom's kick smothered, great work Dersma, still there to be one on the wing. Putting his head over it was Perryman, was he ripped off it? I said no. Essendon get it out, away to Merritt, who takes a couple of bounces, kicks it deep to full forward, down there Caddy, scored away by Howe. And the Pies can work it out of defence, and Pendlebury, beautiful deft touch on the kick to Sullivan.
And they can go. Little Sullivan gliding across the midfield. He takes a bounce. He hits uphill, wheels around. That looks promising on the build-up. An uncontested mark taken by Jamie Elliott. And Elliott's going to go back and back himself in for a fourth goal in this Anzac Day clash. Outside 50.
There's the difference in delivery inside the forward line. Collingwood, perfect. Essendon really did muck it up.
So skillful in the wet. The rain still tumbling down.
Still trying to work out how 4 umpires missed Harry Perryman just being thrown off the footy.
So Jamie Elliott, he's a big-time player. He only shows up when there's 80,000 plus at the MCG. He's shown up today. Elliott's booted 4. And Collingwood by 25 with 10 minutes to play. 13-11-89. Essendon 10-4-64. He always shows up, but he just seems to grow an extra leg or something, Mick, when it's a big game, doesn't he? Those sort of players are the ones that you just must love.
Well, in all honesty, Kel, he's probably the forward that had to stand up because the others really have been... Well, Bobby Hill, Ian Hill, has been better, but McStay's off. Myercheck's only had the one kick. Hoskin only had 3. Membry's had 3 and kicked 2 goals. Admittedly, McCready's he's had 8 possessions, hasn't bothered the scoreboard. So when you look at the scoreboard at, what are they, 10 goals, are they? 13 goals, and you think to kick 13, someone's had to have stood up. And as you said, you picked your man, and you're right.
666 warning against the Bombers. Official attendance, Kel?
9,000. 9,000.
No, it's a bit bigger than that.
92,044.
Cameron down to side bottom, hand pass to Nick Dacos. Another centre break for the Pies. Elliott the target. Can he get to 5? Whacked away from him. Now McGrath has a fumble and lost it out of play. Back pocket for the Bombers.
Last year we had 94,825, the highest for Anzac Day. 2023, 95,179. So the 30th anniversary draws 92,000, which is unbelievable considering the weather today.
There's rain from start to finish. An hour before the jump. It's still raining now. And 92,000 in the house for the biggest game of the home and away season.
They're all sitting in their ponchos in that ground level, aren't they? It's a sea of white, those white ponchos.
It'd be nice if they made a few more red and black ones, maybe, just to dot around the G. And they ball up here. There's a free kick as Goldstein was held in the ruck contest by Myercheck. Playing against his dad's old team, Brodie Myercheck, son of Jack, former Bomber. Long kick for Goldstein up to the wing. Spills out the back towards Perryman. He's crunched in the tackle. Essendon get a little soccer up over halfway. Picked up here by Howe. Handball to Frampton. He gives it off to Houston. Shoots a handball out the side bottom, met solidly by Merritt. Ball comes out, Ump says keep rolling. Quaynor for Collingwood, handball to Howe. He fumbles it out of bounds. And the boundary throwing on the wing, southern side. Just on Zach Merritt, by the way. He'll join us as part of our team on ABC Sport tomorrow. He'll have a chat with us, Mick, as part of AFL Saturday from 12 noon. And then he'll be there for the game call itself at 1 o'clock for the match between St Kilda and Brisbane. So you'll hear from Zach Merritt tomorrow here on ABC Sport.
Again, Collingwood trying to move forward. The hurried kick from the boundary throw-in was kicked to half forward. And again, Reid taking a strong mark in a one-on-one with Membry.
He's a real positive out of the game, I think, Reid. He's been extremely good.
Now they go towards Wright, who outmarks Frampton in a one-on-one. Peter Wright's kicked a couple this afternoon. He wants to move it quickly into the right forward pocket. He goes. Kako was out the back and ready to snare that Sherrin and run into an open goal. But it was a great spoil from the experienced Jeremy Howe. Sees it over in the right forward pocket. Another boundary throw-in. Collingwood by 25.
I think it's been a step forward for Nate Caddy too. I've liked what I've seen from him. 16 disposals, 2 goals, 1. Competed reasonably well. A few errors, but expect that.
Throw-in went over the heads of the ruck, and guess who's there? Josh Dacos to side bottom. Who's going to win the medal? I suspect it might be one of those two. And spoil. Desperate stuff from Jones over the boundary.
Might be Elliott. Might make a late play.
He could.
Lockie Schultz get it a couple of weeks
ago
with just 2 goals or 3 goals and 18 touches.
8 minutes to go. The judges will be frantically looking at the stats, sussing it out.
Goldstein palms it down towards Hobbs, who's tackled ball up on the wing.
Who's your pick, Mick, at this point in time?
I'm going 14 clearances side bottom.
You can't pick your favourite player. You've got to pick the best on ground.
I'm going for side bottom, best on ground. I reckon he's best on the ground. I thought Dacos was early, but I think when you analyse a game like this where it's stationary for a long time at boundary throws, etc.
Love it.
Bombers from the stoppage. Mackay sends a high up and under down the wing. Punched away by Frampton. Loose footy on the wing. Onto it side bottom. Handball away towards Sullivan. He's met solidly. Lost it. And Essendon win it back. Here's McGrath. Essendon's number 1. Kicks inside 50. All right. And Caddy sharing it between the two of them. And in the end, played him out in front. And he beats out his own teammate Caddy to pick it from right. And he'll have a shot at right half forward for the Bombers.
Well, I know Wright would make the distance. Caddy might just drop it just in at best. What do you reckon?
Yeah, well, Pete would be the set shot for mine here, but...
Yeah, it's a fair result because he was in front.
A smaller, younger man, Nate Caddy, for his third. He misses out to the right. Do you know what, Mick? I'm starting to think maybe every 4 years Essendon wins Anzac Day. Maybe that wasn't a sound theory.
Well, look, I can't blame your optimism, but it was really clutching at straw.
21 minutes into the final term, Collingwood by 24 points. Hodgie's yelling out at me saying 2020 didn't happen. Don't worry about the fine print. It just neatly fit into 4-year cycles.
Hodgie's frozen on the seat down there, is he?
Goldstein with the spoil on the wing. Here's Hobbs, tackled by Quaynor. Another solid day from him today. DeGoey gets the handball, only as far as Perkins. High ball inside 50, no one's home. Jeremy Howe marks uncontested.
Isn't he brilliant, Jeremy Howe?
Yeah.
You just know he's going to drop it off at the right time, He's not a massively big player, but he just...
6'2", just maybe 6'3".
Yeah, but he plays tall, doesn't he?
He goes quickly to Crisp.
So does that bloke.
Crisp.
Was it him or Elliott?
Elliott flew.
Yeah.
Couldn't take the mark, and now the rebound through the Bombers. Dersma inside 50, right in front, waiting at the back is Caddy. No one's near him. Oh, he takes an eternity to pick it up, opens the door, and then he goes the dribble kick and into the post. Smacks it into the bottom of the post after the pressure came late from Houston. And the youngster learning on the biggest stage of all.
It's kicked 2-3.
That's what impresses me the most. It is one of the biggest games he's played in.
Yep.
He's a good player. There's no doubt about his ability.
Pies by 23 points.
He's going to be... Look, as he gets stronger, he's just going to be a focal point that's... I mean, he's got daring in him. He's a good kick. Pretty aggressive.
Perryman goes long off half-back down the line. It's punched out of bounds, so boundary throwing on halfway. Just repeating the news from earlier today, Hodgie, concerning Collingwood and the man subbed out.
Corbin, yes, it's Daniel McStay. It's, we hope it's not the worst, but I think the club is bracing for the worst with the left knee. That's the same knee he wrecked in the pre-season of last year. I still haven't seen him. He remains in the Collingwood room, so that's the reason why he was subbed out of this game.
Boundary throw in DeGoey, handball away to Long. They found one there, gives a 1-2 with Sullivan. Long kicks inside 50, climb from Elliott, out the back, picked up by Hoskin. Elliott, he goes! And as the song says, they know how to play the game. This team is a wagon. It'll be 6 straight for the Magpies. And 24 gone in the final term. Collingwood by 29 points. 14-11-95. They lead Essendon 10-6-66. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that's about the difference in the team. So I reckon 5 or 6 goals. Essendon at the best would be 5 or 6 goals short of Collingwood. Nothing to be. It's not a. They haven't thrown it in. Their skill level's been okay. They haven't been able to control. I think their back line. I know they've had 14 goals kicked against in a wet day, which is probably a little bit of a worry. But I thought their back line players have been pretty sound. They've done it with a 37-year-old ruckman, and their forward line probably hasn't had enough chances to
41 inside 50s. Yeah.
Well, even that hasn't gone in there quickly enough on my reckoning, and as a consequence, you're watching Collingwood with a lead of 5
Pies
goals.
running away with it in these final minutes. Long's taken it out of the centre. He strives forward and he hits up Elliott, and Elliott is making a late play for best on ground. He's kicked 4. He's going to line up for his 5th.
Yeah, I spoke about Lipinski earlier. Ned Long has become that player as well. It's just an important cog in the machine of, another big-bodied mid who allows the other boys to get to work. But come out the front of the stoppage there. Tell you what, Jamie Elliott, he loves the big stage, doesn't he? Chance for a little handbag here.
His PB is 6. From 25 metres out, he snaps and he's got a handful. He raises his arms, he turns to the Magpie Army and he says, bring it. Let's go, let's celebrate together. Biggest lead of the afternoon, 35 points. 15-11-101 Essendon, 10-6-66 in front of 92,044 with less than 5 minutes to play.
He's had a good day, Nick. 5 goals, 1.
In fact, Lids, let's just get down to Tim Hodges. Got a little update there on Dan McStay.
Kelly, I just reported before we hadn't seen him. He's just emerged after that Elliott goal. He's had the shower. He's got the civvies on. His shorts are on, and he's got a big strapping over the left knee. So it's the same left knee he's had reconstructed before, and that's going to be the story of this game, unfortunately. And we'll have to wait on scans in the next 24 hours.
Pies by 35, game-high lead. Coming out Essendon's way, though, as Durham shoots a hand pass over his shoulder out towards high half forward for the Bombers. Hobbs goes and collects it. They started the chain, got a handball close to the boundary line, and in the end, Houston sees it out.
Hodge, is there any report on Dill Shield? He's been off for a long time this last quarter. Anything on him? So I'm getting a rub a couple of times.
Yeah, no, I was actually going to ask you about Harry Jones. At three-quarter time, they took his boot and sock off, and they were restrapping that ankle. Now he's got ice on both sides of it. Would that be a syndesmosis, Brett, do you think, with the ankle injury?
Could be. Yeah, he had an issue earlier in the summer. Maybe it's just precautionary because it was a wet day. I don't know.
It's a Collingwood home game, so there's more Magpies than there are Bombers in the house, and not quite 92,000 still here as there was at its highest point with that haunting Collingwood chant. As Collingwood lead by 35 points late in the piece. Pendlebury, little kick forward, but into congestion. Perkins slides in, grabs it, stands up with the footy, caught. Ball comes out, says keep rolling. Nick Dacos, hand pass out in front of McCreary, paddles it out in front. Mackay still hunting the footy. Crisp collects, Mackay's got him. Along with Pryor and caught in a two-man tackle. A ball up high, half forward for Collingwood. So 27 go on final turn, Pies by 35.
Yeah, Mackay's speed then.
It was good, wasn't it?
Next to McCreary. That was very well done by Mackay.
Flicked up in the air. Goldstein, a warrior, has battled all day. Josh Dacos, fantastic, probably best on ground in the opening half. And sliding in right on the paint was Myercheck, outmarking Mackay.
Well, that's the first time he's beaten him one-on-one, and he's likely to have a goal next to his name now because he is a thumping kick.
And he has gone goalless so far this afternoon. Already Myercheck.
He had the one kick up to date.
To the city end to give the Magpie Army something else to celebrate. He is a thumping kick indeed. The cheer says it all. Adding the exclamation mark on Anzac Day. It's rattled out to a whopping 41-point lead. 16-11, 107. Essendon 10-6, 66. The final siren can't come quick enough for these Bombers players.
It was a good kick. Great finish in the wet, wasn't it? I'm glad to see they've taken Jack Crisp off for the last 3 or 4 minutes. It was a disaster for him to go down just before breaking the record next week. But
it's a great point, Lids, yeah. 244th consecutive game today, levelling Jim Steins. Breaks it next Saturday night against Geelong back here at the MCG. Remarkable.
It is remarkable.
Yeah. 245, and we've lived through a pandemic in that time, and yet he's never missed a week for anything. Not a runny nose, nothing. 244 on the bounce, soon to be 245, God willing, as Nick Dacos knocks it down towards Pendlebury. Collingwood with some go forward again late. Out towards Membry as he goes to ground, coughs it up. Dersma for the Bombers. Handball away to Hobbs. He gives it to McGrath. Short kick down the wing, and he's Menzies. A jumper change in Jake Kelly's old number 29 this year. Sends it down to half forward. Quaynor leaps up. Knocked it towards the boundary line. Josh Dacos out after it along with Peter Wright. Big 2-metre Peter lies flat, knocks it out towards Gresham. Handball away towards Caddy against the boundary line at half forward. Kicks to full forward. Lipinski tried to smother the bounce and evades Martin. Oh, handball to McCreary who drops it. Essendon win it inside 50. Roberts in the pocket. Handball away to Merritt. Handball on the ground to Martin. Back to Merritt. Surge kick under pressure towards full forward. They come from all directions. Ball hits the deck. Menzies, handball out to Gresham. He's caught from behind cold. Holding the ball, and Nick Dacos goes darting away with the footy. Kicks wide to Myercheck at half-back.
Who loops the kick, puts it up in front of De Goey. Too much in front of De Goey. Sees it over. What about Jordan De Goey's day this afternoon?
Got better as the game went on.
Yeah.
14 disposals, 1 goal, 1.
Played a lot forward. Still looks like he needs a bit more time training, a few more Ks in the legs.
Goldstein with the knuckle. Should be plenty of time for Sidebottom to pick it up right in front of those interchange gates. Gives it back to the old-timer Pendlebury, back to Sidebottom, and he's, with a miss kick, has given it straight to Martin. Sting's well and truly out of this contest now. Final few minutes. Perkins tries to bring it back inboard, asking a lot of Redmond. Clever little flick out to McGrath, to Dersma. Didn't take it cleanly, had to wait, mop up, and then feeds it to Redmond. Spears the pass, being chopped off by Maynard. Could have taken in the mark. In the end, he's happy just to punch it over.
Shouldn't have even got there, Kel. The simple fact was every disposal of Essendon there was either behind the player or on the ground. If it had have hit the player, Collingwood's player wouldn't have been involved. So that really, I know it's late in the quarter, but nonetheless.
The boundary throw in comes down to Nick Dacos, the skipper for the day. We'll hear from him shortly as he shares it with Josh Dacos. Kicks McCreary on the wing, drops another one. Roberts tries to soccer it forward, and Lipinski able to pick it off. The Magpies off half-back, short kick to McCreary, who marks in front of the benches.
His hair got in his eyes before, that's why he dropped the other one.
Right.
He's lost his hair tie.
I was about to say, he usually has it tied up and got the locks flowing. Number 31 on his back in by McCreary. Kicks inside the forward arc. Offhand, slips through towards Sullivan. Handball to Sidebottom, trying something special from the pocket and puts it out on the full. So it'll be Collingwood's, the Essendon's footy rather. Collingwood by 41 points, 32.5 gone final term. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Got out to a 27-point lead. The Pies early. Oh, McCreary with the pick-off. And they might have time here for one late one. They led by 27 in that second term. And then Essendon rallied, hit the front at the 5-minute mark of the third term, led by 3 points. And that was it. McCreary to the top of the goal square. Unkind bounce from Myercheck. Dersma goes out hard. Hobbs fires it out. But after dropping the opening game of the season, Collingwood wins 6 straight. It's the first time they've done that since the premiership year. It's an ominous warning. They're on top of the ladder.
They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barrackers are shouting as all barrackers shout. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Pies by 15 at quarter time, by 8 at half time, by 24 at three-quarter time, and they ran away with it by 41 points in the end. 16-11, 107. Essendon 10-6, 66. The goal kickers, Jamie Elliott with 5, Membry with 2, and Bobby Hill with 1 for the disposals. Well, Josh Dacos had it 36 times. Still Sidebottom 36, and Nick Dacos, the standing captain, with 32 points. It was party time for the Pies.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barrackers are shouting as all barrackers shout. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
We said it at the start of the day, they averaged 66 points per game against. Yeah. And they cough up 66 points, and ordinarily they're going to kick a lot more than that. Today they did so. 16-11, 107 Collingwood. They beat Essendon 10-6, 66. Since 1999, it is the best start on record that we've seen defensively. So a team to average 66 against through the first, now it was 6 rounds, it's now 7 rounds to start the season. So they're a defensive juggernaut. They are a wagon, and this Collingwood football team, as Kel said, have now won 6 in a row. They've lauded it over the Bombers on this day. So the last 19 clashes, Collingwood have won 14 of them. Essendon only 4, and there's been the one draw, obviously, from last year. So it's been Collingwood's day. It was again in front of 92,000. And 44 the official attendance here on Anzac Day.
So the last time they won 6 in a row was, as I mentioned, 2023, their premiership year. That year they won 8 in a row from round 5 to 12, which included a 13-point Anzac Day win.
Just on the medal, which will be presented shortly, I'm keen to get your picks before it's announced.
Absolutely.
The Anzac Day medal is awarded to the player that demonstrates skill, courage, self-sacrifice, teamwork and fair play. So they're the 5 categories.
Yeah, I don't think that comes into it too much.
Okay.
I reckon it just goes to the best player.
And who was that?
Sidebottom, in my opinion. Like, you can't 15 clearances out of 35 touches and 22 of those touches contested. He didn't kick it at his best today, but still had 600 metres gained. Only the 3 score involvements, which surprised me. He did a lot of work down back and grunt work inside, but goodness me, well, that's a complete game.
Who do you like, Nick?
Oh, I think Sidebottom. Jamie Elliott with his 5 goals is pretty special too.
Yeah.
Josh Dacos early was tremendous.
Nick Dacos no slouch either, mind you, 31 still.
And 600 metres.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to keep him down. Pendlebury was very good.
Pendlebury clean.
They could probably have the best 5 players, and which probably, when you look at the score lines, 27 shots to 16, it says a lot.
9 years since still Sidebottom won his first one.
The voting panel: Abby Holmes, Nathan Buckley, Chris Johnson and Gavin Wanganeen.
Would you please
Here's Beck
welcome
Madden.
back the President of the Victorian Returned and Services League, Dr. Robert Webster OAM, to present the Anzac Day medal to the player whose conduct and play during the best exemplifies the Anzac spirit, skill, courage in adversity, self-sacrifice, teamwork and fair play. The winner of the Anzac Day medal is Steele Sidebottom of the Collingwood Football Club.
All over it leads 35 disposal, 15 clearances, 6 centre bounce clearances, 14 ground balls in the wet, 7 inside 50s and 4 tackles. His second Anzac Day medal. Nick Moldhouse, Brett Delidio, your pick, puts that honoured medal around his neck.
I don't think it was hard in the end, really, when you look at those stats. He gave it all.
First of all, thanks to the Bombers. We're both very lucky to be able to represent the whole AFL on this day, and couldn't think of 2 better clubs to do it. Thanks for everyone for turning out. Such a special day, one that we all look forward to, and go the Pies.
Prior to the presentation of the Anzac Day trophy, let us first acknowledge the performance of the Essendon Football Club, who were gallant in defeat today. Would you please now welcome Nick Dacos and Craig McRae to receive the Anzac Day trophy from Dr. Robert Webster OAM and Sue Catamol, Chief Executive Officer of RSL Victoria. This is a perpetual trophy provided by the RSL in dedication to the memory of those footballers who served in times of war. The names of the VFL footballers known to have sacrificed their lives during active service are inscribed on the trophy.
Here comes Nick Dacos to get the trophy. Collingwood keep it in their hands again. 22 years, 112 days. The 4th youngest captain in Collingwood's history.
I just want to say thank you to everyone that turned out today. Obviously a massive day, and it's an absolute privilege to play on this day. Credit to Essendon. We knew it was going to be a tough game coming in. As I said, we're super grateful to play on this day. Keep donating over the weekend to Anzac Appeal. I know it goes a long way. Thanks, guys.
He's a class act, Nick Dacos.
Thank you, everybody.
And that concludes the formalities, as you heard there from Beck Madden. So he's only 33 days older than Ned Long. If it wasn't for those 33 days, he'd be the youngest member of Collingwood's team. So they are an old side. He's 22 and he captains the side today. Now, I mentioned he was the 4th youngest in the club's history. The other 3, by the way, are Len Thompson, who's the, of course, the 2-time Brownlow medalist in 1972, a 5-time Best and Fairest winner. So that's Len Thompson. He's the ruckman in the team of the century. Then there's Dick Lee, who's the 11-time leading goal kicker, a 3-time premiership player. He is the half-forward in the Collingwood team of the century. And then there's Murray Wiedemann, who was in there as the centre half-forward in the team of the century, 2-time premiership player, premiership captain. So he joins only 3 other team of the century members as one of the youngest ever to captain Collingwood. So that's elite company.
Which is astonishing. And then at the other end of the scale, still Sidebottom wins the best on ground as a 34-year-old playing his 338th game of football. He was taken in the 2008 draft, which feels like a lifetime ago. 2-time premiership player, of course, All-Australian, won a couple of best and fairest. But Mick, a player that you know so well, that you coach for a long time, did you ever think at 34 he'd still be playing and winning these medals in his 338th game of footy?
Kel, the honest truth is that 2 seasons ago, so would have been their grand premiership year, wasn't it? Yeah.
He was great on grand final day in their premiership year.
Start of that year, though, I reckon, was he not that great, or was it the year before that he
one of those years, one of the years he just looked dreadfully slow.
Yep.
Was getting caught, disposal ordinary. So the answer is no, and I'd be lying if I said yes. So the answer is no, because I thought they may give him another year. But that next year, whatever it was after that, he's consolidated his role. He's now gone from wing to mid, and the mid now is up for the smarts. And if you can't get knocked off your feet, he never gets knocked off his feet. Then that's why Pendlebury's so important too. He never gets knocked off his feet. So those two players have regenerated their careers by playing not outside but inside. And I think and because they're smarts around the ground, they're always, the way they're playing, unless something dramatic happens, both could go another couple of seasons.
Yeah, you have to be so quick and
smart in the brain
and endurance. No, but endurance-wise, you got to be able to. And so he is, and so Pendles is pretty good too. But the guys that run on the outside to try and save their legs on the outside, they're robots that just go and go and go and go. But I think it's a great move to get the smarts, the clean inside. Like, it's just makes such a difference to the Collingwood side.
But also, a couple of weeks ago, Scotty Pendlebury played on Paddy Cripps.
Yes.
And just destroyed him.
He did.
Destroyed him because of his know-how, his body. He pushed him away from the football. I've seen Steele now play on players, sacrifice his game and just destroy them. Steele's biggest vulnerability right through his career, and they never did this too often, was to be tagged. Outside on the wing, he was dreadful being tagged because he just didn't know where to go and how to do it. He stopped running and he stopped working. Inside now, who do you tag? Dacos, Pendlebury, DeGoey, the side bottom.
It's a luxury, isn't it? To have that many.
Absolutely, and now Long. So no, they've got so many good players that can play inside. And Josh Dacos, he's outside because he can't fit inside at the moment. Yeah, and he's a good inside player.
Just on the historical context around that, so still side bottom wins his second Anzac Day medal as the player judged best of field in one of these games. The only other multiple winners, Dane Swan's won 2, Scott Pendlebury's won 3, James Hurd's won 3, so 3 is the most. He's now got a couple. Severio Rocker also has a couple, but they were both retrospective medals, so they weren't presented, remember, at the time.
Yeah. He deserved them, though.
Yep, the Best on Ground award only came in 2000, so they did go back and watch the tape, and they got a voting panel together, and so Sav was best on in 98 and 95.
9 goals in one of them, didn't he?
Yeah, I think
pretty hard to be not best on the ground of 9 goals.
He was dominant in that draw, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
In the first year back in 95. The Pies big winners here at the G in front of 92,000, a 41-point win. Steel side bottom voted best on ground by all 4 judges, so you got top votes across the board. Brett Delidio will have the ABC Footballer of the Year votes for us coming up shortly. We'll get an update from Hodgie in the room around Dan McStay shortly as well, so we're worried about his knee. The Bombers are already off the ground, and here come the Magpies as they make their way down the race as a collective. They've won 6 on the bounce, and the further we get away from it, the more we look back on that opening round display against the Giants and think, what an aberration that was. Just a complete anomaly in their season. And yet they're running the table at 6-1.
The heat got them that day, didn't it?
Yeah.
There's all sorts of reasons why I reckon how sides play in the gather round, the next week after the gather round, because of just the way it's 5-day breaks and on the heat. And then that first round, you don't know when other sides start training on that.
Let's go into the winners' rooms, Mick. A 41-point win for the Magpies on Anzac Day. Here's Tim Hodges.
Corbin, as you'd imagine, with the biggest home and away game of the year, the rooms are jam-packed, so you'll hear, as soon as I see the Collingwood players come through, and that Steele side bottom leading them in now. I did ask the media department if we could have Steele or Scott Pendlebury, 2 of Mick's 2 old mates. They said if Steele wins the best on, you can't have him, you can have Scott Pendlebury. So we're stuck with Scott Pendlebury, but not a bad fallback. So Jack Crisp, who breaks the record next week, is in with all 4 of, I don't know whether they're all his kids, but there are 4 are following him. And Bobby Hill, I think, is the last of the Magpies. Just trying to get a sight on Dan McStay. Yeah, Dan McStay is in. He is showered in the civvies. So Jack Crisp and Bobby Hill go arm in arm, and we'll sing the song. Now, if you were listening really hard there, you would have heard Craig McRae singing good old Collingwood to his little girl, Maggie, who he's holding. Of course, she was born on Grand Final Day in 2023, so she's loving it down here. I'll have Pendles with you very soon, guys.
Thanks, Hodgie. And we'll get further news on Dan McStay coming up in a few moments' time as well. So a 41-point win for Collingwood over Essendon. So the Pies led by 15 at quarter time, by 8 at the half. Actually fell behind in the third quarter after Caddy and Kako kicked goals to start the third. But then Collingwood able to put their foot down. They kicked, 5 of the next 6 to end the quarter. They led by 24 at three-quarter time and 41 points in the finish.
Yep.
Pies 6 on the bounce, Lids. They sit on top of the tree.
Yeah, as you said, after round one, we're starting to question them. And, they're too old, too slow. They're going to get pants by the quick young sides. Their experience and age showed out today. They're just their way they actually attack the game. They look far too good in the first quarter, and then...
8 30-year-olds is a lot, and yet when you look through the 8, there's probably 7 of them where you wouldn't even question their place in the team. Like, it's not even like, are they possibly over the hill? It's amazing what they're able to do with these guys at an advanced age.
Well, that's exactly right, and that seems like, and this is a question I'm keen to ask Pendles, is how they manage them just week to week. I don't know exactly what they're doing, and get him to speak through it, because I think in my mind, I'm like, I'm not that much older than Pendles. I think I could still be playing this game, but geez,
But remember what I said to you? I spoke to him a couple of days ago, and he made total sense.
Great. I want to get to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Well, let him talk about pre-seasons and why the shorter pre-seasons now is not aiding the young people, but it's a collective now, the ones he's done. It'd be very good for you to ask that question and see whether he gives the same answer to me, because it was probably, I don't say it was in confidence, but we're in a sort of just, having a bit of a chat about football in general and about, I just get annoyed at pre-seasons where coaches can't work the new system. They can't work a new system in because they don't have their players. But anyway, that's another issue. Geelong versus Collingwood next week will be interesting. The real worry to me about the competition right now, if you ever look at the ladder, they're going to play. This is the top sides. They're going to play West Coast. They're going to play North Melbourne. They're going to play Richmond, and it's going to be ugly. And it's going to distance the top sides from the bottom sides even further. And we've gone 8. This is the 7th or 8th round. There's probably 10 sides now that will fight out 8, but that could dissolve very quickly. It could, particularly with a couple of clubs that may not. The Saints now, if they lose 2 or 3 games over the next 4 games, it's just going to pile pressure on the Saints.
Would you put the Blues in there?
I haven't got the Blues anywhere near there.
In the bottom half of it, you think the Blues are a good...
No, sorry, I haven't got them in anywhere near the top 8.
No, me either, but I'm asking, are they in that bottom rung?
I wouldn't have thought they're in the bottom side, because when you've got a Curnow and you've got Mackay coming back, and they've got De Koning and Cripps and Walsh and these sort of players, and they've got Weeder in the back half. No, you can't dismiss Carlton winning a few big games, but whether they can do it, because I read in the paper today, someone said, I should have a crack at him, but it was... Gary Lyons said, the top 5 are the ones which you win with. You don't win with your top 5 these days. You win with your bottom 5. Your bottom 5, because who was the bottom 5 Collingwood players today? One of them left the ground.
Yep.
But even the others contributed.
We'll come back to that. Collingwood by 41 points. They win again in season and on Anzac Day. Let's go into the winners' rooms. Tim Hodges.
Corbin, the Collingwood legend, Scott Pendlebury, has been good enough to come over and join us. Scott, that was a day for it. A fair bit of rain out there. Was that the wettest game of footy you've played for some time?
Oh, for a while, absolutely. It sort of just didn't downpour, but it just sort of rained from start to finish. But, some passages of play and that out. We're still, the ground's in such good condition. We're still able to play a little bit of dry weather footy at times, but, it was a good hard slog.
6 straight wins now, and to win on the biggest stage in home and away footy, everything's going really well for your footy club.
Yeah, we're in a good space at the moment. Obviously, as you said, 6 in a row, and just trying to ride the wave of footy that you get caught in, and not get too high, not get too low, and just enjoy these wins, and the challenges keep coming.
You ride the wave of the roller coaster. Can I ask you, do you know anything about Daniel McStay? He came off with that left knee injury, the same knee he had the ACL in last year. Do you know any more? Because I think everyone on the bench was really nervous.
Yeah, I think everyone is a bit nervous. We're not sure, and he said he feels okay. I don't know whether you just say that in his position, but we'll rally around him, give him our full support, and hopefully it's something minor and he's not out for too long.
Fingers crossed. I've got a guy upstairs who's desperately wants to speak to you, Scott. His name is Mick Malthouse. Pendles has got the cans on, Mick.
G'day, Scotty. Well done. Another one. Your partner in crime, you gave him half of them, and he's ended up now breathing down your neck for the number of bests on the ground in the Anzac Day games.
He played really well today. His clearance work, I think he ended up with 15, was phenomenal. And
it is.
He's in really good form, and something we speak about as a midfield group is trying to all chip in and do our bit. And there's obviously a lot of pressure on Nick when he goes out there, but Longy, myself, Sidey, Crispy, Paddy Lipinski, guys that go through there, we're all trying to make sure we contribute evenly and do it as a collective, because we can't let it fall on one guy. And Sidey had a bit of a day out of the box today, but we want to make sure every week we be consistent. I feel like the last 6 games we've brought that, and it's showing in our results.
Scotty, the boys that we're talking up here about how long you guys could go, and I thought a couple of years ago, and I'm interested in your response to this, I just thought you and Steele were just a bit off with your touch, a little bit off with your positioning, a little bit off with your disposal, and a year later it was crisp again. It was beautiful execution. Both of you blokes don't get knocked off your feet for a start off. But the move of getting Sidey inside, and you've always been an inside player, it just seems the game now, the way it's played, suits you two guys where the ruckman lock arms and generally put the ball within, say, 1.5 metres, where your strength and Steele's strength seem to show out. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, well, I think getting Sidey back into the midfield, I think, Sidey's greatest strength, but at times his greatest weakness is he's so flexible, and coaches can put him wherever they want him. They can put him at a wing, they can put him half back, they can wherever they want. But, his best football has been when he's matured, he's played as an inside mid. So I think getting him inside, and then Crispy's gone out to a wing with his running ability. So those two have swapped spots. And as I said, I feel like the game as a midfield these days, if you're all in sync and you know which way everyone's going to move, you can sort of move half a step before anyone realises it, and you can get time and space. And the skill these days through the midfield with guys with their hands and feet is phenomenal. And we're all trying to bring our strengths and enjoy playing with each other.
I know you can't play 100 minutes of football without the opposition at least at some stage poking your head up, but during that third quarter when they had a run at you, the third quarter when they had a run at you and got in front, was there anything said? Was there anything done to change things that looked like Essendon had a little bit of momentum? Yeah,
I think they got some momentum just around their clearance game and a little bit of their kick mark stuff. So, but as you said, like it's modern footy. I don't know what the word modern footy even means, but they're going to have runs and momentum. It's just making sure that it's 2 goals, it's not 6 goals, or it's 3 goals, not 7. So. We sort of knew what they were doing and how they like to do it. It's just tightening up our screws and making sure we don't keep giving those same looks to them. And I felt for the majority of the day the game was played the way we wanted it to be played. And it was good to finish off with I think it was like an 8-goal win in the end.
Yep. Pendles, it's Lee. It's great to chat to you, mate. I'm interested. I want to hear it out of your mouth, because Mick's been telling me the work that you do to get your body right, and everyone marvels at how you can still go in at the level that you are, mate. But talk me through how much pre-planning goes into not just your week, but then months in advance to make sure that you're getting the right rest. Every time I look at your Instagram, mate, you're up on the coast enjoying the sun. But is that the luxury that you get because of the work you've done, or is it just the pre-planning and the trust they've got in you for your preparation? We
were fortunate enough last week to have the Easter Thursday game, and we're allowed to stay for 3 days. So anytime you can get some sun, especially with what's coming in Melbourne, you take that. But I've had great mentors along the way, and Mick being one of those, and early days, told me to go work with Paul Lecure, who's one of the hardest working guys you can see. And I think I'm still curious about how to get better and look at world sports. And I feel like I just keep saying Mick taught me this, but Mick looked at ice hockey a long time ago about rotations, and you know, I've looked at athletes across the world and what they're doing. You know, LeBron James, you know, Manny Pacquiao is a boxer. A lot of guys and what they're doing, and guys can play, you know, into their 40s. And you know, one of the things Mick told me when I first walked in as a 17-year-old is he'll never hold his birth certificate against me. My birth certificate against me. So if I'm right to go, I'm right to go. So yeah, I love what I do. The job's amazing. The group and the club's been phenomenal, and I'm just trying to play my role in it.
Mate, it's super impressive from an outsider looking in. Another guy who I admire from afar as well is Jack Crispin. He's going to break the record next week, mate. How good and how much do you respect what he's able to do, not only to consistently play for that many games in a row, but at the level that he's been able to do it as well?
Yeah, he's been phenomenal, and you're right. I think it's the level he's been able to do, 244 of them so far, and you know, he's been on the countdown. I reckon for the last 100, he's counted everyone down. He makes sure he never misses, and yeah, it's phenomenal, and it's you know, it's incredible. You know, to have an AFL career with 244 games is phenomenal. To do it in a row is just nuts. So, yeah, we'll rally around him and make sure he has a good week. But I don't think we'll really need to, because he'll make sure he lets everyone know.
Hey, Scotty, it's Kelly Underwood upstairs. You mentioned Manny Pacquiao. He's 46 years of age. LeBron's 40. And we talk about Jack Crispin, his record, which is absolutely incredible. Today, you gained 410. Boomer's record is 432. You've got 22 to go, 23 to pass it. If you play in 3 or 4 finals this year, you'll probably play 20 if you make the grand final. I'm saying if everything's going well. You're going to be 3 or 4 short of this record for next year.
He's going 3 or 4 years, Kelly. He's not worrying about 3 or 4 games.
You'll go round, won't you?
You've looked into that.
I have. Because I thought the Collingwood fans would be interested in it. I mean, you could seriously... are you going to rest it all this year, or do you think...
Oh, no, me and Fly definitely spoke about, you know, managing myself and, you know, guys through the season. So there might be times later in the year where, you know, I have a rest or I don't travel or something like that. And, you know, I'm still very much in the mind frame of whatever we need to do to win a premiership. It's not about trying to chase a record for me. And, you know, if we can chase, you know, I said a premiership, but if we can chase getting into finals, you know, we've ticked off 6 games. Traditionally, you need to win 13 or 14. We want to get to finals. So that's the aim. And, look, if I'm playing good footy and, you know, they want me to go on and, you know, I feel like I can go on, I'd love to, but there's a lot of work to go between now and then.
Okay, so you don't go to sleep at night rehearsing 4-3-2, 4-3-2, 4-3-2.
No. It sounds like you do, though, Kelly.
Scott Pendlebury with us on ABC Sport. Scott, really appreciate all your time. Just lastly before you go, so the other end of the age scale tonight, the second youngest man in the team was Nick Dacos. He's 33 days older than Ned Long, and he captained the side tonight. What was it like playing under someone like Nick Dacos, who becomes the 4th youngest man in the club's history to captain the side?
Oh, it's pretty easy, to be honest. He's got leadership sort of written all over him, and he spoke really well. And yeah, it was an awesome moment. I think everyone sort of took it in when he led us up the race, and it was pretty special for Nick to go out there. And did he slam home in the first goal too?
Yeah,
he did. So it was a fitting start for him, and yeah, I think he's got a long serving of captaincy coming up eventually. But, you know, as I was saying earlier, that we've got a great group of leaders at this football club, and Nick's turn today, and hopefully we get the skipper back next week, though, for Geelong.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, you've got 8 guys that are over 30, so you've got plenty of on-field leadership already. It'll be a great team to come in and try and lead from that point of view. But is he vocal? You mentioned he gave a speech. Can you take us inside, I guess, the nature of what he said?
Well, he can certainly call for the footy. I'll give you the hot tip. So he's vocal when he needs to be around the footy. But no, he's very natural, very himself. He didn't look overall very comfortable in those shoes.
We'll let you go and get dry. I appreciate your time.
Cheers, guys.
Scotty.
Thank you.
Scott Pendlebury, always great to have him with us, and particularly on such a big day, the 3-time Anzac Day medalist. And, of course, Collingwood, not just Collingwood, but league great, Scott Pendlebury. What a day again for the Magpies. They win 6 on the bounce, and they win by 41 points over the Bombers.
He'll break that record, won't he?
Yep.
That's incredible.
He's got no thoughts about retirement, because he loves his job. He calls it his job. He explores the world to stay in front of any fatigue, any ageing, anything he can pinch to make himself better. So he wants to be better every year. It may not happen, but it's the goal to be better. He's highly competitive. And when you're that close, he could probably smell this club winning. They won 2 years ago. Real chance of winning today, this year. When you look at it, the older players, I think you might have said, or Corby might have said, the older players None of them have shown age. They're all up and about. Side bombers won today. Pendlebury's in the top 5. Howe is he's the best backline player today for Collingwood. I don't know if he's the best backline player on the ground, but he was certainly for Collingwood.
So they're 30-year-olds, Mick. Jamie Elliott, kick 5. He's
5. He could go around 2 or 3. Yeah, well, let's say he could go around next year anyway.
Pendlebury, 37, we've just touched on. Sidebottom, 34, we've spoken about. The AFL's Iron Man, Jack Crisp, 31.
Well, the way he's going, he didn't get a lot of the football, but he's
played on the wing. It's hard day, a little wet, I reckon.
But he's still up and about.
30. Jeremy Howe, 34, who we spoke about. Brody Mychek, 32.
Now because he's a key centre forward, they get smashed every week.
He started late though. That's in his
favour. He has started late, but if there's anyone, he could be it. He could be it. But let me just say this: if Denwick stays on his knee, Mychek's important for the next couple of years.
There's 2 more, the 30-year-old brigade, the 8 of them. Tim Membry at 30.
Yeah, well, he's just hanging on.
And the other one's Will Hoskin-Elliott.
He's on the dip. They can't all be up. So,
but 5 or 6 of them.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Absolute safe as houses.
Yeah, and then you can throw in who they're going to recruit or get over the next couple of seasons, maybe to replace. Geelong used it right. Lockie Henderson, bit stiff. I don't think he played in the premiership, but he got replaced by De Koning. They win a premiership. Last year, a couple went out. This year, a couple of players aren't around. But their strength is the team underneath coming through. Collingwood's the same here. They've got, as you said, Brett, young Long now 11-11, 22 possessions, had a few clearances, inside 50s, score involvements. He now comes in and becomes another player that
Lipinski the same.
If it's not Hoskin-Elliott getting a game because they get a few back, he steps up.
Yeah.
Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio on ABC Sport, Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood in the box. We've got all our team downstairs, so Ben Cameron's lurking around in the Bombers rooms. We'll catch up with one of the Dons in just a moment. Tim Hodges, who we've heard from already, and the concern for Dan McStay coming out of the game. So it's a left knee injury. He was subbed out before three-quarter time and, of course, has had that surgically repaired in the past after tearing his ACL in the preliminary final of 2023. Collingwood by 41 points after falling behind early in the third term. Now, little forward promote. So coming up tomorrow on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport with myself, Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse, and it's not Luke Ball tomorrow. Adam Ramanauskas will be in the chair with us. The coach of the Collingwood Football Club is going to join us tomorrow on AFL Saturday. So we'll hear from Craig McRae, which would be great. I think there's only 3 living Collingwood Premiership coaches with us on planet Earth. One of them is Lee Matthews. The other 2 will be having a chat tomorrow, Mick Malthouse and Craig McRae. Also, Zach Merritt will stop by for a chat as well. So we'll have a chat to Zach, who's going to work the game with us. So he'll be in the experts chair.
First go, or has he done a couple?
He did one a couple of years ago with Brendan Goddard, and of course they're great mates. And
how'd that go?
Well, it was West Coast Carlton, and I think the Blues won by about 120 points. So
Beach would have switched off then halfway through the third.
Imagine being a current player trying to comment on that, which made it very tough for Zach. So I'm hoping the game lives up to it. St Kilda Brisbane, and he can give us a few insights as to what it's like running around on the green stuff. All right, let's go into the Bombers' rooms. Ben Cameron's downstairs. Ben.
Thanks, Corb. Down here in the Essendon rooms with Jordan Ridley. What are your immediate reflections on that match?
Yeah, obviously disappointing. Felt like we had our chances, probably run at the pump a bit early, but I thought we held up reasonably well, and so I started to turn a bit in the second and third, but ultimately we just couldn't string it together in the last quarter.
We had Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio up in the commentary box, and they were really big at quarter time about you guys needing to adjust and get the kick to handball ratio better, and it felt like you did that in the second term when you guys got back into the match. What was spoken about, if anything?
Oh, that was certainly... It's the exact thing we talked about, really. It's for wet days, so territory's gold. I think it was time to take it off the line if we're wide open, but if not, just getting the ball forward's a good result.
What about in the second half, when Collingwood were able to gain the ascendancy and kick 10 goals to 5 in the second half, which the gap in the game, what do you think allowed them to do that?
I think they were just a bit cleaner going forward. I think they were able to play a bit of a forward half game and really train out the front and put our backs under a bit of pressure, which made it hard. But, I don't think we did a lot wrong. They're a very good team.
They certainly are that. What about for you? I mean, you've been cruelled by injuries in recent years. How nice is it to get a little bit of continuity together and play some football?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been obviously starts the season I wanted in terms of just being out in the park, and that was sort of the main focus over the whole summer and over the off season last year. It's just getting my body back up to a point where it can sort of deal with the rigours of AFL footy every week. So to be able to do that so far is great, but there's still a lot of games to go.
Harry Jones was subbed out of the game but did have ice on his ankle on both sides, and he had some ankle issues in the pre-season. Do you know if he's A-OK?
Yeah, I spoke to him just before. He'll be fine. I think it'll be no issue for next week.
3-4 on the season for the Dons. What are your expectations as to what this group can still get out of the year?
Yeah, I think it's just to keep improving. I still think there's still a lot of the guys have some really good confidence that their best footy is good enough to match with anyone. It's just bringing that really consistently, and really privileged to playing games like this where we get to try and match it with the best team. So we'll just keep looking to bring that and keep building week on week.
It's undoubtedly a special day, Anzac Day. It's a solemn day, but it's a special day to play in. How did you enjoy the week with the build-up, with people speaking to the team, and also, standing out there for the observance ceremony pre-game?
As you said, it's a really special day, and to be able to play a very small part in the commemoration of the day is an absolute privilege. I think if you ask any player on Essendon or Collingwood's list, they'd say that this is the home and away game they look forward to the most, and it sort of never fails to give me goosebumps standing out there when there's 90,000 odd people just completely silent. It's pretty awesome.
Did you guys have a quick chat as a group or with Brad Scott, or has that not happened yet? And if there were either of those two chats that took place, what was sort of said?
Nah, it hasn't happened yet. I think that'll be in the next sort of 10 or 15 minutes.
Appreciate your time. Best of luck for the remainder of the year, Jordan.
Thank you.
And thanks to the Bombers as well for that access in defeat. Jordan Ridley from the Dons there after game number 99. Short week for Essendon, even shorter week for North Melbourne, so they play Thursday night under the roof at Docklands. The Roos haven't even played yet, and they've still got to go to Adelaide and come back and play the Bombers next Thursday. So Jordan Ridley there.
Oh, it's all wrong.
It is.
All that is so wrong.
Yeah.
I did an article in the West, and one of your colleagues, Mark Duffield, texted me back and said, add on this, and this. It's ridiculous how they place some sides under massive pressure and expect a result, and yet it just appears some of the bigger sides that need to be looked at. Well, they don't go out there to look after, but they are looked after. Yeah. And I just think that
they get the best spots. There's no doubt about it. It's always been the way.
Oh, it's okay to get the best spots, but try not to put the pressure back on sides of 5 day that are travelling.
They've got to share their 5 day breaks out though. You can't just because you're the best team, you're going to play in the marquee spots. You can't just.
Because the game's by halfway through this year, we're going to be going, really, probably 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th might fight it out, but the top 6 will be done. I don't think you want that.
Do you think Scott? We praised Scott Pendlebury, and absolutely we should for his durability. Do you think the fact he's played here has had something to do with it?
In Melbourne.
Collingwood.
Oh,
Collingwood.
Absolutely it is.
Yeah.
Dave Mundy went on.
I've had 10 years in the West coaching players, and we were back on the plane, and the pressure, if you've got a big corky, you generally didn't get the player back on until Wednesday, whereas in Melbourne, you go into the chamber, you get this, you'd be back on the training track on Monday or Tuesday, and it just took it away. Yes, I know Mundy played a lot of games, and Pavlich played a lot of games, but I think also...
Have the Eagles had a 300 game? Shannon Hearn getting
But absolutely has a massive impact.
You were listening to Jordan Ridley.
I was sporadically in amongst your chat, but I just picked up on the fact Benny asked him about the kick to handball ratio in the first quarter, and he made mentions that that's exactly what we spoke about. So Mick, with all those years' experience, you knew what you were talking about. And
it's almost like this coaching thing will work out, Mick.
Yeah.
More games than anyone else in VFL.
Well, Brett, just between you and me, you were also yelling out too at the top of your... you might have had your things turned off and you go, why don't they kick it instead of hand pass it? So I think we're on the same level.
Just on that and the advantage of playing here. So Collingwood's won their last 8 games here. They played 10 of their last 16 games here now. 16 games to go. They're on top of the ladder. 10 of their last 16 are here.
Yeah. And people blame Collingwood for that, and yet a lot of the times they're here as the away team playing against some other club that's hoping to gain the high attendance and the ticket sales and everything else that goes along with it. So they're there to... They make money for not just them, but for the whole competition and the other teams. And
ask 17 other teams who they want to play.
Yeah.
Why they get shoved up to opening rounds?
We want to play Collingwood. We want to play Collingwood.
So they
get a big crowd.
Travel 3 more times. They go to Perth to play Freo in a couple of weeks.
Who's that?
Collingwood.
Right. Oh.
And then they go to Carrara to play the Suns in round 18.
In the school holidays.
Yep.
Of course.
Of course. And then Adelaide Oval to play the Crows in round 23. 3 more trips.
Okay.
Perth, Gold Coast and Adelaide.
You see, that's another thing that annoys the hell out of me when people say, oh, Melbourne. Now, I've coached on both sides of the continent. And they go, oh, we've got to play more games at home. This is say West Coast. We've got to play more games at home. Why? You get entitled to whatever it is, and the other games are away.
Yep.
It's just that the cities are a long way away. We've got a uniqueness here in Australia that we have 9 sides in Melbourne. It's not done in any other country or any other major code in the world. It's working at the moment, but we've got a few sides that are very, very poor, and we've got a lot of sides that are pretty damn good. They come from Melbourne.
And their biggest advantage is their biggest disadvantage. So that's a huge disadvantage. They've got to be on the road. But the other side of it is they get a massive advantage at home. They play at a ground that the rest of the competition rarely plays at.
Yeah.
And you get a chance to try and make that a fortress. The other thing is their marketing departments, I'm sure, they wouldn't be swapping places with the Western Bulldogs or North Melbourne being one of 9 teams in Melbourne trying to compete for commercial dollars and sponsors and fans and everything else. They're and I think if you look at it per capita, the WA teams have it as well as anyone.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
People per franchise.
Yeah, if there's a third side,
yeah,
or if there's another team,
they're not voting for that, are they?
No, they're not.
They don't want a third
but I know
team
where everyone knows where it's got to be with the population increase and plus all that business they've got over there.
I'm with you.
But I'd certainly look. We're going to have a 19th side apparently, and the TV networks won't allow that. So there's going to be another side.
Footy still to come tonight, of course. Fremantle and Adelaide on the way. We're too early for teams. The bounce down is just after 8 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. local, so that's coming up, Freo and Adelaide. The teams as they dropped to last night, Corey Wagner, my apologies, along with Heath Chapman and Quinny Narkle are the ins for the Dockers. Out goes Aish O'Meara and Banfield. Meanwhile, for Adelaide, Rochelle and Peatling come back in, while Fogarty and Berry are the 2 that go out from that game. And you'll hear it all here on ABC Sport. A few shout-outs off the SMS. Joanna from Middle Park in Victoria. Hi from northern Spain. Oh, loving the call. Go the Pies. Be a very happy Collingwood fan, no doubt. From Kim, listening from Portugal at 7:30 in the morning.
Wow.
The Bombers have won 3 in a row while I've been travelling through Europe. Unfortunately, Kim, that run ended there. Enjoying the Pies' resurgence from my desk in Sweden. Hitting the table with every exciting play and educating my workmates on hot pies and Anzac Day. Memories flooding back to days at the G watching the Pies win. Appreciate your message. Don't forget to chuck your names as part of them. Jeremy from Richmond, for all the bluster, Josh Dacos kept Kako quiet this week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Josh Dacos just
not
run rings around everywhere.
The best form of defence is offence, in my opinion.
Have the ball.
Have the ball.
Have the ball. You can't go wrong if you've got the ball. You are defending very well.
No name, no pack drill, but being at the ground, Josh Dacos was huge. Best on ground, in my opinion. Good to see Collingwood can win without the umpire's help. That's from Alan in Middleton in South Australia. There's always an umpiring query. I must admit, I didn't get to the end of today and thought the umpires had a major bearing on what happened. Fran from Melbourne. Fran's a loyal listener, big Collingwood fan. Hard-working, relentless and teamwork. A good win for Collingwood. Is there any news on Maynard? Is he staying or leaving?
I haven't heard anything.
Okay.
No.
There's talk North Melbourne were into him, wasn't there?
Yeah, well, his brother's there as the welfare manager. Maybe that's the draw.
So he goes a free agent, does he?
Just off contract?
Off contract, yeah. Franco off the SMS. I think I heard Luke Ball say that it's not a disadvantage of travelling as a WA club every second week. Thanks for clearing that up for us over here in the West.
Who said that?
It's easier playing footy as a Melbourne club, Mick. Luke Ball. I'm not sure Ball said that, did he?
Well, I hope he hasn't, because he's got no
idea the 4-hour flight every time.
No experience with it.
I think if he had said that, I think you would have quickly jumped on him.
I would have ridden him home.
I know it from just playing in Sydney, not the other side of the country, how challenging it is to travel every second week.
Well,
he's not here to
we didn't travel. We travelled sometimes 3 weeks in a row. I did 1 6-week in a row, but that counted 4 finals, of which 2 of the finals were supposed to be in Perth, but we weren't allowed to have them. So as the years went on, you went from, you might have had a couple at home and then 2 away, and then we had 1 set of 3 away, home and away. But that then become one on. Believe me, it wears you down, because you don't only come away for that. You have pre-season games, you have meetings that you have to come to with the AFL, etc., etc. I'm amazed how I did 10 years. I'm not too sure. Some of those players would have done well more than 10 years. But and that's one of the things, I've said this before, I so much admire my players, regardless of which club I coached. I'm inspired by my players because there were never, ever anyone complaining about the travel. They just said, right, what time we've got to be there, we train, get on the plane, get home. But it must have worn them out.
A bit like Hodgie on the boundary, never complaining about the weather.
Oh, he never complains about the weather. Wow, what a day to say
Can we say after today's result, so Collingwood by 41 points in the end, it was 15 at quarter time, it was 8 at half time, and it was 24 at three-quarter time before they ran away with it. And so second game of the round, I should say, rather, round 6. So they're a game clear on top of the ladder, but the others are still to play. They're the clear premiership favourites. After this round, we're 1/4 of the way through the 2025 season.
Hard to argue against it, Cal, isn't it? I thought when they touched up, well, they didn't touch them up, but they defeated the Lions last week. When I thought the Lions were
flat as attack.
They were, weren't they?
And off a 5-day break.
Yeah, coming back from Adelaide, gather round.
Give me a break.
Yeah, I think Brisbane are right up there still, and obviously the Hawks have shown, even with their couple of injuries, that they're still a side that'll press, and Geelong will be thereabouts too. So
I reckon GWS.
Oh, sorry, I'm forgetting my old side there. They are sharp. They're quick right across the board. They've got some weapons. So
yeah, they've got to just make sure they don't get injuries. They just don't seem to have that 23rd player that can come in and be or 24th player that come in and have an impact. They just seem to be the 23. I don't know whether, because everyone says, oh, well, they only kicked 4 or 5 goals last week, no Hogan, but Hogan didn't play in the first game.
Yeah.
And they won.
Didn't play the first 2, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was a flat spot last week for the Giants.
I just don't get caught up in the round after gather round.
Yeah.
Has such an impact on sides that have 5-day breaks or playing it. We did the game.
And the heat as well, Mick.
But we did the game in the heat. But
yes.
what we did was, and don't get me wrong, I thought it was outstanding. But you are playing midday with no stand cover.
Yep.
So you don't have a stand that might just give you
a
bit of shade or a little bit of protection from the wind or whatever. But it was raw heat. Every one of those sides that played... They didn't all lose.
That's Sunday.
But they could. Some of them couldn't even scratch themselves by three-quarter time.
Plus, it's inland, so you don't get as much.
Exactly. I'm getting caught up in how sides played after.
Yeah, well, the Giants were there, went home, come back again to play.
Yeah.
You can make excuses all you like. They would not say that. They just say, well, we didn't play well and we should have been better. But
they shouldn't.
They'll be better this week.
And they got the Dogs tomorrow night. That's going to be a cracking game, isn't it, in Canberra?
Oh, yeah. I saw David King...
Travelling game again.
I saw David King present some numbers during the week that 15th for time in forward half, the Giants. 18 of the last 20 premiers are top 6 in that category.
Sorry, what was that again?
So the Giants, they're 15th for time in forward half. So they're playing a lot of the game at the...
Where were the Lions after round 6? Well, that's last year. What were they?
So they weren't in the top... So you're saying it's up...
So they need to be top 6, judging by history.
And they're not.
At the end?
They're 4th last. Yeah,
but at the end.
At the end.
Yeah.
At the end.
Right.
So they're 15th for time in forward half.
A relevant stat.
Need to be top 6.
I think it is I do think it's a relevant stat because that's one thing the Giants do worry about is the number of entrances. They don't get a lot of cider at it.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that at the end they're judging the premiers by and where they are in the top 6 by the end of the year.
Yes.
Let's not get too carried away because the Lions won it last year and they were 1-5, if that.
It adds a bit of weight when I put more games in VFL AFL history in the coach's box behind me, doesn't it? It just stacks up a little bit. Nice to have your support, Mick, alongside Brett Delidio on ABC.
I love to roll Corby. Just challenge him on his stats.
It's not over my stats, it's David King's, but
that's why I'm challenging it, not yours. You just repeated it.
Corbin, Middlemouse and Kelly Underwood along with Lids and Mick in the box. Thanks to Tim Hodges and Ben Cameron, of course, for all their work throughout the day. We've got the latest from downstairs and we'll have should we have a little bit of Brad Scott before we get the votes? Let's have a listen. Still to come, Fremantle and Adelaide on the way, but here is the Bombers boss, Brad Scott.
Brad, you get in front early in the third quarter and then they kick 10 of the next 12. Where do you think it went wrong after early in the third?
Oh, I mean, I think before that, we were probably under pressure from the start of the game when they kicked the first couple and, it was obviously going to be one of those days where territory was going to be important and it's almost like minimising the damage, like costly turnovers because it felt like that sort of game that you make a sort of costly error in your back half. It can hurt you against all teams, but I think in particular it hurts you against Collingwood. And I think they had 12 shots at goal from their attacking sort of mid-zone. So, that by definition means we had the ball and they got it back in their front half. So I thought that was a big difference in the game, that they were able to generate their shots from front half turnovers. But I thought we got back in the game through some pretty simple footy, but then we started overusing the ball and again, opportunities to go forward and score. But instead, we tried an extra handball and invited pressure and turned the ball over. So I don't think there was any one particular moment or any particular theme outside of what I've just said.
Is it today's results sort of a pretty accurate reflection of where the two sides are? I mean, greater experience on their part, perhaps greater talent overall, and that surety of ball use and stuff, just the ability not to make those big errors in big moments? Yeah, I think that's accurate at the moment. But I've got I think there's a lot of really good signs for us going forward. Conceded a lot of inside 50s, but Zach Reid looked like one of the better players on the ground. Andy McGrath's job on Bobby Hill, Norm Smith medalist, really dangerous player, particularly in these conditions. A lot of really good signs. But I'd agree with the conclusion there that just a bit of their class and that elder statesman, Pendlebury side bottom were influential, and our midfield's been a real strength of ours, but we probably lowered our colours today to their 4 or 5 versus our 4 or 5. Even though a lot worked of what we did, that's the challenge of playing really good teams. I thought, while again some of their players had influence, we were able to limit a fair bit of that. So overall, but the weight of numbers, they wore us down. So looking ahead from a development point of view, would you agree that it's skilled young players are probably at a premium to come onto this list? There's just a bit of I don't want to sound hurtful or whatever, but there's a bit of a vanilla look about quite a bit of the list. Does it need more skill, do you think, to be competitive with a Collingwood? Yeah, I'll let our recruiters know. Would a coach like more skill? Yeah, we would. But our job as coaches is to develop the talent that we have. So my focus is on developing all those footy fundamentals that are really important to the game, and some of it's really simple, some of it's a little bit more technical. But yeah, our list profile is there for all to see. But my focus is not on a list management crew do all of that, and I'm part of that. But my primary focus is developing the talent we've got, and I've got a lot of belief in their capability. I think when the team starts to look good, everyone looks better. And I think there are a million examples like that. You look at players who I know are really capable, really talented players, but if they're in bottom teams, they don't look very good. But you can take a pretty good player and put him in a great team, and they look $1 million. So I think it would be unfair on our players, I think, to say it's just, we lack skill. I think we've got the capabilities well and truly within the group we've got.
Brad Scott, the Bombers coach, at his press conference a short time ago, a 41-point win for Collingwood. The Bombers led the game only momentarily for about 3 minutes of real time in the third quarter before Collingwood were able to put their foot down. So from that point on, the Pies kicked 10 goals to 3 after Essendon hit the front. So that's how it finished, and Collingwood winners by 41 points. Jamie Elliott kicks 5, and Steele Sidebottom becomes the oldest Anzac Day medalist in the game's history at 34 years of age. Couple more off the SMS. George says Mick is not correct. The Premier League has a high percentage of clubs about Greater London. It's promotion relegation. It's a different kind of system, isn't it, than what a greater.
He's right.
Greater population.
He is right, but is it with the 20 teams?
That's not a closed league. It has promotion relegation.
Exactly.
Everything else that goes into it. Whereas this is it's unusual for a closed league to have, how the population's distributed, to have that many teams.
Exactly. It is highly unusual.
Yep. Tim from Blackburn. Mick would be a lifetime frequent flyer as a result of coaching the Eagles.
I was, but guess who I was travelling with? Ansett. Do those points still count?
Who?
Yeah, you'd be filthy about that too.
Oh, I was.
They count for you to count them. That's it. Otherwise, they get you nothing.
Corbyn's so young he's never heard of Ansett.
Why do they have 4 judges for the Anzac Day matter? What if it's a tie? If it's a tie, the chairperson, their top votes carries the day. So Abby Holmes was the chairperson. That wasn't a problem this year. Brendan from Hobart, in the first 7 games, the Pies have played in Sydney, Adelaide and Brisbane. So they don't travel. So basically saying, hey, they have done a few little away trips already this year. And from Marcus in South Melbourne, under Mick, the Eagles in 1990 had to play 2 of their last 3 matches in Melbourne, a drawn semi in Melbourne out at Waverley, a replay at Waverley, and a prelim against Essendon, also at Waverley, which should have been in Perth, and they were knocked out of the finals. Most unfair, Mick? Yes. Who said travel is not a problem from Marcus in South Melbourne?
Yeah, 6 and you know the last one, airline strike. So we had to fly from the smaller plane from Perth to Kalgoorlie to Mildura, and Mildura to Melbourne. That's on the 6th week.
That's a dog.
And can I just say that out of that? Wildcats sat in the front.
The Cats?
Well, Wildcats sat in the front because
the Wildcats.
They needed the leg room.
Taller.
Apparently we did.
Was that Ricky Grace?
Right.
Yes, Ricky Grace, all those blokes.
We had Jacob Gossage in the box with us pre-game. He spent 13 years in the military, 3 deployments over to the Middle East. He's an Eagles fan. He said he's the nephew of Tim Gossage, and he said he come into the rooms when you were coaching as a young guy. He said he got to carry the bags of Peter Matera at one stage, and so we're so blessed to have him with us as one of our veterans, obviously, who joined us as part of the pre-game. But we spoke about the way that, I guess, we honour our servicemen and women every other day of the year, not just on this day on the calendar. And I spoke about how in American sports they pay tribute to a armed serviceman or woman at every single game or whatever.
Which I think is outstanding.
And I got a message from Alan Black. He's speaking about the Wildcats, of course, the former Perth Wildcats coach. And he sent me a message to say that they actually do at the Wildcats. They recognise an ex-serviceman or woman at every single game that the Wildcats
I think it's
play.
outstanding. I really look. I'm not 100% sure. You correct me on this. Do we hold 30 or 40 seats at any given ground for our military people, our serving people?
So it was interesting. Jacob did say they had a lot of...
Collingwood have looked after them with a lot of games.
Yeah, have looked after them with tickets to certain games. So I don't know if it's in a formal capacity.
It would be great if it was formal. Yeah. And it's just another... Well, I just think it's another tick to say, we appreciate you so much. You know, they go through... We've seen the ramifications of injury or from war, whether it be, death or wounded or... coming back and
PTSD,
and wouldn't it be great just to respect and honour them on a just say, look, we've got these people here today, fantastic, and I guarantee the whole crowd will get up and just clap and just let them know that we appreciate them so much.
For all their flaws, the Americans, they do it damn well with that.
That is outstanding.
Full-time Collingwood by 41 points. Coming up, Fremantle and Adelaide will take you to Perth next for the full broadcast. Clint Wilden heading up the call. Teams are another 10 minutes or so away. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year
you got those?
before we get out of here.
I can know the top 5 Collingwood players, but I'm sure you want to do it, though. I can tell you. Just look at you.
I just want to prove my worth in this box because it's been Mick Lovefest in here today with all the texts and everything like that. A stiff bloke we out there today is Nick Dacos. He was actually outstanding. I thought, mate, to go out there and get 31 touches and lead the side for the first time, 11 clearances, 9 score involvements and 620 metres game, please. To not make the votes, you must have been pipped by a couple of other players. 1 vote, the guy kicked 5, Jamie Elliott. I thought he was fantastic, super clean early and set them up with a couple of those ground balls and just fed them off. 11 score involvements to go with his 5, obviously 6 of those were his shots on goal, but 2 I went with Dacos, but J variety. Josh, he hit 36, 761 metres gain off half-back. Really just run his own race all day. I know he kept Kako quiet. Well, I'm not sure Kako got to the right spots and Josh just went to where the ball was. And 3, none other than the oldest ever winner of the Anzac Day medal, Steele Sidebottom, 36, 15 clearances and 600 metres gain. I thought he was fantastic all day and proving that age is no barrier.
Yeah,
3 for Sidebottom, 2 for Josh Dacos, 1 for Jamie Elliott. Brett Delidio's votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. I noticed Nick Dacos was leading the Coaches Award leading into this week as well. So he obviously went berserk last year, polled 38 votes and somehow lost by more than 2 games. He lost by 7 votes to Pat Cripps in the highest count of all time. So it'll be interesting to see how Nick Dacos goes this year. I want to back that up.
I'd love to talk tomorrow on our show.
Yep.
And we won't know until the end of the season, but I would love to see the umpires' votes for the Melbourne games, because if Maxi Gordon hasn't got 6, then we've got to start saying the ruckmen clearly aren't counted in the draft, in the Brownlow.
Pickett kicked 6 last week.
5.
I don't care.
5.24. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Max got him over the line in that last
Max
quarter.
won it for him.
Yeah.
And Bolter won it for Richmond. Now, whether the impact of that, all the bits and pieces, whether umpires read that and look at him and we don't want to give him votes, he was clearly the best player, won the game for Richmond, and I'll be interested to see whether they get votes. It's worth talking about tomorrow, whether we think that umpires are influenced by media or influenced by showiness. I don't know.
Can you ask Craig McRae tomorrow how much of the game plan revolves around getting Nick Dacos involved and how much they try and help him influence the game? Write that down.
Benny will write that down.
Hey, Lids, we love having you part of it always, and particularly last night into today. Big 24 hours here at the MCG.
Mate, an honour to be a part of it, to be honest, and I'm very appreciative of being here to celebrate such a special day, and the last 2 days.
Mick, it's always a joy to have you in the box, and particularly I know how much this day means to you, so thanks heaps for your company again today.
And Corby, we had a good time during the week.
Been a big week for you, Mick. Just a quiet glass of red tonight.
Well, I'll tell you what, you might open a couple of those bottles you showed me before on your little...
bottles?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, okay, then.
I'm coming. What's your address?
To the rest of the crew, thanks to Tim Hodges downstairs, to Ben Cameron, our EP, to the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio, to Damien Peck as well on socials doing a great job, to Stuart Hollywood Baker, and to you, Kelly, as well. Of course, there's no show without punch, as they say in the classics.
Thanks, Corby.
Thanks to Kelly Underwood.
Memorable as always.
The Pies by 41 after falling behind in the third term. The footy is not done. Coming up from Perth Stadium, Fremantle and Adelaide. It's on deck next.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos, alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.